Chapter 1. The Fool Captured by a Madman. February 2nd. The weather had yet to warm. The frigid wind tugged relentlessly at the national flag in front of Pingon No. 1 High School, causing it to flutter ominously. Morning, 9:27 a.m. At this hour, students would usually be gathering for morning exercises, yet the front of the senior department's teaching building was in complete chaos. Qin Lang, why are you just standing there like an idiot? Hurry and run. A groggy Qin Lang faintly heard a voice rush past him. Forget him. That fool is paralyzed with fear and won't even dare to open his eyes. Let's get out of here quickly. We'll be safe once the police arrive. Another hurried voice blurred past his ear. Who's talking to me? Qin Lang's head throbbed. Painfully, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and his entire body was paralyzed. With great effort, he managed to pry his eyelids open a crack, and a sudden brightness stung his pupils, sending a jolt of discomfort through him. It wasn't until he slowly adjusted to the external light that the oppressive weight on his eyelids and the feeling of constraint all over his body began to fade. As his vision returned, Qin Lang was bewildered to find everything around him so unfamiliar. He saw many young men and women running about in a panic, and not far off, a young man, bloodied, brandished a bladed object, pursuing someone wildly. Strange, where is this place? How did I end up here? Qin Lang distinctly remembered that he had been engaged in alchemy, but at a critical moment, he had been ambushed by a vengeful foe, causing an explosion in his alchemical crucible. The violent shockwave hurled him back, and then everything went black. Now, opening his eyes brought him to this inexplicable scene. Dreadful, my desolation divine pill. Qin Lang felt a sharp pang in his heart. The desolation divine pill was the precious elixir he had been forging. This was no ordinary pill. It was a legendary concoction rarely seen in the realm of Danding, said to grant immortality and eternal legend to anyone who succeeded in its creation. He had dedicated 500 years to preparing for the crafting of this divine pill, and just when success was near, he had been foiled by a villain, losing everything to that explosion. The thought of this aggrieved him deeply, fueling an intense desire for vengeance against his enemy, whom he wished to obliterate completely. I must return immediately to my alchemical workshop. Although the crucible exploded, perhaps the desolation divine pill has still come to fruition. His mind racing, Qin Lang felt a surge of urgency. He needed to first understand where he was to determine the swiftest route back to his alchemical workshop. Just as he resolved to act, he heard a panicked voice nearby. Oh my gosh, don't come after me. Don't come after me. Turning his gaze, he saw a small, slender boy being closely pursued by the bloodied young man, nearly hitting him multiple times with the blade as the boy yelled in terror while fleeing. Ah! Qin Lang furrowed his brows, focusing on the object the young man was wielding. With instinct and experience, he recognized it to be a knife. I never imagined such an ugly, rough tool existed in this world. Momentarily taken aback, a smirk of derision crept onto his face. This knife was scarcely more dangerous than a child's plaything. It could hardly cut vegetables, let alone inflict any harm. Thus, Qin Lang felt little concern and certainly no sense of threat. Perfect, I need to ask for some information. Those two will do. Without hesitation, Qin Lang strode toward the fleeing pair, completely unaware of the incredibility of his actions in the eyes of others. The small boy, in a state of frantic flight, caught sight of Qin Lang, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Qin the Fool, help me out here. The boy sprang right up to Qin Lang, pulling on his arm and giving him a hard shove from behind. Are you trying to get us killed? Qin Lang's expression changed as he instinctively prepared to retaliate, but before he could react, he stumbled forward, knocked perilously close to the pursuing young man. This misstep turned fortuitous. He collided with the young man's raised armed hand, causing the blade to veer away and sparing him from harm. The slender boy's devious ploy had succeeded, and he flashed a look of relief before darting away, leaving Qin Lang to absorb the impact. How is this possible? Regaining his footing, Qin Lang's expression darkened. When did I become so weak that an ordinary person could so easily push me aside? Also, the language they are using now, it does not resemble the common tongue of the Danding continent, yet it feels oddly familiar. While he wrestled with his confusion, the disoriented young man, recovering from the unexpected collision, raised the knife again, this time aiming it directly at Qin Lang. I'll carve up every student from your filthy school. The young man spat as he brandished the knife, pointing it at Qin Lang's left shoulder. Qin Lang had never regarded the blade as a serious threat, and, due to his bewilderment about the situation, stood there like a wooden post, utterly non-responsive. Just as the knife was about to strike him, an enthusiastic shout pierced through the air, accompanied by the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. "Stop! Put down the knife!" The young man's expression shifted alarmingly. "Damn it! Why are the police arriving so quickly?" Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the descending blade, grasping Qin Lang by the collar and positioning the knife against his throat. "Everyone stay right there. If anyone dares come any closer, I swear I'll slit this kid's throat." The dozen or so officers who had rushed over halted in their tracks. The lead officer, a stern middle-aged man, shouted, "Zhao Taizhu, we are fully aware of your situation. You have already injured several students, constituting a serious crime. Now, put down the knife, and you still have a chance for redemption. If you harm this student, the law will not show you any mercy." "Bullshit," Zhao Taizhu cursed. "Don't think that just because you wear police uniforms and carry guns, you can intimidate me. Law? What does that even mean? You've got all this information, and yet you don't realize I have a history of mental illness? Even if I kill someone, I want served time. Come any closer, and I dare you to see if he'll go through with it." Upon hearing this, the police officer furrowed his brow, discreetly signaling to his colleagues not to act rashly. The appearance of law enforcement had reassured the fleeing crowd, causing them to gradually halt and cluster at a distance, watching with keen interest. "So he's just a madman, huh? No wonder he ran into our school swinging around that weapon. But who's the unlucky kid he's got there? You don't know him? That's Qin Lang from Class 10. Everyone knows he's the town fool. I heard his IQ was low right from birth." "All right. I remember they call him Qin the Fool, right? You have to see it to believe it, of course. He was the only one standing still with his eyes closed while everyone else was running from that madman." Amid the curious gazes, mocking remarks, and whispers, nearly everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Lang. Hearing their discussions from afar, Qin Lang felt immensely confused, as if they were talking about another person sharing his name. What went wrong? Bewildered, Qin Lang barely registered Zhao Taizhu's threats as he instinctively sought to break free and uncover the truth. But as soon as he moved, Zhao Taizhu tightened his grip on his throat, threatening, "Kids, stay still. If you move again, they'll bleed you out right here. You're the one who doesn't know what death is." Qin Lang's eyes gleamed with killing intent from the very beginning. He had regarded Zhao Taizhu and his weapon with utter disdain. Such a threat, in his eyes, was nothing more than an ant's bluff. Even if he charged at the blade, he was confident that the shoddy weapon forged by mere mortals wouldn't harm him in the slightest. Had the circumstances not felt so off-kilter, leaving him preoccupied, he would have already eliminated this nuisance. But now that Zhao Taizhu had tested his patience with multiple provocations, he couldn't allow such audacity to continue unchecked. Thus, with his swift right hand and a pointed finger, Qin Lang bellowed, "Fire wheel, strike." His voice was thunderous. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by his outlandish behavior. Moments passed, and, contrary to his expectations of the fire wheel manifesting and annihilating its foes, no such occurrence took place. "Huh? Why isn't the fire wheel responding? I can't even sense its presence?" Qin Lang's eyes flashed with confusion. Something felt amiss. He repeated the gesture, raising his voice, "Fire wheel. Strike, strike, strike." Each utterance resonated powerfully, imbued with an elite's presence. But still, nothing responded. "It's impossible. The fire wheel is my life-bound artifact. It should respond to my call. How could it remain unresponsive?" Unwilling to accept his failure, he shouted again, "Fire wheel, show yourself." Alas, as before, apart from him waving his arms and yelling, no sign of the expected action manifested. Expressions of bewilderment flickered across the onlookers' faces. Then, laughter erupted in waves from the crowd, seemingly contagious. To those who watched, Qin Lang's series of bizarre motions and statements appeared utterly ludicrous, bordering on the comical. It was impossible for them not to laugh. What the hell? This kid has lost his mind. Firewheel? He thinks he's Neza or something? This guy has always been a fool, already infamous for being a moron. If you knew his background, you wouldn't be surprised. Man, I should have recorded this idiot's antics. If it went viral on Weibo with a title like "The Fool Captured by a Madman," it would definitely go viral. As the laughter subsided, A flood of conversations and comments erupted, creating an uproar reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Qin Lang's spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. He was horrified to realize he could no longer feel the presence of the fire wheel, as if he had never possessed it at all. "Are you seriously thinking I'm joking with you?" A menacing voice growled from behind him. Moments later, the hilt of the knife struck him sharply on the head. Bang! The blow landed precisely at his temple, instantly leaving Qin Lang dizzy and seeing stars. Whether or not it was this strike that triggered the dormant memories deep within him, a torrent of chaotic information suddenly surged forth. Grimacing through the piercing pain, Qin Lang began to reconstruct those memories, disbelief etched across his features. Qin Lang, 19 years of age, was a student at Ping'an No. 1 High School, Class 10. Born during a difficult labor that resulted in his mother's death, he had suffered severe oxygen deprivation that led to a diagnosis of low intelligence, earning him the unfortunate title of the town fool as he grew up. His father, Qin Fengyang, a retired soldier, had established Qin's winery, ensuring a comfortable life. After the death of his wife, Qin Fengyang remarried, bringing in a stepmother for Qin Lang named Chao Yin, with whom he had another son named Qin Sheng. How is this possible? I have somehow left the Danding continent and ended up on this planet called Earth. Even more astonishing, I've taken over a name and life that is exactly like mine. And this boy happens to be a fool. Qin Lang was bewildered. Chapter 2. The Old Monk's Spring Heart, as Qin Lang stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the sudden and bewildering shift in his identity. A convoy of over 10 police cars, accompanied by several news vans and media vehicles, arrived at the scene. Ambulances followed closely behind to attend to the injured students. Step back, step back. Armed reinforcements established a cordon. Journalists leapt from their vehicles, brandishing cameras and microphones, eager to report, periodically stopping to interview the curious onlookers among the students. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent as those who had long resided in their ivory tower found themselves captivated by the unfolding drama, whispering amongst themselves or engaging in boisterous chatter, utterly devoid of concern for Qin Lang's plight. "Excuse me, could you share your thoughts on this heinous incident at the school?" On the western side of the crowd, a male reporter was questioning a female student. Nearby male students discreetly stole glances at her. Swallowing hard, it was no wonder they were captivated. The girl, Qin Lang, was the belle of Ping and No. 1 High School. Her stunning beauty had easily distinguished her among her peers, and her sweet yet slightly haughty demeanor promised that, with time, she would be a breathtaking beauty, capable of enchanting hearts and causing chaos. "I'm sorry, but I have no comments," Qin Lang replied coolly, declining the reporter's inquiry. The reporter, undeterred, pressed on, but received only indifferent responses in return. Frustrated, he produced a business card. "This is my card. I work for a television station, and we are currently seeking a student host for an outdoor segment. I believe your image and demeanor would be perfect for it. If you're interested, perhaps we could discuss it privately. Please, your approach is so cliché. Someone like Ling Long wouldn't give you a second glance." Qin Lang's friend, Gao Li, interjected before Ling Long could respond, after the male reporter left. Dejected, Gao Li sighed enviously. "Ah, the school belle truly is the belle. Did you see that reporter? He was so focused on you that he didn't even spare me a glance. If only I had even half of your beauty. I wish I could be more ordinary." To avoid the constant harassment from these pests, Qin Lang retorted, wrinkling her nose, that a pang of jealousy stirred within Gao Li. While being the belle's confidant offered many advantages, playing the supporting role for too long inevitably unbalanced her feelings. "Do you think that Qin Lang might really be killed by that madman?" Gao Li shifted the topic. "I don't know," Qin Lang replied apathetically, shaking her head. "I bet you secretly wish for that," Gao Li teased. "He is, after all, your nominal fiancé, yet you hold him in such disdain that if he were to perish at the hands of that madman, wouldn't that spare you a great deal of trouble?" As her friend, Gao Li was privy to the rare engagement Qin Lang had. Qin Lang frowned but said nothing. Gao Li was eager to delve deeper into the topic to satiate her burning curiosity, but was abruptly interrupted by a frantic voice. "Damn it, just because there are so many people here, do you think I'm afraid? Let me tell you, I'm not scared of anything." The voice belonged to Zhao Taizhu, who was surrounded by the crowd. With the police presence increasing and the media's arrival, Zhao Tieju's agitation escalated. He wildly brandished a kitchen knife, his arm viciously tightening around Qin Lang's neck, seemingly intent on venting his fury upon him. Immersed in the overwhelming shock of his identity transformation, Qin Lang finally snapped back to reality, gasping for breath. Possession. It truly is possession. How could this happen to me? As the realization dawned, Qin Lang's mind churned with disbelief. After absorbing the memories of this body as original owner, he comprehended the phenomenon he was experiencing as possession. He had heard of such occurrences before. They were said to be a last resort for cultivators seeking to prolong their lives through the borrowing of another's body. Yet, out of 10,000, perhaps only one could succeed in such an endeavor. He could not fathom how he had inadvertently undergone this process without any intention of doing so, and furthermore, had crossed over to this world called Earth from his original realm. The Dan-Ding continent, it felt like a dream, utterly surreal. Regrettably, he had no time for contemplation, as the suffocating grip around his neck made him acutely aware of the imminent danger. I cannot remain like this. I may very well be choked to death. Other concerns must wait. I need to extricate myself from this immediate peril first. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Lang instinctively sought to save himself. However, he soon realized that escape would not be so simple. Although he had yet to assess the condition of his new body in detail, he could distinctly feel its frailty. Even among ordinary individuals, it was particularly weak, with such a feeble physique. He had no capacity to break free from Zhao Tai's grasp. Without any magical artifacts, cultivation, or even a modicum of strength, what am I to do? Enduring the intensifying suffocation, Qin Lang racked his brain for solutions. I've got it! Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He noticed that his abdomen, concealed beneath his clothing, began to rhythmically expand and contract, resembling a standing frog. This was a common breathing technique from the Dan-Ding continent known as transformation breathing method. It required no foundational cultivation and could be utilized even by ordinary individuals. Though it consumed a minuscule amount of vital life energy, it posed little threat. Its primary benefit lay in its ability to stave off suffocation during moments of distress, precisely what Qin Lang needed at that moment. More importantly, the transformation breathing method could also conserve energy and unleash potential. Though Qin Lang's current state was feeble, if he could gather and concentrate his strength, he felt confident that he could seize the opportunity to combat the assailant behind him when the moment was right. As he activated the transformation breathing method, his breathing difficulties significantly eased, and the energy and potential derived from burning his life essence began to accumulate quietly, having alleviated his most pressing crisis. Qin Lang remained vigilant, for the knife in Zhao Tieju's hand still posed a constant threat. He kept a watchful eye on Zhao Tieju's movements while also observing the police's actions, recognizing their presence as a crucial element in resolving his predicament. Just then, the middle-aged officer who had initially engaged Zhao Taiju stepped forward again, calling out over the barrier, "Taiju, please remain calm, that if you release that student, we can discuss any conditions you may have. I have nothing to discuss with you officers." Zhao Taiju vehemently rejected the officer's overture. "If you want me to let him go, then let that bitch Mei Yuyan come out to see me." At these words, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. The name Mei Yuyan was well known among the faculty and students of Ping No. 1 high school. She was an art teacher, admired for her beauty and gentle demeanor, regarded as a goddess by many male teachers and students alike. Surrounded by admirers, she had never been seen in close contact with any male. The mention of her name by a deranged criminal, coupled with the derogatory term bitch, sent waves of shock through the onlookers. Those in the know began to share gossip. "I heard that this madman had an argument with teacher Mei and Qian Dabing in the office this morning over some romantic issue. It seems he was beaten and thrown out by Qian Dabing. Afterward, he stormed into the office, but not finding Mei Yuyan or Qian Dabing, he began attacking passing students indiscriminately." The uninformed spectators, now enlightened, were both surprised and curious about the entangled emotions between Mei Yuyan and this madman that, on all accounts, the goddess Mei Yuyan and Zhao Taiju, a rustic brute, seemed an unlikely pair, that if they were never even close. The notion of any romantic entanglement appeared utterly absurd. Surely, teacher Mei wouldn't have such poor taste ignoring countless promising young men to get entangled with this madman from God knows where. I think my heart might just shatter, lamented one heartbroken boy. As everyone processed this sensational news, a police officer approached the middle-aged officer, clutching a phone. Captain Gao, we managed to contact Zhao Tieju's family. Captain Gao's face brightened at the confirmation that Zhao Tieju's father was on the other end of the line. He quickly connected the phone to a loudspeaker, allowing the voice from the phone to resonate through the crowd. Taiju, it's your father. A strong, local accented voice boomed from the speaker. Hearing his father's voice, Zhao Taiju, who had been in a frenzy, suddenly froze, his demeanor shifting to one of stillness. The police said you went to Mei's school and hurt someone. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Captain Gao, who had been vigilantly observing the unfolding events, was struck by a sudden realization upon witnessing the scene before him. He glanced at his watch and noted that 5 minutes had elapsed. He then discreetly gestured in a specific direction. The sniper, who had long been lying in wait, immediately recognized the signal and swiftly assumed a shooting stance, directing the crosshairs toward Zhao Tieju's head. Unexpectedly, just as the sniper was about to pull the trigger, Zhao Tieju's expression shifted dramatically, as if aided by divine intervention, that he pointed accusingly at Mei Yuyan and exclaimed, "You deceitful wretch, dare you to trick me?" In an instant, he seized Qin Lang by the neck, shielding his vital areas behind Qin's body as he retreated hastily. While retreating, he shouted, "Damn it, you bunch of cops, if you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." It's impossible. How could he have detected the sniper? Could it be that, despite his madness, he possesses an extraordinary sixth sense? Captain Gao's astonishment was beyond words. That in truth, he was correct. Zhao Taiju indeed possessed an exceptional sixth sense, particularly attuned to danger, granting him a keen awareness of his surroundings. That it was precisely this ability that allowed him to sense the sniper's aim just as they locked onto him, and a quick glance around confirmed the sniper's presence. "I did not deceive you," Mei Yuyan protested, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation as she attempted to defend herself against Zhao's accusations. "Wretch, let me tell you, even if I die, I will haunt you as a ghost." Zhao Taiju disregarded her words entirely, his emotions spiraling out of control once more as the police's sniper operation pushed him to the brink. Using Qin Lang as a human shield, he forced the sniper to hesitate, successfully evading the shot and retreating into an empty classroom within the teaching building. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Lang appeared to be in a state of shock, allowing himself to be manipulated. However, beneath this facade, he was meticulously regulating his breathing, silently accumulating strength and energy, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 4. The rookie policewoman. Once inside the classroom, Zhao Tieju's face, twisted in rage, bore traces of lingering fear, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Cautiously, he peered through the window, assessing the situation outside. Noticing that the police had not approached and that the sniper could no longer lock onto him, he exhaled heavily, allowing himself a moment of respite. So this guy fears death too, he mused. Feeling the trembling form of the assailant behind him, Qin Lang's composure only strengthened. That a criminal who fears death is far easier to deal with than a desperate one. "Damn it, these worthless cops want me dead, but I will live," Zhao Taiju muttered to himself, before suddenly striking Qin Lang's head with a knife. "You brat, squat down. If you dare move, I'll bleed you out right here." A surge of hope coursed through Qin Lang at the prospect of being released from his captor's grip. This was indeed a favorable development. He nodded in compliance and, upon the relaxation of Zhao's hold, obediently crouched down. Had Zhao Taiju been observant, he would have noticed that even after his neck had been freed from the chokehold, Qin Lang maintained a steady rhythm in his breathing, his abdomen subtly expanding and contracting. Alas, Zhao was oblivious to this detail. That in his eyes, Qin Lang's compliance was interpreted as cowardice and timidity, while the slight movements of his abdomen were mistaken for trembling fear. A frail, timid high school student posed no threat in Zhao's mind, and thus he felt no concern. Clutching the bloodied knife, he paced nervously, occasionally peering out the window and cursing, one moment at the police, the next at Mei Yuyan. "I swear I never intended to harm you. Just consider this a plea. Spare that student." Mei Yuyan's voice boomed through a loudspeaker from outside the window. Shut your mouth. You filthy bitch. You and those cops are no better than scum. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares approach this classroom, I will kill. Zhao Taiju roared, followed by a sinister laugh. You wretched woman. Since you care so much for that student, I'll give you a chance. Bring your lover here. If he agrees to come as a hostage, I will let the student go. Your lover. The crowd's attention shifted to Qin Dabing, who was standing at a distance. Me, Qin Dabing, who had remained on the scene, was taken aback and instinctively took a few steps back. While he was open to flirting, becoming a hostage was a gamble he was not willing to take, especially since he had yet to even make a move on Mei Yuyan. Catching a glimpse of Qian's reaction, Mei Yuyan's eyes narrowed in disdain. Taiju, what must I do for you to believe me? I've said it before. Bring that lover here. I will let the student go. Zhao Tieju's tone was unyielding. Captain Gao approached and placed a reassuring hand on Mei Yuyan's shoulder. Mei, given Zhao Tieju's current state, your attempts to persuade him may not yield any results. He then cast a disdainful glance at Qin Dabing, who had discreetly blended into the crowd and swiftly vanished. As for exchanging hostages, that is not feasible. Our objective is to convince the kidnapper to release the hostage. Exchanging them is not a viable solution. Mei Yuyan's expression darkened as she sighed. I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. If it means saving that student, I would do anything. What's the matter? Are you too scared to come? Zhao Taiju taunted as silence stretched on. I'll go. Captain Gao interjected, taking the loudspeaker from Mei Yuyan. Taiju, please do not harm the hostage. If you have any demands, feel free to state them, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. What nonsense demands? I don't trust you cops. Don't even think about deceiving me. Zhao Taiju shouted from the classroom. Just then, a melodic bell rang out across the school grounds. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Lang, who had been dutifully crouching, paused momentarily before realizing it was the dismissal bell. That a glance at the clock on the classroom wall confirmed it. 11:30 a.m., precisely the time students were released for lunch. This must be lunchtime. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before a light bulb went off in his head. Actually, you should make some demands. Zhao Taiju spun around abruptly, glaring at Qin Lang with menace. You better worry about your own life before spouting nonsense, or I'll cut out your tongue. Ignoring Zhao Tieju's threats, Qin Lang spoke calmly. Your aim in taking me hostage is merely to confront the police. That if that is the case, why not seize this opportunity to make some advantageous demands? The simplest one being, if you wish to maintain your strength, food is essential. Otherwise, you might faint from hunger before the police even make a move. As he spoke, Qin Lang employed subtle vocal techniques, maintaining a steady rhythm that lent an air of persuasion, soothing the tense atmosphere. Zhao Taiju indeed absorbed this advice, even overlooking the contradictions in Qin Lang's statements, muttering to himself, Right, I can't go without food. I need those cops to bring me something to eat. As if on cue, his stomach grumbled in response. After a long train journey and an early morning visit to Mei Yuyan, he had scarcely eaten anything, his earlier agitation causing him to overlook his hunger. Rubbing his belly, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he shook his head vigorously. No, I can't trust those cops. They might poison my food. You needn't worry about that. Not only are you hungry, but I am as well. Therefore, I can sample the food brought by the police first. If it's safe, you can have some. Qin Lang proposed a reasonable suggestion. That makes sense. Zhao Taiju agreed enthusiastically, leaning toward the window to shout outside. You lot. Send some food in here. And remember, don't play any tricks. I'll make the hostage eat first. Seeing this, Qin Lang let out a small sigh of relief. His intention in reminding Zhao Taiju was to buy himself some time. While the breath control technique did not impose strict requirements on the practitioner, it necessitated a process. Qin Lang needed to ensure that he could complete this process without suffering harm from Zhao Taiju. The police were quick to act. Within 20 minutes, a young girl dressed in the school cafeteria's uniform appeared at the classroom door, carrying a bag of lunchboxes. Big brother, I'm here to deliver your meal. May I come in? Zhao Taiju peered through the window to confirm that no one else was accompanying her before nodding. Come in. Upon entering, the girl was startled to see Zhao Taiju, bloodied knife in hand. His clothes stained and his face twisted in a menacing scowl. She instinctively took a step back, raising the bag in her hands. "Big brother, this is the meal prepared for you by the school cafeteria. I am an employee there, sent by the police to deliver it. Please don't harm me." While speaking, the girl's peripheral vision was keenly assessing the classroom situation, contradicting her panicked demeanor. Upon witnessing the sight of the abducted student crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, the girl could not help but furrow her brow, displaying her displeasure. Unbeknownst to her, while she scrutinized Qin Lang, he was discreetly observing her. In return, he discerned that, despite her efforts to conceal it, the aura she emanated bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the police officers outside. Naturally, such an observation alone did not allow Qin Lang to ascertain her true identity. However, he noticed a corner of an olive-green shirt collar, deliberately obscured beneath the cafeteria's staff uniform, unmistakably indicative of a police uniform. "She is a police officer," Qin Lang concluded, his irritation mounting. That it was one thing for the police to be rendered helpless against a madman, but to send such a foolish female officer, who couldn't even change her attire properly, was utterly infuriating. That if Zhao Taizhu were to discover her true identity, it would undoubtedly provoke him and jeopardize their lives. In his mind, Qin Lang lambasted those incompetent officers mercilessly. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring it to me." The tantalizing aroma wafting from the lunchbox intensified Zhao Taizhu's hunger, and he impatiently urged her on. Yes, big brother, I will get it for you right away," the girl stammered, nodding frantically as she cautiously approached Zhao Taizhu, her voice trembling. Big brother, please, don't harm me." As she drew within 2 meters of Zhao Taizhu, she slightly bent down, feigning to place the bag on the ground while her hands stealthily reached for the highest lunchbox within that moment. A sudden gust of wind accompanied by Zhao Taizhu's furious shout erupted. "Damn bitch. I could tell you were a cop at first glance, and yet you dare to play me for a fool. You officers are all scheming to kill me. Just watch how I will slice you to pieces." In a fit of rage, Zhao Taizhu lost all semblance of reason, wielding his knife with reckless abandon, aiming straight for her head. The girl recoiled instinctively, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike, yet several strands of hair were severed by the razor-sharp blade, falling to the ground. This close encounter was akin to a brush with death. Clearly, it was her first time facing such a harrowing scenario. Her complexion paled, breath quickened, and she trembled uncontrollably. The self-defense technique she had practiced seemed to have fled her mind, leaving her in a flurry as she fumbled for the lunchbox. When her fingers finally grazed the concealed firearm within, a flicker of steadiness returned to her frantic heart, and she hastily raised the gun, aiming it at Zhao Taizhu. Click, click. As she pulled the trigger, the gun unexpectedly did not fire. "Oh no, I forgot to disengage the safety." The girl, unable to afford the luxury of chastising herself for her carelessness, scrambled to deactivate the safety. The ominous barrel of the gun caused Zhao Taizhu to halt momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. However, the gun remained silent, granting him an unsettling sense of reprieve. This feeling awakened his inherent madness. In a life-and-death struggle, he would not grant her another opportunity to shoot. With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Taizhu swung his knife furiously. "I'll slice you into pieces, you filthy bitch." The blade aimed directly at the girl's wrist, leaving no time to disengage the safety, forcing her to evade. Yet, she was ultimately grazed by the blade, crimson blood contrasting starkly against her pale wrist. In excruciating pain, she cried out, instinctively releasing the gun. Stumbling backwards several steps, when she regained her senses, she realized that Zhao Taizhu had snatched up the gun at some point, now pointing its dark muzzle directly at her. "You filthy bitch. I've dealt with militia before. I'm no stranger to firearms. If you want to kill me, I'll send you on your way first." The girl's mind became a void, her eyes squeezed shut in terror, like a startled bird. "If I were in your position, I wouldn't kill her." At that moment, Qin Lang spoke up, his tone remarkably relaxed, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere. Both Zhao Taizhu and the girl were taken aback. Chapter 5, Persuasion. The girl abruptly opened her eyes, her face still etched with fear, yet the gun's muzzle remained unmoved. However, she seemed to forget this fact, staring at Qin Lang in astonishment. Her surprise was understandable. From the moment she entered and laid eyes on Qin Lang, she had formed a preliminary impression of him as weak and ineffectual. Thus, she could hardly fathom that this seemingly unremarkable boy would dare to counsel the unhinged Zhao Taiju in her moment of peril. Am I truly inferior to an ordinary student? Is this really me? Is this the esteemed Bai Wuxia, who excelled in all her subjects at the police academy? Stimulated by Qin Lang's words, the girl felt her heart, which had been pounding like a drum, gradually calm. Reflecting on her dismal performance, she could not suppress a tide of self-reproach and regret. Her name was Bai Wuxia, and her identity as a police officer was beyond question. In fact, she was a criminal investigator, a role fraught with danger. While many girls graduating from the police academy often chose administrative positions, Bai Wuxia defied her father's wishes, insisting on attending the police academy to follow in her brother's footsteps and become a criminal investigator herself, fulfilling the path he could not complete. From her first day at school, she held herself to rigorous standards, diligently studying and training. With unyielding determination, she carved out a place for herself in a field predominantly occupied by men. Graduating at the top of her class, with such achievements, she could have pursued a more comfortable career, yet she rejected her father's plans for her to bide her time in a more serene position. After a dispute with him, she left the provincial capital and became an ordinary criminal investigator in the city of Pinyin, far from her father's reach. She had volunteered for the role of the food delivery person in this hostage situation. Despite Captain Gao's skepticism regarding her experience, she had persuaded him with her confidence and outstanding academic record. She had hoped to make a strong impression in her first encounter with the case, only to find herself performing abysmally, making repeated mistakes, and exhibiting a cowardice reminiscent of a helpless girl when confronted with a firearm. School is indeed merely school. The so-called achievements pale in comparison to practical experience. How foolish I was to have held myself in such high regard, believing myself to be remarkable. Bai Wuxia silently scoffed, but the current situation offered no opportunity for regret. The irrational Zhao Taiju could pull the trigger at any moment, and the only glimmer of hope lay with that boy. What did you say? Zhao Taiju snapped back to reality, his bloodshot eyes fixed dangerously on Qin Lang. I said, if I were in your position, I wouldn't kill her, Qin Lang replied calmly. If you kill her, you will lose the leverage you hold over those police officers outside. What nonsense! Even if I kill her, I still have you. Zhao Taiju sneered. No, Qin Lang shook his head. She is vastly different from me, that I am merely an ordinary student, but she is a police officer. Those officers outside will not stand by idly while their colleague is murdered. Even if you take me hostage, they will likely abandon any thought of rescuing a hostage and rush in, ready to eliminate you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizu's expression began to shift, the madness in his demeanor slowly dissipating. Qin Lang felt a surge of triumph. He recognized that his gamble had paid off. If Zhao Taiju were to kill the female officer, his own situation would swiftly plunge into extreme peril, with death looming at any moment. Yet he lacked the strength to explode into action, forcing him to confront Zhao Taiju and suppress his intent to kill the officer for the sake of his own life. Speaking these words, he felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, for he was taking a risk, wagering that although Zhao Taizu was mad, he was fundamentally a coward at heart, that as Zhao Taizu's murderous intent wavered. Qin Lang knew he had to seize the moment, urging, if you spare her life, it will work to your advantage. Having a police officer as a hostage is far more intimidating than taking an ordinary student like me. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Taizu finally nodded. You make a fair point. Very well, I won't kill anyone for now. Upon hearing this, both Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia exhaled in relief. However, Zhao Tieju's eyes narrowed suddenly, fixating on Qin Lang like a venomous snake. Why do I sense something off about you? Qin Lang's heart raced. He understood precisely what Zhao Taiju meant. He had spoken twice to guide him, maintaining a calm and composed tone, entirely unlike a timid high school student. Deep down, he was aware that pretending to be cowardly would more effectively deceive Zhao Taiju. However, given his nature, he could never lower himself to play the part of a wretched weakling. I'm concerned for my own life as well, that if you kill her, and those police officers abandon any thoughts of rescuing a hostage, wouldn't that be a death sentence for me too? Qin Lang spoke slowly. Zhao Taiju contemplated this, recognizing the truth in the logic, and under the pressure of the situation, he hastily warned, You'd best be clever. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll take your life." With that, he gestured with his gun towards Bai Wuxia, barking, "You women are all born wretches. Once I have the chance, I'll deal with you and that damn Mei Yuyan. Now!" Squat down. Zhao Taiju gestured towards the space beside Qin Lang. Having narrowly escaped death, Bai Wuxia, under the threat of a gun, naturally dared not act recklessly. She cautiously approached and squatted beside Qin Lang. Seeing both individuals within his control, Zhao Taiju felt a sense of relief, and with the gun in hand, his confidence surged. His gaze swept over by Wuxia several times, yet he still felt uneasy. With a stern warning not to move, he began rummaging through the classroom. Before long, he discovered a few discarded skipping ropes in the sanitary corner behind the door. "Come here," Zhao Taiju commanded, pointing the gun at Qin Lang. Complying, Qin Lang approached. "Take these ropes and bind that wretched woman. Remember, bind her completely, with tight knots." Zhao Taiju tossed the ropes into Qin Lang's hands, that eye in his eyes. The threat posed by Bai Wuxia far outweighed that of Qin Lang, although Bai Wuxia was injured. Those were merely superficial wounds. Only by binding her securely could he feel truly at ease. Qin Lang silently accepted the ropes and returned to Bai Wuxia's side. That moment, he sensed that approximately 30% of his strength had accumulated, drawing closer to the threshold for an explosive release. All he needed to do was buy time. However, as he continued to practice the transformation breathing technique, he intermittently experienced a sensation of dizziness, and his limbs would occasionally twitch as if they were cramping, as though his life force was insufficient. Strange, the energy required for the transformation breathing technique is negligible. Could it be that this body lacks even that little life force? At such a moment, Qin Lang could not afford to distract himself with self-examination, so he buried his questions deep within and focused his gaze on the woman nearby. Chapter 6. Binding Bai Wuxia squatted on the ground with her legs tucked under her. Her hands clasped on her knees. Despite being restrained, she exhibited a spirit of defiance, her back straight and her chin slightly raised. What a beautiful figure! A pity that her intelligence rivals that of the original owner of this body, Qin Lang thought to himself. Feeling a pang of regret upon closer inspection, that eye in his eyes, this woman was indeed deserving of the title Police Flower. With her healthy, wheat-colored skin, expressive eyes, slightly arched brows, sharp oval face, and a sleek ponytail, coupled with her model-like, proportionate figure, she would undoubtedly be rated above 90 by any man. Yet what captivated Qin Lang the most was her aura. This woman seemed to possess an innate vigor, even in a cafeteria uniform. She exuded an air of confidence akin to that of a police officer, which perhaps explained why Zhao Taiju recognized her as a police officer at first glance. Unbeknownst to Bai Wuxia, Qin Lang was lamenting her intelligence. Observing Qin Lang's occasional twitches, she mistakenly attributed them to fear, and curiosity stirred within her. While delivering meals to Zhao Taiju, she had already gathered a rough understanding of his situation and that of the hostage. Therefore, she was not only aware of Qin Lang's basic information, but she also knew that his intelligence was lacking, having earned the nickname Qin the Fool. Holding on to this preconceived notion, she subconsciously formed a poor impression of him upon their first meeting. Little did she expect that this cowardly fool, whom she had underestimated, would remain calm and composed during such a perilous moment, engaging the ruthless criminal in clear and insightful conversation, ultimately dissuading Zhao Taiju from his murderous intent and saving her from danger. A true display of courage and intelligence. How could he possibly resemble the cowardly fool she had imagined? Yet in the blink of an eye, this previously composed young man now appeared terrified. The contradiction baffled Bai Wuxia, leaving her unable to comprehend the multifaceted nature of the young man before her. Nonetheless, out of gratitude for his earlier heroism and her duty, she softly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Just do as he says." Afraid? Qin Lang frowned at the word, feeling a sense of discomfort rise within him. Ignoring her, he expressionlessly began to wrap the ropes around her. After circling twice, just as he intended to bypass Bai Wuxia's hands to tie a knot, Zhao Taizu's expression soured. "Are you deaf? I told you to bind her completely. From head to toe. Every possible binding point must be utilized," Zhao Taiju shouted angrily. Reluctantly, Qin Lang had to restart, This time, he strictly adhered to Zhao Tieju's orders, wrapping the rope around Bai Wuxia's neck, then below her collarbone and across her chest. Although Qin Lang was no stranger to binding someone, he was not accustomed to it, and his hands inevitably moved clumsily, occasionally brushing against Bai Wuxia's body. As he tied the ropes across her chest, his fingers inadvertently grazed the hidden softness beneath, prompting an unexpected stir within him. "You, be careful." Bai Wuxia's face flushed slightly, not knowing when the faint blush had crept in. Noticing Qin Lang's head bowed, his ear nearly brushing against her lips, she lowered her voice. "Qin Lang, ignore his command for tight knots. Just pretend to bind me. Later, I will seize the opportunity to loosen the ropes and snatch the gun from him." Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Are you dreaming?" he retorted, his tone sharp. While he was not surprised that she knew his name, her suggestion infuriated him. If it weren't for her faltering at a critical moment, he wouldn't have found himself in such a perilous situation. If he followed her plan, who knew what chaos might ensue? He had managed to dissuade Zhao Taiju once, but he certainly couldn't count on a second chance. Therefore, he refused to grant her any opportunity to create trouble. "You!" Bai Wuxia was utterly unprepared for such a response. Her eyes wide in astonishment as she stared at Qin Lang. "What are you staring at? Behave yourself," he replied bluntly, returning her glare. "With your impulsive nature, I cannot entrust my life to you." Bai Wuxia's chest heaved with indignation. The bindings across her chest, concealed beneath the loose cafeteria uniform, were now fully accentuated, and with her rapid breathing, the prominent contours became particularly alluring. Damn it, the after-effects of possession are surfacing again. Qin Lang suppressed his inner turmoil, forcing his gaze away from Bai Wuxia's chest as he threaded the ropes beneath her hips and around her back. This moment, he was resolute. Not only would he tie a tight knot, but he would also ensure this woman was rendered immobile to prevent any interference. The rope passing through her sensitive area tightened as Qin Lang pulled the rope from behind, causing Bai Wuxia to instinctively gasp. As soon as the sound escaped her lips, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. She turned her head, her voice laced with anger. "Just wait. I will settle the score with you later. You'd better focus on whether you can survive first," Qin Lang scoffed, securing the ropes behind her hands with a tight knot. After completing the binding, he had no intention of admiring his handiwork and called out to Zhao Taiju, "It's done." By the time Qin Lang began readying, Zhao Taiju had already moved to the window, keeping an eye on the movements of the police outside while threatening Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia with his gun. Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhao Taiju turned around, his gaze lighting up when he saw Bai Wuxia, a lewd expression spreading across his face. That moment, Bai Wuxia indeed possessed an allure that would ignite a fire in any normal man. Thanks to Qin Lang's binding method, which accentuated her feminine features, her body was now on full display. Hidden beneath the loose cafeteria uniform, her figure had previously gone unnoticed, but now it was impossible to look away. Most importantly, such binding easily awakened the sadistic tendencies in certain pathological men, aligning perfectly with Zhao Tieju's deranged preferences. "Haha, excellent, well done. You're quite impressive, kid. Just to my liking." Zhao Taiju laughed heartily, praising Qin Lang before dragging the tightly bound Bai Wuxia to the window. With the gun pressed against her temple, Zhao Taiju shouted loudly to the crowd outside. "Did you all see? I have 2 lives in my hands now. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be shot." A collective gasp erupted from the onlookers. How could this be? Is that madman really that powerful? Even the police are no match for him. Most of today's police are inept. Can we expect anything from them? When that lunatic had a knife, he left a group of police powerless. Now that he has a gun, isn't he invincible? Various discussions arose among the gathered students and faculty. Those more timid began to retreat cautiously, for a gun is a lethal weapon at a distance, far surpassing any knife. The capture of a female officer, coupled with Zhao Tai's gun, escalated the hostage situation to a new level and instilled immense fear in the police officers present. All the officers felt their hearts tighten at the sight. Captain Gao inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that the hastily devised rescue plan would fail, resulting in his colleague falling into Zhao Tieju's clutches. More seriously, Zhao Taiju now possessed a gun, essentially handing the robber a bomb. Should the situation spiral out of control, it could lead to mutual destruction at any moment. Carelessness, utter carelessness. I should have realized that by Wuxia, who has just joined, is merely an inexperienced novice. How could I have been so foolish as to trust her academic achievements and assign her such a critical task? Captain Gao inhaled deeply, a significant portion of his cigarette consumed. As his temples throbbed with mounting guilt that moment, his phone rang abruptly, revealing a call from Director Huang of the Municipal Bureau. Assuming it to be an urgent directive, he hastily answered, to his dismay. The moment the phone was pressed to his ear, a frantic voice erupted from the other end, berating him mercilessly. Gao Feng, I could eat your heart out right now. After all these years as a policeman, have you learned nothing? Instead of sending someone capable, you choose by Wuxia. Have you lost your mind? Director Huang, I admit my oversight in this matter. However, I assure you, I will spare no effort to rescue Comrade by Wuxia. Captain Gao replied with a bitter smile. You assure me? What guarantee do you provide? Do you even understand by Wuxia's identity? If anything happens to her, not only will you be in trouble, but I too will lose my position that I am en route before I arrive. I demand that you stabilize the situation by any means necessary and ensure by Wuxia remains unharmed, or I will have you executed. The call was abruptly terminated. Clutching his phone, Captain Gao felt a profound sense of unease. He had never anticipated that the Bai Wuxia he personally recruited would possess such formidable connections. Had he known, he would never have dared to assign such a critical mission to her. Chapter 7. Ambiguity under the gun. Captain Gao, should we not consider a forced breakthrough if we do not take decisive action against Zhao Tieju's brazen arrogance? Those students will think little of us officers, one young detective suggested. Indeed, Captain Gao, I can no longer tolerate this. Even our colleagues have fallen into Zhao Tieju's hands. This indignity is unbearable, another chimed in. Captain Gao, let me take the lead. You know my marksmanship. One shot, and I can eliminate Zhao Tieju, a third insisted. Everyone, calm down. Gao Feng interjected firmly. Have you forgotten that Zhao Tieju is armed? Can you guarantee that Comrade by Wuxia and the hostages will not be harmed before you eliminate him? He decisively interrupted their fervor. I just received a call from above. The Bureau leadership is on their way. Until they arrive, we must ensure that the situation does not deteriorate further. Are we to simply watch idly, do nothing? One detective protested. Gao Feng shot him a piercing glare. Idly watching is preferable to acting recklessly. Let me remind you, now is not the time for rash actions. Enough chatter. Focus on your tasks. In the classroom, Zhao Tieju, witnessing the police outside fall silent, could not suppress his glee, laughing heartily. Delightful, absolutely delightful. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Qin Lang. Kid, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Thank goodness for your suggestion. Otherwise, I might have shot that woman just now and missed this spectacle of the police's humiliation. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Unable to pay attention to Zhao Tieju's words that he had accumulated about 40% of his strength, yet the dizziness in his mind intensified and the frequency of his body's convulsions increased. If this continued, he feared he would lose consciousness before he could unleash his power. If this situation persists, it could lead to disaster that I must find a way to alleviate it. Qin Lang was no longer concerned with the reasons behind his predicament. He bit his tongue to stay alert while racking his brain for a solution. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the bag of food Bai Wuxia had previously mentioned, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Food is the best source of energy and vitality. Although ordinary food may not yield much, it could sustain him through the current ordeal. Just as he thought this, his stomach grumbled in response. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was precisely loud enough for Zhao Tieju to hear. Zhao Tieju's brow furrowed. I almost forgot. I haven't eaten yet. With that, he glanced reluctantly at Bai Wuxia. Although she was a feast for the eyes, he knew that mere beauty could not satiate hunger. Despite his madness, Zhao Tieju was not foolish and could discern priorities that he gave a shove, causing the injured Bai Wuxia to stumble towards Qin Lang. This time, Bai Wuxia remained remarkably composed, making no sound of alarm. Qin Lang initially thought to let her suffer a bit, but found no point in quarreling with such a woman that as she fell, he instinctively caught her by the waist. Let go of me, she protested. still unsteady. Fine. Qin Lang, having extended his hand out of goodwill, felt no inclination to show mercy when she rebuffed him. With a thud, Bai Wuxia fell to the ground without his support. This minor impact was trivial to someone as well-trained as Bai Wuxia. But she inwardly seethed at Qin Lang's cold demeanor. Qin Lang, I will remember this. Once I get through this ordeal, you will regret it. Finally stabilizing herself on the ground, she silently vowed vengeance. You must be hungry too. Kid, go grab a meal from that bag and test if these police have poisoned it. Zhao Taizu instructed, gun pointed at Qin Lang. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang hesitated not a moment longer. He rushed to the bag, retrieved a portion of food, and without bothering with chopsticks, began devouring it with his hands. His voraciousness resembled that of a starving ghost. Eating so heartily, yet not fearing the food could be poisoned, Bai Wuxia muttered under her breath, unable to contain herself. What did you say? Zhao Tieju's expression instantly darkened, and he aimed his gun at Bai Wuxia. Regret washed over her. In this moment of reckless bravado, she had provoked Zhao Taiju, placing her life at risk. What a foolish woman! Qin Lang thought bitterly as he stepped forward, holding the food box in front of Bai Wuxia. He forcefully shoved a rice ball dipped in sauce in her mouth. Closing her lips and compelling her to swallow, as he released her, she choked, tears welling in her eyes. Ha ha ha! Zhao Taiju roared with laughter. Qin Lang's actions not only alleviating his earlier irritation, but also dispelling his suspicions. He gave Qin Lang a thumbs up. Good, good. What you've done truly pleases me. Now that we've all eaten, if the food is poisoned, we'll go down together. Once Bai Wuxia regained her composure, she dared not speak further, staring at Qin Lang with teary eyes. Qin Lang, however, had no time to indulge her. His focus was entirely on the food in his hands, for whether it was poisoned. He harbored no concerns as a top-tier alchemist. He could discern the food's safety merely by scent. After consuming a portion, Qin Lang felt invigorated, his dizziness significantly subsiding, though the gnawing hunger in his stomach persisted. He unconsciously glanced at the remaining meals in the bag, licking his lips as he turned to Zhao Taiju. Shall I try another portion for you? Zhao Taiju, already tempted by Qin Lang's ravenous eating, would have pounced on the opportunity to feast had it not been for his reservations. Now that Qin Lang expressed a desire for more, he promptly refused. You've eaten it all. What will I eat? Since you've finished, squat beside this wench and wait 10 minutes that I want to see if there's any slow-acting poison in the food. Disappointed, Qin Lang complied, squatting next to Bai Wuxia that he found Zhao Tieju's caution amusing. This guy is genuinely terrified of death. With such a weak resolve, how can he commit such a serious crime? Little did he know, this was indicative of Zhao Tieju's unstable mental state. He feared for his life, yet acted recklessly. Of course, had he not been beaten by Qian Dabi and provoked by Bai Wuxia, he wouldn't have lost his sanity. As for the current standoff with the police, even Zhao Taiju was likely unclear about his motivations. He instinctively believed that without hostages, he would be shot, and to avoid that fate, he had to continue holding hostages and opposing the police. For a person with his mental condition, contemplating a resolution was far beyond his capacity. 10 minutes could pass in the blink of an eye or stretch into an eternity. For Zhao Taiju, those 10 minutes would not pass swiftly that he first inched to the window, observing the police outside. Seeing them all staring, paralyzed with fear, his confidence grew. Returning his gaze to Bai Wuxia, a lewd expression spread across his face. Women in the city are just so alluring. Damn it, I've never had a city girl. Mei Yuyan didn't even let me touch her. If I could just have a go with this policewoman, wouldn't that be the ultimate pleasure? The two individuals were so engrossed in each other, showing no signs of any poison being involved. It appeared that these wretched police officers had indeed prepared a meal for me without any foul play. With this thought in mind, Zhao Taiju, unable to endure his hunger any longer, seized a bag from the ground and pulled out a box of rice. Devouring it with a ravenous zeal that surpassed even Qin Lang's earlier dining habits he ate, he simultaneously directed the actions of the two individuals at this moment. Both Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia seemed to have forgotten their original intentions. Oblivious to the threat posed by Zhao Tieju's firearm, wholly immersed in their passionate kiss. Outside the window, the crowd of onlookers among the students and teachers changed continuously, for it was mealtime, and only a handful of students could withstand their hunger. unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to witness a campus hostage situation. The police, too, had little inclination to eat. The longer the situation dragged on, the more severe the repercussions of this campus abduction became, and the weight of pressure they bore grew heavier. Without rescuing their colleague and the hostages, how could they possibly find the appetite to eat? Suddenly, a police car blared its siren and sped onto the scene. Gao Feng, who had already finished a pack of cigarettes in a short time, upon seeing the license plate, immediately tossed aside his cigarette butt and rushed over. Director Huang. Gao Feng eagerly opened the car door. Out stepped a short, plump, middle-aged man, who, despite having arrived by car, glistened with sweat as if he had just run a marathon. The sparse strands of hair on his balding head clung to his scalp. Drenched. Gao Feng. Oh, Gao Feng, what can I say to you? I held you in high regard, yet you have truly disappointed me. Director Huang stepped out of the car, jabbing a finger at Gao Feng with a look of utter disdain. Gao Feng wore a dry, bitter expression. Director Huang, please feel free to criticize me. I am regretting it deeply. Had I known Bai Wuxia's background was so significant, I would never have allowed her to come into direct contact with the hijackers. Regret is useless, Director Huang snapped, nearly poking Gao Feng in the forehead with his finger. Director Bai has gone to the capital for a meeting, and I can't reach him that if he finds out he entrusted his daughter to me only for her to encounter such a situation. My hat will be nothing but a burden. Ah, Director Bai, could it be that Bai Wuxia's father is? Gao Feng's expression turned to one of shock that he had speculated about Bai Wuxia's background before, but never imagined it to be this substantial. No wonder Director Huang was so frantic upon hearing of Bai Wuxia's predicament, abandoning his meeting in haste to return. Such a prominent figure, yet reduced to being just a pawn in this situation. What a torment. Gao Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. All right, since the incident has already occurred, the most crucial task now is to remedy the situation, transforming this misfortune into something positive. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Director Huang spoke urgently. What is the current status? Is there any possibility of persuading the hijacker to surrender or eliminating him? Gao Feng promptly composed himself and briefed Director Huang on the situation. After listening, Director Huang's brow furrowed deeply. From what you say, aside from persuading him to surrender, there is virtually no chance of taking down Zhao Taizhu. Gao Feng nodded. The classroom where Zhao Taizhu is holed up has only one side with a window, and he is constantly monitoring the movements outside from that very window, making it impossible for us to carry out a long-range sniper attack or a flanking maneuver. Then we must negotiate. As long as he is willing to release the hostages, we can agree to any terms. Director Huang stated emphatically. Gao Feng chuckled bitterly, realizing that if Zhao Taizhu were willing to negotiate, this situation would not have become so complicated. Hand me the megaphone. I will speak to him personally, Director Huang instructed. Gao Feng passed him the megaphone, and Director Huang made his way toward the cordon. Chapter 9. Fistfight along the way, the police officers saluted and greeted him, but Director Huang paid them no mind. Striding swiftly to the edge of the cordon, that he raised the megaphone and called out to the classroom ahead, Comrade Zhao Taizhu, I am Huang Zhongtian, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I assure you that if you agree to release the hostages, I will grant you any conditions you require. After a prolonged silence, the police outside resumed communication, this time with the self-proclaimed director. Zhao Taizhu, who had just finished his meal and was contentedly burping, immediately became furious. Damn it, do you think just because a big shot shows up, I will be intimidated? Gripping his gun, Zhao Taizhu strode over to the window and shouted, To hell with you! If police could be trusted, even a sow could climb a tree. It doesn't matter if you're Huang Zhongtian or the Emperor. I won't spare you a glance. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The students and teachers entertained by Zhao Taizhu's words. Unfazed by the embarrassment, Huang Zhongtian calmly replied, Comrade Zhao Taizhu, consider me an older brother. Share your grievances with me, and I will certainly advocate for you. As long as you release the hostages, I guarantee your safety. Nonsense. Don't think I'm foolish. While I have hostages in hand, you all want to shoot. Without hostages, how can I survive? Right now, I have hostages and a gun. If you filthy police want to kill me, we can go down together. Zhao Taizhu spat, suddenly turning to glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia had already ceased their affectionate actions. The restrained Bai Wuxia half leaning against Qin Lang, her complexion flushed and her eyes dazed. Upon seeing Bai Wuxia's alluring appearance, Zhao Taizhu broke into a sinister grin and abruptly shouted out the window, "I've changed my mind. I have a request. I wonder if you, Huang, can comply." "Speak," Huang Zhongtian replied, his spirits lifting. "I want to have my way with this female police officer. I request your approval, O head of the police." Zhao Tieju's laughter echoed, growing louder with each word. Huang Zhongtian's expression darkened to an extreme. If Zhao Taizhu were to follow through with such an act, even if Bai Wuxiao were ultimately rescued, he would find no favorable outcome for himself. Realizing this, his composure began to unravel. Shedding his previous facade of calmness, he shouted, "Zhao Taizhu, let me tell you, if you dare to do this, death will be your only outcome. Not only you, but your family will also face consequences. You better think this through." "Director Huang, you can't." Gao Feng, who had overheard Huang Zhongtian's words, rushed to intervene. But it was too late, as expected. Zhao Taizhu, who had been leaning against the window, furrowed his brow in rage. The threat to his family driving him to the brink of madness. Without a second thought, he strode over to Qin Lang and kicked him hard. "You get out of my way!" Qin Lang was sent sprawling, and the now unsupported Bai Wuxia collapsed to the ground. Zhao Taizhu began to unbuckle his belt, an action that left no doubt as to his intentions. Outside, Huang Zhongtian's voice drifted back in, this time returning to a tone of calm entreaty, as he realized his previous approach had been flawed. However, Zhao Taizhu, now devoid of reason, had no reservations left. The blush on Bai Wuxia's face vanished, leaving her pallid as she looked at Zhao Taizhu in a panic, shouting, "What are you doing? Get away, get away. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to have my way with you." Zhao Taizhu licked his cracked lips, a menacing smile creeping onto his face, his belt already undone, as he unzipped his trousers while pressing his foot down on Bai Wuxia's knee. Bai Wuxia struggled fiercely, but her entire body was bound. And with Zhao Tieju's foot pinning her knee, she found herself helpless against his grasp. "Even in death, I will not allow you to insult me." Bai Wuxia suddenly ceased her struggles, fixing her cold gaze upon Zhao Taizhu. "That's not up to you. If this kid can be intimate with you, why can't I?" Zhao Taizhu sneered, beginning to remove his pants. Bai Wuxia turned to look at Qin Lang, in that moment. She wished more than anything for Qin Lang to rise as a hero, to defeat the madman Zhao Taizhu, to hold her in his arms and assert that there was only one person in this world who could ever bully her, and that was him alone. Yet, she knew this was impossible, that a frail, ordinary boy stood no chance against a strong, deranged adult man, especially with a gun in Zhao Tieju's hands. Despair washed over her. Scenes from her life over the past 20 years flashed through her mind. At 5, her mother had held her hand to take her to kindergarten, soothing her cries with gentle words, still echoing in her ears. At 8, after watching A Chinese Odyssey, she excitedly told her brother that her ideal man was a great hero who would one day come to marry her on a rainbow. Her brother had laughed for a long time. At 10, she celebrated the saddest birthday of her life in a hospital, where her mother sang her a birthday song, never to awaken again. At 12, she and her father had returned to their hometown, catching a chill. One night, she developed a high fever, and her father carried her for miles through the mountains to find a clinic. At 15, she received her first love letter from a boy, reading it over and over while hiding under the covers, only to tell him the next day that he was not her hero. At 18, the news of her brother's heroic sacrifice while apprehending a fugitive left her unable to smile for half a year. Taking a deep breath, Bai Wuxia slowly closed her eyes. "Farewell, father. Farewell, my dream of being a police officer. Farewell, my never-to-appear ideal man. Farewell to everything." Bai Wuxia bit down on her tongue, as she was about to end her life in the agonizing manner of biting her tongue, seeking to escape the humiliation. A sudden cacophony of fists striking flesh echoed in her ears. Bang, bang, bang. "Damn it, you little brat, you're tired of living, daring to hit me. I'll take your life." Thud, thud. "Quick, let go of my hand or it'll break." The sounds of the scuffle continuously reached Bai Wuxia's ears, and she opened her eyes in astonishment, the scene before her rendering her utterly speechless. She saw Qin Lang, at some point, having managed to twist Zhao Tieju's arm, pinning him firmly to the ground while his other hand pummeled Zhao Tieju's head like a relentless rain of fists. The gun in Zhao Tieju's hand had somehow fallen beside the window. Now disarmed, Zhao Tieju, at the mercy of Qin Lang, screamed in agony. "You dared to threaten me. You dared to intimidate me. Bang, bang, bang. In all my years, no one has ever held a knife to my throat. Bang, bang, bang. You dare touch the women I've touched. Bang, bang, bang." Qin Lang seemed tireless, his fists heavy and swift in mere moments. Zhao Tieju was left dazed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Bai Wuxia could hardly believe her eyes. Was this truly the same frail and powerless young man from before? Was this the same cowardly boy? My heavens, could it be that I am hallucinating? At this moment, Qin Lang exuded an aura of lethal intent, resembling a blood-soaked executioner who had taken countless lives, appearing exceedingly fearsome. In contrast, Zhao Tieju had become a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter before him. Bai Wuxia could not reconcile the image of the timid young man she had known with the fearsome figure before her. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless and muffled sound of punches continued for over 10 minutes before Qin Lang finally ceased his assault. Utterly exhausted on the ground, Zhao Tieju lay limp, devoid of any sign of life, having been brutally beaten to death by Qin Lang. His entire head was grotesquely deformed, drenched in blood, a testament to the brutality of Qin Lang's methods. Chapter 10. Establishing merit outside. Huang Zhongtian's persuasive voice had long since faded, leaving the classroom in silence, broken only by the sound of Qin Lang's heavy breathing. You killed him." Bai Wuxia snapped back to reality from her shock. Gazing wide-eyed at Qin Lang, she could never have imagined that this seemingly weak young man had so brutally dispatched a strong, irrational thug. Yet, all she could see on Qin Lang's face was exhaustion. There was no hint of discomfort from taking a life, as if he had grown accustomed to the act of reaping lives like a seasoned executioner. What a ruthless individual he is. Bai Wuxia felt an unprecedented sense of fear towards a man. If I hadn't killed him, would you have preferred to watch him violate you? Should I have waited for those police outside to rush in, only for him to shoot and take us both down? Qin Lang retorted sharply. The killing of Zhao Tieju had been a long-considered plan of his. In that moment, if he had not acted, he would have willingly watched Bai Wuxia suffer. Perhaps an hour ago, he might have been indifferent to Zhao Tieju's beastly actions, believing an unrelated woman unworthy of his intervention. However, after their intimate encounter, the usually disinterested Qin Lang experienced subtle changes within. He could not articulate these changes, only knowing that she was someone he had touched, if others were to touch her. It would be a desecration in his eyes. It was akin to a renowned painter not allowing anyone to deface his work. Hearing such words, Bai Wuxia felt her heartstrings tugged. She suddenly recalled Qin Lang's earlier declaration during his furious assault. "You dare touch the women I have touched." Her heart seemed to be filled with a fine wine. Her cheeks flushing, she pondered silently. Indeed, his ferocity and violence were all to save me, weren't they? The hero I have always yearned for should be someone willing to stand against the world for my sake. A paragon of valor. With this thought, when she looked at Qin Lang again, her fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of enchantment. He appeared to her as a towering figure of extraordinary strength and valor. "You seem to be breathing heavily. Are you injured?" Seeing Qin Lang leaning on his knee, gasping for breath, Bai Wuxia immediately expressed concern. "It's nothing. Just exerted myself too much, feeling a bit unwell." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Just moments ago, he had forced his body to act, his strength barely reaching 70%, still a step away from fully unleashing his potential, that he had been worried that he might not be able to subdue Zhao Tieju and face a counterattack. So he concentrated all his strength for that instant. Now, utterly drained, the sensation of weakness washed over him, and waves of dizziness surged in his mind. Truly, this body is frail. Qin Lang sighed inwardly, profoundly disappointed with his current physical capabilities. Outside, several minutes had passed without any sound from the police. Qin Lang glanced at Zhao Tieju's corpse on the floor, steeling himself to approach it. You're not going to desecrate the corpse, are you? You've already killed him. Why do that?" Bai Wuxia evidently misunderstood Qin Lang's intentions. Desecrate the corpse? Qin Lang found her thoughts somewhat amusing. While killing was a routine occurrence for him, He had not yet descended to the level of post-mortem desecration. When those police come in, do you think they'll see Zhao Taizhu like this and assume you were violated? Qin Lang pointed at Zhao Taizhu's body, a wry smile playing on his lips as he asked Bai Wuxia. Ah! Bai Wuxia gasped, suddenly realizing what Qin Lang meant. Although Zhao Taizhu was dead, he had unbuckled his belt and removed his pants before dying, in the eyes of those outside. Even if she was innocent, how could she avoid leaving behind a scandalous narrative? Thank you. Bai Wuxia gazed gratefully at Qin Lang, her heart brimming with sweetness. This little man had thought of her so thoroughly, even considering something she had overlooked. Qin Lang nimbly dressed Zhao Taizhu's corpse, fastening the belt, and only after completing this did he turn to Bai Wuxia and say, "By the way, there is something I need your help with." "Speak." Bai Wuxia nodded eagerly. "When those police come in, don't tell them Zhao Taizhu died by my hand. Just say it was you. For you, this will certainly be a significant achievement," Qin Lang stated. "No way." Bai Wuxiao instinctively shook her head. Just beginning her career in law enforcement, she automatically adhered to professional ethics. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she sensed the impropriety. This little man had risked everything to save her, and he was still considering her interests. More importantly, they had shared such intimate moments. To reject even this small request seemed excessively callous. Thus, she hastily amended, "But rest assured, Zhao Taizhu got what he deserved. Even if you killed him, there will be no repercussions that if anyone tries to trouble you. I will help you sort it out." By the end, Bai Wuxiao exhibited a formidable confidence. She indeed had the means to ensure that even if Qin Lang had committed murder, he would evade legal repercussions. Is it truly impossible? Qin Lang furrowed his brow, but he was not overly concerned with societal laws. He simply wished to avoid drawing attention from the police or unrelated individuals due to this incident. Currently, he lacked the ability to protect himself, so he needed to proceed with utmost caution. "This really isn't possible," Bai Wuxiao replied, torn. Then it seems this matter is beyond your control." Qin Lang suddenly smiled faintly. Stepping towards the window, wrapping his hand in his sleeve to pick up the fallen gun. After a brief inspection, he returned to Bai Wuxia's side. What are you going to do?" Bai Wuxia tensed, unable to comprehend Qin Lang's actions. What else? Since you refuse to comply with my request, I must ensure that this merit is firmly established on your behalf." Qin Lang's finger, through the fabric of his sleeve, pressed against the trigger. The gun's safety had long been disengaged by Zhao Taizhu, who was familiar with firearms. As soon as the trigger was pulled, it would fire. Bai Wuxia froze, just as her mind struggled to catch up. The gun went off. Bang! Qin Lang pulled the trigger. Though it was his first encounter with such a lethal weapon, the memories left by the body's original owner provided ample cinematic references, ensuring he was not entirely clueless to at such close range. With the foundation of a practitioner, Qin Lang effortlessly sent the bullet into Zhao Taizhu's head. However, the gun's powerful recoil nearly caused him to lose his grip. Leaving his hand numb after the shot dead on the ground, Zhao Taizhu's head was blown apart, blood and brains spilling everywhere. Bai Wuxia stood there, utterly dazed, staring blankly at the gruesome corpse. Although she had previously been taken to view scenes of executions and various death photographs in police academy, and had grown accustomed to the visual shocks of corpses, she still felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Qin Lang rubbed his tingling hand, taking advantage of Bai Wuxia's stupor to approach her from behind. With a deft twist, he loosened the rope binding her, easily pulling it away. Next, he wrapped the gun handle in his sleeve and placed it into Bai Wuxia's hand. After completing these tasks, as he gazed at Bai Wuxia, still lost in thought, Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head. With such a lack of quality, it was no wonder that the police outside were nothing but useless. He squatted down behind Bai Wuxia, deftly tying a knot with the rope around his hands, silently calculating the time until the police would barge in. Outside the window, after the crisp sound of gunfire, all noise fell silent, leaving an eerie stillness. Huang Zhongtian, who had been anxiously discussing strategies with Gao Feng, suddenly felt a wave of concern as Zhao Taizhu's ominous proclamation was followed by an unsettling silence lasting over 10 minutes. He couldn't help but worry whether the deranged Zhao Taizhu might indeed carry out the humiliating actions he had threatened against Bai Wuxia. This was a matter of life and death. In the face of their mounting despair, Huang Zhongtian clenched his teeth and resolved to issue a reckless breakthrough order. After all, with his position on the line, he might as well take the risk. Perhaps eliminating Zhao Taiju before he could harm Bai Wuxia. However, just as he was about to give the command, gunfire erupted suddenly. The sound froze Huang Zhongtian in place, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as his complexion turned ashen. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Recovering his senses, Huang Zhongtian bellowed hoarsely at the equally stunned Gao Feng, leading the charge through the police cordon towards the classroom. Nearly 200 pounds of weight propelled him forward with surprising agility. Gao Feng, gun in hand, followed closely behind, and the other officers, recovering from their shock, quickly took up their weapons and followed suit. While the police advanced, the gathered students and teachers instinctively retreated at the sound of gunfire, signaling an alarming loss of control over the scene. Chapter 11. Home. With a loud crash, the classroom door was flung open, and a group of officers clad in bulletproof vests surged in, enclosing a stocky figure. "Don't move! Raise your hands!" A dozen handguns and submachine guns revealed their menacing muzzles through the riot shields. Bai Wuxia, awakening from her stupor, hastily pointed at the corpse on the floor, exclaiming, "Don't shoot! Zhao Taiju is already dead." As the words escaped her lips, she was startled to discover that she was holding a gun and that the ropes binding her had mysteriously vanished. Turning around, she saw Qin Lang crouched behind her, head bowed, his hands tied with rope, presenting the image of a helpless hostage. That moment. If she still failed to comprehend the situation, it would indeed be foolish. Clearly, Qin Lang's prior actions had been aimed at solidifying her achievement. Truly, heaven has blessed me. Seeing Bai Wuxia safe and sound, Huang Zhongtian finally exhaled the breath he had been holding in the current situation. No one present could doubt that Bai Wuxia had seized Zhao Tieju's weapon at the critical moment and shot him dead. Huang Zhongtian thought to himself, "At least my official hat is safe now." Ignoring the fact that Bai Wuxia was still pointing the gun, he pushed through the crowd and strode toward her, his face adorned with genuine concern as he said, "Comrade Wuxia, I apologize for the shock you've endured. This is my failure as the chief. Furthermore, your bravery in risking your life to eliminate the kidnapper, Zhao Taiju, and save the hostage will not go unnoticed." The chief's words immediately defined the scene, not only affirming Bai Wuxia's merits, but also erasing the earlier blunder of her being captured and losing her weapon to Zhao Taiju. "Oh, no!" Bai Wuxia attempted to explain, but upon seeing Huang's exaggeratedly concerned face and the colleagues closing in, she realized that no amount of explanation would suffice. Much like Qin Lang had previously indicated, this was beyond her control. Soon, she became the center of attention, surrounded by her colleagues showering her with concern and praise. Even reporters who caught wind of the story rushed into the classroom, clamoring to thrust microphones into her hands for interviews. Within moments, the once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices, the lingering scent of blood nearly drowned out by the commotion. Qin Lang stood silently at the back of the crowd, completely overlooked, which was precisely his intention. He did not wish to be the focus of attention, nor did he want the officers to know that he was the one who had taken down Zhao Taiju. Mei Yuyan, unbeknownst to him, had also entered the classroom. Upon seeing medical personnel tending to Zhao Tieju's body, her complexion paled, and she instinctively walked over, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Taiju, I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea it would come to this. Well, I'm so sorry." She wept beside Zhao Tieju's corpse. Medical staff had already covered his body with a white sheet, concealing the gruesome sight of his head. Witnessing the beautiful Mei Yuyan in such distress, a compassionate male medical worker consoled her. "Death is irreversible. May you find solace in your grief." Zhao Tieju's body was soon lifted onto a stretcher and carried away. Mei Yuyan crouched on the ground, sobbing like a lost child. "Teacher Mei, could you do me a favor?" Qin Lang, not far away, called softly. Mei Yuyan looked up, her tear-streaked face evoking deep sympathy. She choked back a few sobs. Managing to dry her eyes, and after a sniffle, stood up to approach Qin Lang, feeling guilty. "Qin Lang, I'm so sorry for the shock you've endured. It's nothing to be concerned about. Besides, this was Zhao Tieju's own doing. It has nothing to do with you," Qin Lang replied, shaking his head. Being so close to the object of the original owner's affections, his heart raced uncontrollably. suppressing his erratic heartbeat. He inquired, "Could you help me untie the rope?" "Ah!" Only then did Mei Yuyan notice the rope still binding Qin Lang's hands, and her guilt deepened. She nodded quickly. "All right, I'll help you." The ropes were swiftly undone, and Qin Lang stood up that in truth, he could have easily untied them himself. He merely wanted to feign helplessness. Feeling a sense of obligation, Mei Yuyan added, "Qin Lang, I bear significant responsibility for this incident. If you need any compensation, I will do my utmost to meet your needs." Qin Lang shook his head, abruptly patting her shoulder. "I don't require any compensation, and you needn't feel guilty that don't dwell on Zhao Tieju's death too heavily. Look forward, and everything will be all right." As he withdrew his hand, he suddenly recalled his current status as a student, finding the gesture towards an older teacher somewhat inappropriate. However, in her sorrow, Mei Yuyan did not notice this. Nor was she aware of how Qin Lang, who once struggled to articulate his thoughts, now spoke with such clarity and fluency. "Thank you." Mei Yuyan nodded, her expression somber. "By the way, Teacher Mei, could you help me request a leave from school? I am feeling a bit unwell and would like to go home and rest." Qin Lang said that he genuinely felt quite unwell. The dizziness in his head had not subsided, and he was utterly fatigued, longing for a place to sleep immediately. "I'll accompany you to the hospital. The ambulance is right here," Mei Yuyan replied, noticing Qin Lang's poor condition and feeling a bit uneasy. "There is no need for a hospital. I'm merely exhausted from the stress." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Mei Yuyan was about to insist further when, at that moment, Qin Dabing appeared, buzzing around her like a fly and monopolizing her attention. Realizing that if he did not leave soon, he might be unable to escape once the officers regained their composure. Qin Lang seized the opportunity to quietly slip into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. When Mei Yuyan finally extricated herself from Qin Dabing's grasp and attempted to find Qin Lang again, he was nowhere to be found. After managing to handle her colleagues and the reporters, Bai Wuxia also began searching for Qin Lang's figure, feeling annoyed that he had so swiftly shifted the credit to her while slipping away. "If it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't be cleaning up this mess for you." After leaving the school, Qin Lang followed his memory to the not-so-distant Nanshan Alley. Surrounding Nanshan Alley were old-style houses, while lacking many modern elements compared to new residential areas. They exuded a sense of cultural warmth. Qin Lang resided here, or rather, it was his other home, since his father, who happened to be the original owner of this body, had prospered. The family had moved into a villa in a high-end neighborhood of Pingan City. The old house in Nanshan Alley was where his father lived with his biological mother before achieving success, and it had remained uninhabited for over a decade. The foolish Qin Lang had moved into this old house during his senior year of high school, seeking solitude from the troubles inflicted upon him by his stepmother. His father had initially opposed this move, but eventually relented, partly because the old house was close to Qin Lang's school at first. His father even hired a housekeeper, but the foolish Qin Lang had sent her away, for the house held too many memories of his deceased mother and childhood for him to allow anyone else to intrude upon this sacred space. Fortunately, despite the dim-wittedness of the simple-minded Qin Lang, he has not sunk so low as to lack even the ability for self-care. In fact, during his childhood, his father was preoccupied with business, and at that time, he had neither a stepmother nor any relatives such as grandparents or other kin. Consequently, he often found himself taking care of his own needs, acquiring many life skills during that period. His father, recognizing this, tacitly approved of his independence. Nowadays, this arrangement has turned into an unexpected boon for the new Qin Lang, as he relishes solitude. Living alone allows him the freedom to act without concern for others. Moreover, as he has just assumed control of this body, he has yet to fully comprehend many aspects of it and has not completely accepted it as his own. Thus, it is not yet the time for him to interact with the original owner's family. With a creaking sound, the rickety gate of the courtyard swung open at Qin Lang's push, revealing a modest courtyard adorned with a large locust tree. Beneath the tree sat a stone table accompanied by 2 stone benches. This residence resembled a traditional Sihiyuan, albeit on a much smaller scale, with architectural features distinctly reflecting regional characteristics. After closing the gate, Qin Lang made his way directly to the central room. Upon entering, he was too exhausted to take in his surroundings. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he felt as though he could fall asleep at any moment, but he groggily located the bed, collapsed onto it, and fell into a deep slumber. But he slept soundly until the dead of night, when hunger roused him from his slumber, the singular thought in his mind being the need to eat. Following his memory, he opened the refrigerator, which was brimming with food. Without a second thought for cooking, he indulged in a haphazard feast of whatever he could grasp and consume. By the time he patted his satisfied belly and let out a contented belch, he had nearly emptied the fridge of all readily edible items. Chapter 12. Short-lived since I began my cultivation, it seems I have not felt such hunger for an eternity, Qin Lang remarked with a self-deprecating smile. However, upon returning to bed, he found sleep elusive as the events of the day replayed in his mind, leaving him with a surreal sense of disorientation. Shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts, he opted to sit up once more. Although the gnawing hunger had dissipated, a lingering sense of weakness remained. The exertion from his earlier confrontation had drained nearly all his energy, and he had yet to fully recuperate. Contemplating the various peculiar symptoms exhibited by this body, Qin Lang furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "It is time for a thorough examination." Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hands to meticulously feel every bone from head to toe. This process lasted nearly half an hour, and when his palms finally left the last bone, a grim expression settled on his face. Low bone density, structural imbalance, and bone age significantly exceeding chronological age. Exhibiting signs of aging. What kind of abuse has this simple-minded Qin Lang endured to be reduced to such a state? Qin Lang sighed, deeply disappointed by the condition of this nearly decrepit body. Yet, recognizing that he was now the master of this vessel, he steeled himself and began a more profound self-assessment. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed, raising his hands above his head, interlocking his fingers atop the biweed point, and became completely still. This was a relatively rudimentary method for inspecting the internal state of his body, known as the 5-Qi observation method. In the realm of Danding, it is believed that the physical body is constructed from 5 vital energies, and the biweed point serves as a window connecting these energies to the body. Through this window, one can gain a basic understanding of the internal condition. Typically, only mundane doctors would employ such a method for diagnosing patients, while cultivators would not resort to such elementary techniques for self-examination. However, for the current Qin Lang, the 5-Qi observation method was the only approach available to him. As it does not require any foundational cultivation, any ordinary person who grasps the correct technique can utilize it effectively. Qin Lang conducted his examination with great care, scrutinizing every organ, every meridian, and every blood vessel. What is this?" he suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting as he detected an inexplicable energy within his sea of consciousness. This enigmatic energy was deeply concealed and exhibited no abnormalities. Had he not been meticulous in his examination, he might have easily overlooked it. Could this be a remnant of the original owner of this body? Qin Lang pondered aloud, beginning to closely observe the mysterious energy. Soon, he reached a conclusion. This energy was certainly not a residue left by the original owner, but rather something that had accompanied him during his possession of this body. The consciousness of his original self was gradually melding with that of the former owner, while this peculiar energy remained distinctly separate, existing in a closed state. Could it be that my inexplicable transmigration and possession are somehow linked to this unidentified energy? Qin Lang could not help but entertain this suspicion. Yet, the nature of this enigmatic energy remained elusive. He wished to delve deeper into its essence, but alas, the 5-Qi observation method did not afford him that capability. Such a riddle would take time to unravel. Never mind, since this mysterious energy is currently docile and poses no immediate threat, I shall set it aside for the time being. Qin Lang, not wishing to dwell on it further, decisively abandoned the idea of probing deeper. After devoting a full hour and a half to meticulously examining his internal state, he finally lowered his hands from above his head, his face betraying nothing but a wry smile. This was a body suffering from extreme innate depletion, nearly extinguished in vitality. The majority of its meridians were blocked, its life force nearly extinguished, and it relied solely on the burning of its life essence to sustain itself. Qin Lang finally understood why he had been able to successfully possess this body. for it is only when the target of possession is on the brink of death or has recently passed that the likelihood of successful possession is greatly enhanced. The original owner of this body was indeed a dying individual. Had Qin Lang not intervened, this body would have had at most a year left to live. Point 1. Can only imagine how a body on the verge of collapse could possibly harbor a vibrant life force. How could its bones escape the ravages of aging? How could its body not be frail? Qin Lang shook his head quietly, a mixture of amusement and sorrow washing over him. No wonder during the day. A simple exercise in breathing nearly caused me to faint. The life force of this body was already on the verge of depletion, and even the minimal energy required for the transformation breathing technique was enough to send it into turmoil. Through the examination of memories, he discovered the cause of the body's premature aging. That it turned out that when the simple-minded Qin Lang was born, he suffered complications during delivery, resulting not only in cognitive impairments, but also in the underdevelopment of his internal meridians. Doctors initially believed he would not survive. However, his father, unwilling to give up, sought treatment far and wide, clinging to the hope that this child was the last gift from his beloved deceased wife. Eventually, he managed to keep Qin Lang alive. Nevertheless, even as he grew, the simple-minded Qin Lang remained frail and frequently fell ill. Yet in recent years, he had oddly not experienced any sickness, which was one reason his father had not opposed his decision to live independently. Unfortunately, his father remained oblivious to the reality that this was not a sign of improvement, but rather a manifestation akin to a fleeting glimmer of life before the final extinguishment. Being a fool is one thing, but to have such a short lifespan is truly tragic. Qin Lang lamented for the simple-minded Qin Lang. However, he could not evade the stark reality that he had usurped this identity, in other words. He was now the former simple-minded Qin Lang. His possession had not fundamentally altered this body. Only the soul had changed. The one-year lifespan remained the limit for this vessel. Qin Lang silently contemplated his future, resolving to return to the path of cultivation and alchemy. Only through this could he regain his strength and restore his former glory, rather than descend into the life of an ordinary mortal. Furthermore, the coveted Jimmy Shindan had always been his goal. Even if he was no longer in the danding realm, he would not relinquish that ambition. However, to concoct the Jimmy Shindan, he required formidable cultivation as a foundation, making cultivation an imperative endeavor. Yet, to cultivate, one must possess a healthy and robust body. Given the current state of this nearly extinguished and frail body, survival itself would be a challenge, let alone cultivation. The matter of training can be postponed. Although I have lost all my cultivation and must start anew, my prior experience will undoubtedly expedite the process, allowing me to catch up swiftly. However, I must first address the issue of my short lifespan and restore my body to a state of health, enabling it to withstand the rigors of cultivation. Resolutely making up his mind, Qin Lang began to contemplate solutions that, if it were the former simple-minded Qin Lang, he would have no other recourse but to wait for death. Even the most skilled physician would be unable to treat such a condition. However, for the current Qin Lang, the situation was decidedly different. As a top-tier alchemist, he could refine elixirs capable of mending the bodies of cultivators. Restoring the health of a mere mortal was hardly a challenge for him. Thus, this was not an insurmountable problem. In a brief moment, dozens of recipes for elixirs to regulate the body, clear the meridians, and bolster life essence flitted through Qin Lang's mind. Yet he swiftly dismissed each one in turn, due to the fact that these pills can either only be effective for cultivators with a certain level of skill, or their potency is so vigorous that they require a formidable life essence to subdue. Given Qin Lang's current state, the immediate consumption of these pills would lead to his demise. I must find a pill suitable for my current physical condition. Qin Lang pondered deeply. Suddenly, a formula flashed through his mind, and his eyes brightened. The 14-herb muscle-nourishing soup. This is it that he quickly confirmed his choice, that it is a concoction made from 14 ingredients, suitable for both internal consumption and external application. Its medicinal properties are exceedingly mild, posing no significant burden on the body, making it entirely appropriate for Qin Lang's current condition. Most importantly, it acts swiftly. Noticeable effects can be observed within a week, and in a month, it would ensure the smooth flow of his meridians. As long as the meridians are unblocked and the vital energy circulates freely, Qin Lang would no longer be burning his life essence to sustain his existence. Thus, the crisis of his short lifespan would be naturally resolved. At that time, by employing additional formulas to regulate his body, bolster his life essence, promote the regeneration of his bones, and soothe his internal organs, he would reclaim a healthy physique. However, although the 14-herb muscle-nourishing soup is merely a simple concoction and its required ingredients are quite ordinary, I am no longer in the Dan Ding continent. Where shall I find these materials? Qin Lang immediately thought of another daunting issue that I in his previous life. As a top-tier alchemist, he hardly needed to search for herbs personally, as they would be delivered to him, that he also owned several expansive private herb gardens, where most of the medicinal and alchemical materials were cultivated, readily accessible whenever needed. But now, circumstances have changed. No one would deliver materials to him, and he lacks a private garden to gather from at will. The materials he needs can only be procured through his own efforts. The trouble is, he is still quite unfamiliar with this world and has no idea where to find the materials he seeks. He cannot even ascertain whether the ingredients he requires exist in this entirely new world. What should he do? Perhaps at dawn, I should inquire at a pharmacy. Qin Lang recalled that in his current realm, there exists traditional Chinese medicine, an ancient practice that has been passed down for millennia. Foolish Qin Lang had accompanied his father to consult numerous old Chinese medicine practitioners that he believed that the ingredients required for traditional Chinese remedies are also derived from nature, aligning with his needs. Perhaps he could find the materials he seeks among the medicinal herbs sold in pharmacies. Chapter 13. A reunion with the policewoman outside. The bright moon hung high, casting a chilling light that enveloped the old house in an eerie stillness, inducing a sense of unease. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qin Lang chose not to turn on the light. The atmosphere within the room felt slightly sinister, yet he appeared unfazed, silently planning his next steps, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief that a soft sound broke the silence. Qin Lang switched on the light, and the gentle illumination brightened the room. His gaze wandered until he finally took a moment to survey his surroundings. The furnishings in the room were a blend of old and new. A wooden bed, a tall cabinet, a writing desk, and a sewing machine, all bearing the marks of age. Were it not for the presence of modern appliances such as a flat-screen television, air conditioner, washing machine, and refrigerator, one might easily mistake it for a residence from the last century. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a picture frame hanging on the east wall, compelling him to rise from the bed and approach it. This was an old-fashioned wooden frame, its oil finish long faded due to the passage of time. Inside, it contained two photographs, one large and one small. The larger image depicted a young couple. The man, clad in military uniform, exuded strength and valor, while the woman, also in uniform, possessed a striking beauty, her sweet smile and spirited demeanor reminiscent of Bai Wuxia. The smaller photograph featured a young boy holding a toy gun, grinning innocently. The two photographs, evidently from different eras, had been pieced together by someone with intention, creating a makeshift family portrait. Memories flooded Qin Lang's mind. The young couple were indeed the biological parents of this body he now inhabited, and the boy with the silly grin was his childhood self. Qin Lang's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the photograph of the couple for an extended period. Strangely, whenever his eyes fell upon the woman in military attire, a bittersweet sensation surged within him, as if some emotion were stimulating his tear ducts, prompting an urge to weep. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed this wave of feeling. After the events involving Mei Yuyan, Qin Lang had come to realize that the consciousness of the original owner of this body was influencing him. Undoubtedly, the foolish Qin Lang harbored a profound affection for his biological mother. Retracting his gaze, Qin Lang began to circle the room. His steps were erratic, with each corner stirring memories that intertwined with the fragments of the foolish Qin Lang's life in this old house. As he passed the writing desk, he suddenly halted, his attention caught by a piece of letter paper pressed beneath the glass tabletop. That it was an essay, dated from a summer 8 years prior. Titled, "My Mother." Qin Lang read the words one by one, and the suppressed emotions within him surged once more. The essay was written with a childlike simplicity, the handwriting uneven and awkward, yet it conveyed a deep sense of longing for his mother. The paper bore stains, whether from tears or sweat, now yellowed with time. Qin Lang envisioned a simple boy during summer, pouring out his sweat and tears as he expressed his love and fantasies about his mother. Articulating his longing for her in heartfelt sentences that moment, Qin Lang was profoundly moved. Despite having cultivated for nearly a millennium, remaining unaffected by worldly joys or sorrows, he was inexplicably touched at this moment. He recalled his own childhood, devoid of parents, enduring hunger and hardship, surviving solely through begging, often beaten and bruised while fighting over a single bun with other beggars. During those times, he had dreamed countless times of having a life like other children. When hungry, a steaming meal awaited. When cold, a mother's warm garments and a father's comforting embrace. Parents in a warm home were the most extravagant dreams of that little beggar, huddled in a corner on a frigid night, gazing at the lights of distant homes. Yet, fate is capricious. That little beggar grew to become a top-tier alchemist, towering above others, basking in glory, while the dreams of that cold night became a lasting regret. Buried deep within him, perhaps forgotten that as he finished reading the last word, Qin Lang felt a tumultuous wave within his heart. The foolish Qin Lang's yearning for his mother stirred the regrets deep within his soul. Allowing him to empathize, his hand involuntarily brushed the glass, caressing the letter as if speaking to the vanished spirit within this body. Rest assured, since I have taken your place, I shall earnestly continue your life. I will protect your family well, and I will diligently manage your life. Perhaps you were once ridiculed. Perhaps you endured humiliation. Perhaps you faced various injustices, but all of that shall pass from now on. I shall make the name Qin Lang shine brightly. With those vow-like words, Qin Lang truly began to accept his current identity, embracing this mortal vessel. At dawn, Qin Lang stepped outside, finding that most shops on the street had already opened for business. He quickly located a pharmacy. However, after a brief time inside, he emerged with disappointment. None of the 14 ingredients for the soup he mentioned were available, and even the pharmacist had not heard of them. I shall keep searching, he resolved, shaking off his despondency and starting to seek other pharmacies. Thus, throughout the morning, Qin Lang scoured nearly every pharmacy in the bustling city of Pinyin. Yet, the results remained unchanged. None of the pharmacies stocked the materials he required. In a moment of desperation, he even named some simple herbs he had used in his alchemical practices, but the pharmacist unanimously assured him that none of the names he mentioned existed among their medicinal herbs. How could this be? Qin Lang's heart sank to the depths of despair. The scenario he feared most had come to pass. If indeed these materials from the Danding continent did not exist in this world, it would not only prevent him from concocting the 14-herb muscle-nourishing soup, but more gravely, he would be unable to restore his cultivation, practice alchemy, or pursue his ultimate goal of refining the god extinction pill. The mere thought of this left Qin Lang in a daze, wandering the streets as if lost. Suddenly, a screeching halt shattered the silence. An electric bicycle came rushing toward Qin Lang, nearly colliding with him. Fortunately, the rider reacted quickly, stopping just in time to avoid an accident. The rider, a middle-aged man, carefully checked a pot of chrysanthemums resting on the bike's footboard before scolding Qin Lang. "You blind fool, are you not watching where you're going? Look, you almost toppled my freshly bought chrysanthemums." "Huh?" Qin Lang snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow. "What do you call this flower?" "Chrysanthemum. Are you an idiot? Have you never seen a chrysanthemum in your life?" The middle-aged man, amused yet exasperated by Qin Lang's bewildered expression, chided him. Chrysanthemum? Qin Lang was taken aback, surveying the scene for quite some time, and no matter how he looked at it, this was merely a relatively common medicinal herb on the Danding continent, known as thousand-petal grass. Yet somehow, in the mouth of this middle-aged man, it had transformed into a chrysanthemum. That moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and in a fit of excitement, Qin Lang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I understand now. I understand." The middle-aged man was startled by Qin Lang's sudden display of madness, causing him to tense up, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, this lad must be out of his mind. I should make a hasty exit to avoid getting entangled with this fool." With this thought, the middle-aged man promptly revved up his electric scooter and sped away. Qin Lang, however, was oblivious to the man's departure, as his mind was brimming with exhilaration that he had finally realized a question he had long overlooked: the cultural disparities between the two worlds. Simply put, the medicinal materials known on the Danding continent might indeed exist in this world, albeit under different names or applications, or perhaps modified in form. Thus, searching for the names of materials he was familiar with on the Danding continent in the pharmacies of this world would yield him nothing. With this revelation, Qin Lang quickly formulated a plan and hurried towards Ping and No. 1 High School. Upon arriving at the school, it was already noon, and aside from a few boarding students, there were hardly any other students roaming the campus. Guided by his memory, Qin Lang made a beeline for the school library. The library at Ping and No. 1 High had only been built a year prior, funded by a wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong. Its scale and collection were unparalleled in the entire Ping city, attracting not only the students of Ping and No. 1, but also numerous outsiders who had obtained library cards to borrow books. Thanks to the library's extended hours, it remained open even at noon, though the number of patrons was sadly sparse, with only a handful present. Once inside, Qin Lang presented his student ID to complete the necessary formalities and proceeded to the computer to select books. Before long, he exchanged a printed receipt for a stack of books from the librarian. He found a spot to settle down and transformed into a diligent student, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. It wasn't until the afternoon class time approached that the librarian approached him, reminding him to be mindful of the time and attend his lessons that in truth, the librarian had been observing Qin Lang for quite a while, from the moment he entered the library and began gathering a stack of books. The librarian had been captivated by his actions. When he noticed this seemingly naive boy flipping through a stack of books at an astonishing speed, only to promptly exchange them for another batch. Curiosity and confusion began to stir within him, unable to discern whether this boy was a prodigy or merely seeking leisure in the library. Regrettably, the librarian had not been on duty the previous day, and thus missed the unfolding kidnapping incident on campus. Otherwise, he might have recognized Qin Lang as the unfortunate boy who had been abducted. "I have no classes," Qin Lang replied, shaking his head and dismissing the librarian's urging that he was eager for knowledge and had no intention of wasting time attending classes. However, the librarian was undeterred by his protest, having already concluded that this student was using reading as an excuse to skip class. Therefore, he issued a stern eviction order. "Your student ID states you are a senior. How could you possibly have no classes? Among all the students at No. 1 High, you seniors are under the most pressure to study that I advise you to make the most of the remaining time and strive diligently for your college entrance examination." Qin Lang's brows furrowed in annoyance as he replied, "I've taken a leave of absence, so I don't need to attend class. Please refrain from disturbing me." Seeing that his earnest attempts to persuade were futile, the librarian adopted a more serious demeanor. "A leave is fine, but you must present a leave note signed by your homeroom teacher. Otherwise, you must leave." Qin Lang found himself at a loss with this obstinate librarian. Were it not for the library's rule that permitted borrowing a maximum of 2 books at a time, he would have gladly borrowed an entire basket of books to take home and read at his leisure. But now he had no choice but to suppress his frustration and stood up, saying, "Fine, I'll go fetch you that leave note." Exiting the library, Qin Lang hurriedly made his way to the teacher's office building. However, as soon as he pushed open the door to his homeroom teacher's office, he was greeted by a familiar figure. "What are you doing here?" Qin Lang was taken aback. The person he saw was none other than Bai Wuxia, the policewoman with whom he had shared an intimate moment the previous day. Chapter 14. A slap in the face compared to the disheveled state she had been in during the kidnapping incident with Zhao Taiju. Bai Wuxia today appeared radiant, her tailored police uniform accentuating her graceful curves. Her spirited face, illuminated by the police badge gleaming on her cap, exuded an air of solemnity and dignity. "Why can't I be here?" Bai Wuxia replied with a smile, akin to a hunter who had just captured a cunning fox. Qin Lang felt a stir of emotions at the sight of this woman, easily recalling the intoxicating sensations of the previous day. However, his thoughts were solely consumed by the books in the library, leaving him no time to engage with her, and he instinctively suppressed any flutter of excitement. "Enough. Your presence here is irrelevant to me." Qin Lang waved his hand, scanning the office and noting that apart from Bai Wuxia, there was no one else present, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Bai Wuxia, undeterred by Qin Lang's attitude, inquired with a smile, "Are you looking for your homeroom teacher?" Qin Lang nodded. "She stepped out to retrieve some materials for me and should be back shortly." Bai Wuxia gestured towards a chair. "Why don't you wait here? I happen to have something to discuss with you." Qin Lang pondered for a moment, recalling the librarian's attitude and realizing that without the signed leave note from his teacher, he would likely be unable to read in peace. He thus pulled out a chair and sat down, asking Bai Wuxia, "What do you need to talk about? What else could it be? Yesterday, I cleaned up the mess for you, and you slipped away without a word. You know, if it weren't for me covering for you, even if you had escaped, my colleagues would have dragged you back regardless." Bai Wuxia took a seat across from Qin Lang. "So, I should be thanking you." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Bai Wuxia suddenly noticed that Qin Lang had quite remarkable eyebrows, thick and black, resembling mountains, which added a touch of charm to his otherwise ordinary face. Realizing she had lost her train of thought, Bai Wuxia found it amusing, wondering why she was so flustered that it was merely a moment of intimacy with this young man, yet she felt like a lovesick fool, her mind wandering elsewhere as they conversed. Shaking her head to dispel her distractions, she replied, "No need for that. However, you are one of the key figures in the entire kidnapping case. Even if you try to pass off the credit to me, there are necessary procedures you can't avoid." Upon mentioning credit, Bai Wuxia couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. She simply could not fathom what kind of background or experiences this young man possessed. After all, to remain so composed in the aftermath of a murder, and even assist her in solidifying the credit, was beyond what an ordinary student should be capable of. It was precisely due to such curiosity that she had taken the initiative to come to the school today. On one hand, she wished to find Qin Lang to take a statement, and on the other, she aimed to engage with his homeroom teacher for a more comprehensive understanding of him. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Officer Bai, here is the information you requested regarding the student Qin Lang." A heavily made-up middle-aged woman entered, revealing herself to be Lu Tawa, Qin Lang's homeroom teacher. Lu Tawa, in her 40s, though not quite past her prime, had indeed gained a few extra pounds. Yet, she seemed blissfully unaware, donning a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her excess weight, making her appear quite conspicuous. Even more disconcerting was the fact that despite being an educator, she had adorned her otherwise plain and unremarkable face with makeup that made her resemble a streetwalker, leaving one unable to fathom how she could be entrusted with nurturing the flowers of the nation. Had it been anyone else, such a display would have likely drawn reprimands from the school administration. But Lu Tawa was unperturbed, her husband being the vice principal of the school, thus rendering her immune to criticism. Strutting in exaggerated fashion upon spotting Qin Lang, her expression darkened as she pointed a finger at him, saying, "You arrived just in time. I was looking for you. Who told you to sit there? Is this office chair for students to lounge about on?" Qin Lang's expression changed, narrowing his eyes at Lu Tawa, yet he remained seated. "Are you deaf? Look at that foolish expression on your face. Having a student like you in our class is truly a stroke of bad luck. Not only do you drag us down, but you also cause endless trouble. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Go stand aside." In front of Qin Lang, Lu Tawa's menopausal syndrome was on full display. To AT school, she was notorious for her sharp tongue and fierce demeanor. There had been an incident where a female teacher was rumored to be having an affair with her husband. And without hesitation, she had confronted that teacher, leaving her face marred and her reputation in tatters, ultimately forcing the teacher to transfer to another school. Familiar students had nicknamed her Sister Peach Blossom, alluding to internet celebrities like Feng Jie and Furong Jie. Faced with such malicious verbal attacks, Qin Lang could hardly contain his temper. He sprang to his feet, poised to deliver a resounding slap to this woman's face. Yet, someone was quicker than him. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on Lu Taohua's face, reminiscent of blooming peach flowers, aptly reflecting the poetic line about the blush of a woman's face against the backdrop of peach blossoms. Bai Wuxia stood upright, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, her gaze piercing into Lu Taohua, the police badge on her cap glinting in such a way that it seemed to blind anyone who dared look directly at it. Slowly retracting her hand, with an expression devoid of emotion, she stated, "It was I who allowed him to sit. Do you take issue with my arrangement? Shall I also have my eyeballs plucked out?" Lu Taohua, clutching her face, was momentarily stunned. You hit me?" Upon regaining her senses, Lu Taohua shrieked. "Indeed, it was I who struck you, using my right hand, and your left cheek bore the brunt of it. My name is Bai Wuxia." My badge number is 080106. You may retaliate now or file a complaint against me. Bai Wuxiao raised her pristine palm, momentarily adopting the demeanor of a princess, both domineering and audacious. Qin Lang observed Bai Wuxiao with surprise, for the first time perceiving a peculiar charm in her display of might. You. Lu Tawa raised her hand protectively to her face, but quickly withdrew it in cowardice. She may have been audacious towards the faculty and students of the school, and unrestrained in her insults towards Qin Lang, whom she deemed a cowardly fool. Yet before the policewoman, who exuded even greater arrogance, she faltered. Her trepidation was not due to Bai Wuxiao's police uniform or her menacing gaze, but rather because she recalled her husband's words from the previous night. I never imagined that Director Bai's daughter would become an ordinary detective in our Pinyin city, nearly causing a scandal at our school. If not for my acquaintance with Huang, I would still be oblivious that I must find an opportunity to connect with Bai Wuxiao. I hear Director Bai is set for a promotion next year. If I can align myself with her, my position as vice principal could be solidified. With her husband's words echoing in her mind, Lu Tawa, despite feeling immense grievance, could only swallow her pride. Her arrogance in school was merely a reflection of her husband's status. Yet compared to Bai Wuxiao, who could easily crush her like an ant, she felt utterly insignificant. Furthermore, her husband had intentions of currying favor with this princess. If she offended Bai Wuxiao, how could her husband possibly forgive her? With this thought, Lu Tawa managed to muster a smile more grotesque than tears, cautiously saying, "Officer Bai, you exaggerate that I merely sought to discipline this disobedient student. I meant no offense towards you. You cannot fathom how exasperating this fool can be. Seeing him ignites my fury." Lu Tawa intended to shift the blame and quell Bai Wuxiao's ire by citing her reprimand of Qin Lang. Little did she know that Bai Wuxiao's slap was not provoked by her unintentional offense, but rather by her cruel humiliation of Qin Lang. That it was evident that upon uttering those words, Bai Wuxiao's expression darkened once more, her palm twitching with barely restrained impulse. However, this time, Lu Tawa, having learned her lesson, hastily ceased her words and eagerly extended the document she had been holding, saying, "Here, all the materials you requested are compiled here, and I have expended considerable effort to gather them, that if you find them unsatisfactory, I shall assist you in collecting more." Bai Wuxiao took the documents, her expression softening. "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all. It is my honor to assist you," Lu Tawa replied, seemingly oblivious to the recent slap, her face alight with a smile as she cautiously inquired, "Officer Bai, I wonder if you have the time. My husband and I would like to invite you to dinner." "Who is your husband?" Bai Wuxiao furrowed her brow. Lu Tawa promptly introduced her spouse. Only then did Bai Wuxiao comprehend why Lu Tawa had been so unusually solicitous upon encountering her, even treating the recent slap as if it were inconsequential. Realizing that her background was now known, Bai Wuxiao felt less restrained. Although she typically refrained from leveraging her connections, she found no qualms about using her status to discipline such a woman that, of course, even without such a background, she would have acted without hesitation in light of the earlier situation, though even she couldn't articulate why. "I'll consider it when I have time," she replied dismissively, losing interest in Lu Tawa, then turned to Qin Lang. "Did you not have business with your homeroom teacher? Whatever it is, attend to it now. Later, you must accompany me to the station to give a statement. Please issue me a leave request. It must bear your signature," Qin Lang said, devoid of any courtesy towards Lu Tawa. Speaking almost in a commanding tone, Lu Tawa's expression shifted, instinctively preparing to reprimand Qin Lang, but she restrained herself upon seeing Bai Wuxiao standing nearby. "Ms. Lu, my time is limited. Please expedite the process," Bai Wuxiao urged impatiently. All right, I'll do it immediately," Lu Tawa acquiesced, not daring to oppose Bai Wuxiao. Though reluctantly, she swiftly filled out a leave request and handed it to Qin Lang, then addressed Bai Wuxiao. "Officer Bai, this student of mine struggles with intelligence. If he proves uncooperative during your interrogation, feel free to inform me, and I shall discipline him. In our police work, it is not your place to meddle," Bai Wuxiao retorted curtly, exchanging glances with Qin Lang as they departed the office. Once the office door closed, Lu Tawa transformed, furiously hurling the items from her desk to the ground. She then erupted in a torrent of curses, venting her pent-up frustration, after exhausting her tirade and catching her breath. She suddenly recalled something, muttering to herself, "Strange, that fool Qin Lang seems a bit different today." Chapter 15. A Spill of Jealousy Outside the Office Building by Wuxia, clad in her police uniform, attracted envious glances from students and faculty alike. The arrogance and dominance she had displayed while slapping Lu Tawa had vanished from her countenance. "Why did I feel compelled to strike that woman for insulting this boy?" Bai Wuxia pondered, glancing at Qin Lang beside her, bemused. Perhaps it was because he had saved me. Oh, but that doesn't seem to be the reason either. What could it be? Could it be that I have feelings for him? The mere thought sent a ripple of anxiety through Bai Wuxia, prompting her to quickly dismiss the notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a young boy like him possibly be my type? Even though his performance yesterday was commendable, nearly making me believe I had found my ideal partner, it was merely a fleeting moment of distraction. How could he ever be my knight in shining armor? Surely, it must be that I am a kind-hearted individual, one who cannot tolerate the bullying of a fool. Bai Wuxia concocted a rather flimsy justification for her feelings. Yet, is he truly a fool? Another thought surfaced, and Bai Wuxia dared not delve further into her musings, taking a deep breath to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She turned to Qin Lang, saying, "My car is parked at the school entrance. Will you accompany me to retrieve it? Or shall I wait for you there? Did I ever agree to accompany you for the statement?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "That decision is not yours to make," Bai Wuxia replied, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Do not forget. This leave request you hold in your hands is due to my efforts, that if you refuse to come back with me for the statement, I shall have to inform Lu Tawa that this leave request is void." That line sounded strangely familiar. Qin Lang suddenly recalled that he had used similar words while helping Bai Wuxia secure her achievements yesterday. "Ha! This little woman is trying to match wits with me." Amused, Qin Lang feigned a stern expression and remarked, "Are you threatening me?" "Whether you go or not is up to you," Bai Wuxia retorted, feeling she had found a chink in Qin Lang's armor and relishing the moment. With a cheerful demeanor, she strolled forward, her silhouette bathed in sunlight, exuding a radiant charm, observing her playful yet poised figure. Qin Lang found it difficult to reconcile this image with the one of her striking Lu Tawa in anger. "Very well, considering that slap, I shall indulge you just this once," Qin Lang conceded. Shaking his head, that it was rare for someone to defend him, especially a woman. He felt it only fitting to grant her a modicum of respect, and thus he followed suit at the school entrance. Bai Wuxia's police car stood out prominently amidst the row of parking spaces. "Get in," Bai Wuxia said, opening the door with a smile, clearly unfazed by Qin Lang's decision to join her. Qin Lang nodded and prepared to enter the vehicle. A familiar sound caught his attention from a distance, prompting him to glance over at a few parking spaces away. Mei Yuyan stood with her back to him. Her silhouette appeared weary, shrouded in an air of melancholy that elicited sympathy. Unbeknownst to her, she was speaking to Qian Dabing, her back turned to Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia. From afar, Qin Lang could not discern their conversation, but observed Mei Yuyan shaking her head intermittently, seemingly declining Qian Dabing's requests. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Lang's expression darkened. The influence of this body as previous owner loomed large, and seeing Qian Dabing persistently pursuing Mei Yuyan stirred a primal anger within him. Just as he prepared to intervene and extricate Mei Yuyan from Qian Dabing's grasp, Qian Dabing appeared to have finally persuaded her, grinning as he opened the door of a red modern sedan. Ushering Mei Yuyan inside, the car revved to life and sped past Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia. Mei Yuyan caught sight of them, about to greet them, but Qian Dabing accelerated, swiftly distancing themselves from view. "That woman is named Mei Yuyan, isn't she? She is also going to the bureau today to give her statement. She must be hurrying there now." Bai Wuxia withdrew her gaze and addressed Qin Lang. "Oh." Qin Lang nodded and got into the car. Bai Wuxia's expression shifted slightly, and with a delicate huff, she too entered the vehicle. Upon shutting the door, however, Bai Wuxia did not hasten to start the engine. Instead, she turned to Qin Lang and, with a hint of acidity in her tone, inquired, "Hey, why do I feel like your gaze towards Mei Yuyan seems a bit off? Don't tell me you have feelings for her?" Emma? Qin Lang was taken aback, then responded with a hint of annoyance. "You're being overly intrusive, aren't you? Whether I like her or not is none of your business. So, you really do like her? Bai Wuxia suddenly felt a wave of agitation. Taking a deep breath before saying, "It's not that it concerns me. I just believe that at your age, you should focus on your studies, that a woman like her is not someone you should be preoccupied with." "And what kind of woman should I be preoccupied with?" Qin Lang shot her a teasing look. "You? Me?" Bai Wuxia's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she retorted, "You should be serious. I am looking out for your best interest, that if I remember correctly, that Mei Yuyan is your teacher, right? Do you think having a crush on her will lead to anything positive? You have personally witnessed the Zhao Taizhu case. Do you not understand its implications? Broaden your perspective. If you study well and secure a promising future, you will naturally attract good women later. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Lang chuckled. "Whether Mei Yuyan is a good woman is not something I concern myself with. But you, haha, as a police officer, neglecting your duties to meddle in my romantic affairs, and even taking all my materials from school, shouldn't I commend you as a good woman?" Bai Wuxia was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, she finally managed to say, "I took your materials because it was necessary for official business, that as for your romantic life. Please, what kind of romantic life can a kid like you have? I simply fear you might stray onto the wrong path. Since you refuse to heed my advice, I shall say no more." Bai Wuxiao abruptly started the car, driving rapidly as if to vent her frustrations. Soon, the police car arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, parking in the courtyard. With frost on their faces, Bai Wuxia and Qin Lang exited the vehicle. Bang! Bai Wuxia slammed the car door shut. A clear indication of her displeasure. Not far away, Qian Dabing, who had already parked his car and was leaning against it smoking, was startled by the sound of the door slamming. He had been persistently trying to get close to Mei Yuyan for quite some time. Finally seizing the opportunity to share a ride with her to the police bureau for her statement, he was now waiting here, hoping to take her out for dinner after she finished. If he could get her drunk tonight, perhaps they could end up together in bed, which would be a dream come true. Isn't that the police flower who shot Zhao Taizhu yesterday? What was her name again? Right by Wuxia. Upon turning around, Qian Dabing spotted Bai Wuxia not far away, that he had seen her in class yesterday and heard her name, so he recognized her at once. Yesterday, he had been too focused on pursuing Mei Yuyan and, with Bai Wuxia surrounded by a crowd, hadn't had the chance to take a closer look. Now that he did, he was captivated. Look at her figure. Look at her curves. She is the living embodiment of uniform temptation. If I don't go over and strike up a conversation, wouldn't that be a waste? With that thought, Qian Dabing could no longer contain himself. Hastily tossing aside his cigarette and jogging over to Bai Wuxia. "Hello, Officer Bai. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qian Dabing, as in soldier brother. You can call me a Bing. Yesterday, I had the honor of witnessing your heroic act of taking down a criminal. It truly stirred my heart and kept me awake all night. I never expected to run into you again today. This must be fate." In front of Bai Wuxia, Qian Dabing struck a pose he deemed the most handsome, completely ignoring Qin Lang standing beside him. "Get lost." Bai Wuxia coldly spat out 2 words. She was already in a foul mood, and the sudden approach of this annoying fly did nothing to improve it. Moreover, having witnessed Qian Dabing's behavior at the scene yesterday, she found him utterly repugnant. Uttering another word to him felt like sullying her own mouth. "Hey, Officer Bai, why be so distant? I merely admire you greatly and wish to get to know you." Qian Dabing leaned into his charm, hoping to use the same tactics that had worked on Mei Yuyan. Unfortunately, this approach was ineffective against Bai Wuxia. With a fierce glare, she snapped, "Didn't I tell you to get lost? Didn't you hear me?" Qian Dabing struggled to maintain his smile, finding Bai Wuxia's imposing demeanor rather overwhelming. However, the more he felt this way, the more his desire grew. "Oh, isn't that Qin Lang, are you here to give a statement as well?" Qian Dabing's gaze shifted to Qin Lang, deciding to use him as a means to strike up a conversation with the police flower. Yet, as he spoke, he almost blurted out Qin Lang's nickname, but quickly corrected himself, realizing he needed to present a more respectable image in front of the officer. Qin Lang acted as if he hadn't heard Qian Dabing at all, not even glancing in his direction, as he furrowed his brow and addressed Bai Wuxia. "Is the entrance to your police bureau open to just anyone?" Bai Wuxia smirked slightly, but quickly composed herself, maintaining a serious expression as she nodded and replied, Naturally, not just anyone can enter. With that, she raised her hand and gestured to the security guard nearby. The elderly guard hurried over. "What can I do for you?" Having worked in the government for a long time, the old man had developed a certain slickness to his demeanor. "Is this person someone you let in?" Bai Wuxiao pointed at Qin Dabing. "Get him out of here immediately." Yes, I let my guard down and allowed him to slip in. "I'll have him out right away." Saying this, the old man began to push Qin Dabing away. Just as Qin Dabing was seething over Qin Lang's comment about any cat or dog, he was caught off guard and stumbled, nearly falling over. By the time he regained his balance, Bai Wuxiao and Qin Lang had already walked away. "Here, I haven't even smoked this yet. Take it back, and you should leave quickly." The guard handed Qin Dabing a pack of cigarettes. It was this very pack that had allowed Qin Dabing to gain entry earlier. "What do you mean? I'm not leaving," Qin Dabing retorted angrily. "If you refuse to leave, don't say, 'I didn't warn you.'" The guard's expression darkened. The security staff at the Public Security Bureau were not ordinary gatekeepers. They had seen all sorts of characters and had honed their skills to handle them with ease. Dealing with someone like Qin Dabing was childish play. Qin Dabing felt intimidated and forced a smile. "Fine, I'll go. I'll just keep this pack for myself." Inside the Public Security Bureau building, Bai Wuxiao had just led Qin Lang through the entrance when they encountered a group of police officers who clearly recognized her and greeted her with smiles. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Wuxiao guided Qin Lang down a side corridor that in the distance. They heard a cacophony of insults laced with dialect. "I'll beat you to a pulp. You shameless hussy, you daughter of a dog. You ungrateful, promiscuous wretch. You've killed my Taiju. I demand your life in return. Don't hold me back. I will definitely kill her today." Both Qin Lang and Bai Wuxiao frowned in unison, quickening their pace toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 16. A woman's anger for her beloved. The voices originated from an interrogation room. Upon entering, Qin Lang and Bai Wuxiao beheld a woman in her 30s being restrained by two police officers, while a middle-aged officer pounded the table, admonishing, "What are you making a scene for? This is the Public Security Bureau. You can't act recklessly here. Let go of my wife. Release her immediately." A man of about 40 attempted to intervene, but was quickly restrained by two other officers in the room. "What are you arresting me for?" "If you want someone, arrest that shameless hussy. She's the one who killed my Taiju. I want her to pay." The woman continued to struggle, but with the two officers holding her down, she could hardly move, her bloodshot eyes glaring at the wall as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Sorrowful cries resonated from the wall. "I didn't mean to. I truly never intended to harm Taiju." Sob. Mei Yuyan leaned despondently against the wall, trembling and weeping, her face glistening with tears, her expression one of utmost sorrow. Her hair appeared disheveled, sticking out in all directions, and her clothing was slightly torn at the collar. A vivid red handprint adorned the left side of her face, glaringly conspicuous. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qin Lang and Bai Wuxiao immediately grasped the situation. Qin Lang's expression darkened ominously, and even Bai Wuxiao, at this moment, set aside her biases and felt a pang of sympathy for the tearful Mei. It was evident from the attitude of the officers in the room that they instinctively sided with Mei Yuyan. People naturally empathize with the weak. In stark contrast to the loud, aggressive woman, the solitary and distressed Mei Yuyan clearly represented the vulnerable side of the conflict. "Hey Wuxiao, what brings you here?" The middle-aged officer, upon spotting Bai Wuxiao, relaxed his intimidating demeanor and greeted her with a smile. The other officers in the room also acknowledged Bai Wuxiao warmly that it was clear that not long after her entry into the force, Bai Wuxiao had become a well-known figure throughout the Ping'an Public Security Bureau following the hostage incident. Although not everyone is well acquainted with Bai Wuxiao's background, the manner in which Director Huang regards her leaves little doubt in anyone's mind that this young lady is not to be trifled with. "I have brought the involved party to the Bureau to make a statement." Bai Wuxiao indicated towards Qin Lang and furrowed her brow. Inquiring, "Director Wang, what is the commotion here?" The middle-aged officer, known as Director Wang, proceeded to elucidate the situation to Bai Wuxiao. It turned out that the woman causing the uproar was none other than Zhao Tieju's elder sister, Zhao Xiaozi. And with Zhao Taiju having been shot dead on the spot, his family was understandably shaken by the news. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaozi was working in a nearby city, and upon hearing the news, rushed to the scene overnight with her husband. After witnessing her brother's lifeless body in the morgue, Zhao Xiaozhe and her husband were subsequently invited to the city bureau as direct relatives of Zhao Taizhu and among the first to arrive. The police required their cooperation in the investigation of this distressing kidnapping incident. However, as fate would have it, when Zhao Xiaozhe was brought to the bureau, Mei Yuyan was also being escorted there by Qian Dabing to provide her statement. Thus, when Zhao Xiaozhe laid eyes on Mei Yuyan, the ensuing confrontation was all but inevitable. Fortunately, the officers present were determined to protect Mei Yuyan. Otherwise, her charming visage might have been marred by Zhao Xiaozue's claws. Teacher Mei. While Bai Wuxia was gathering information from Director Wang, Qin Lang had already stepped forward to Mei Yuyan, gently calling her name. Gazing at the woman who was weeping while covering her face, Qin Lang was reminded of the previous day, when Mei Yuyan had cried beside Zhao Tieju's corpse. Resembling a lost girl in search of home, an instinctive desire to protect her surged within him, as he believed this woman to be kind-hearted and devoid of malicious intent. That Mei Yuyan lowered her hand. The swollen imprint on her left cheek became painfully evident. With tear-filled eyes, she glanced at Qin Lang, but her throat was choked with sobs, rendering her speechless. Alas, this pitiful woman. Qin Lang silently sighed within. His gaze fixated on the bruise on Mei Yuyan's left cheek, and a sudden blaze of anger ignited within him. The same slap, when Bai Wuxia had struck Lu Tawa in a fit of rage for his sake, had delighted him. Yet now, witnessing Mei Yuyan's face bear a far harsher blow, his fury became uncontrollable. Did that woman strike your face? Qin Lang's countenance darkened ominously. Mei Yuyan remained silent, burying her face in her hands as tears flowed. He refrained from pressing further, for the answer was painfully obvious. Without uttering another word, he strode towards the still cursing Zhao Xiaozue. You shameless harlot, foul bitch, it's all my brother's fault for being too soft-hearted. I forced him to consummate with you, and yet he was deceived by your vile words that I regret it so much that if I had been more resolute back then, my brother would not be dead now. It is all your fault, you filthy whore. I will kill you today, even if the police protect you. I will see to it that my man finishes you off. The more Zhao Xiaozue cursed. The more vulgar her insults became, her body still writhing in defiance. Perhaps due to her years of physical labor, she possessed a robust physique, her face bearing the same frenzied traits as Zhao Taizhu. Although two officers were restraining her, they too began to struggle against her strength. As Qin Lang approached Zhao Xiaozue, he could even smell the rancid air tainted by her spittle. Who the hell are you? Blocking my path. Get out of my way. Zhao Xiaozue's ire shifted towards Qin Lang as she lost sight of her target. Bai Wuxia, who had been conversing with Director Wang, abruptly halted, her gaze turning sharply towards Zhao Xiaozue. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth, and he swiftly raised his hand. Slap! A crisp and resounding slap echoed through the room, plunging the world into silence. Zhao Xiaozue's mouth snapped shut, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Qin Lang, that he grinned coldly, and with a swift motion, he struck again. Slap! Another sharp and resonant slap followed. The entire room fell silent. Every gaze fixated upon Qin Lang. Even Mei Yuyan, in her tear-streaked face, gazed at him in astonishment, as if meeting her student for the first time. The first slap was for Teacher Mei, and the second was your reward for cursing me, Qin Lang stated impassively, though a sense of fatigue began to weigh upon him. The pain from the two slaps began to throb in his palms, a testament to the frailty of his current state. You dare to hit me? How dare you? Zhao Shi spiraled into a frenzy, somehow managing to break free from the officer's grasp and lunged at Qin Lang, claws outstretched. Just as he prepared to evade, another figure stepped in front of him. Bai Wuxia, the top student in combat at the police academy, demonstrated her prowess effortlessly, twisting Zhao Xiaozue's arms behind her back. With a swift click, handcuffs bound Zhao Xiaozue to a nearby table leg. The entire exchange was executed with remarkable efficiency. You struck my wife. I will fight you to the death. On the other side, Zhao Xiaozue's husband, also restrained, vehemently protested. Cuff him as well, Bai Wuxia ordered with a frigid demeanor. Thus, another pair of handcuffs secured Zhao Xiaozue's husband alongside her. Driven by their shared outrage, The couple momentarily forgot their original target, unleashing a torrent of endless curses directed at Qin Lang. Understand this. My name is Qin Lang. It was I who struck you just now, using my right hand to slap your left cheek. You may report me to the police now, or seek your revenge later, Qin Lang quipped. Echoing Bai Wuxia's earlier words to Lu Tawa. Bai Wuxia's lips curled slightly, as if she wished to laugh, but suddenly recalling something, she turned to glance at Mei Yuyan leaning against the wall. Her expression darkened. Come, let's go make a statement. Bai Wuxiao instructed Qin Lang that he nodded, cast a glance at Mei Yuyan, and said nothing further as he followed Bai Wuxiao out of the room. Are you blind? You police officers? He hit me. He just hit me. Why aren't you arresting him? Why are you handcuffing us instead? I will sue you, filthy officers. Zhao Xiae erupted in fury upon seeing her assailant leave nonchalantly under the watchful eyes of the officers. Silence. Bai Wuxiao halted her steps, turning to glare coldly at Zhao Xiaocui. If you utter one more word, I will have both you and your husband locked up. Zhao Xiaocui's voice abruptly ceased. Perhaps the earlier display of Bai Wuxia's skill had instilled fear in her. Or perhaps she simply feared the strong. Whatever the reason, she refrained from speaking further. The officers in the room exhaled in relief, grateful for the cessation of her incessant chatter, finally able to enjoy a moment of quiet. As for Qin Lang, who had struck her right before their eyes, with Bai Wuxia shielding him, they chose to ignore the incident. Moreover, they had long harbored disdain for Zhao Xiaocui. After being branded as filthy officers, they felt that Qin Lang's slaps had not been sufficient. By the way, Wuxia, Captain Gao came looking for you earlier. It seems he has something to discuss, so you should pay him a visit afterward. Director Wang mentioned just as Qin Lang and Bai Wuxia were about to exit. Bai Wuxia nodded. I understand that I will go see him shortly. She led Qin Lang out of the room to another recording room. As Qin Lang pulled out a chair to sit, Bai Wuxia, her face still cold, remarked with a smirk, You are truly deeply affectionate towards your teacher Mei. For her sake, you dare to strike someone in front of a whole group of officers at the police station. Should I call you audacious? Qin Lang chuckled softly, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze on Bai Wuxia until her composure began to waver. Finally, he spoke. Had it been you being bullied, I would have unhesitatingly slapped that woman as well. Bai Wuxia was taken aback, her frosty demeanor thawing as a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. However, she quickly stifled that hint of joy, snorting. That woman dares to bully me. She wouldn't even have the courage to try. Then, recalling something, she glanced at Qin Lang with a playful smile. I almost forgot. You learned to parrot my words, using them against Zhao Xiao just now. Who taught you to mimic me? The last part carried a hint of playful banter. Qin Lang smiled faintly, shaking his head. What can I say? Your words are simply too audacious, particularly effective against people like Lu Tawa and Zhao Xiao. I couldn't be bothered to come up with something new. Very well. If you dare to call me audacious, just wait and see how I deal with you. The thief of my lines. Witness my sword. Bai Wuxia dramatically mimicked wielding a sword, her face blooming with a radiant smile, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Qin Lang stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how this woman had transformed into a playful child, reflecting on Bai Wuxia's earlier imposing demeanor while confronting Lu Tawa and Zhao Xiaocui. He felt a sudden urge to laugh that a warm current coursed through him, gradually sketching the image of Bai Wuxia in the depths of his heart, as if a brush were gently tracing her likeness. He suddenly felt a whimsical impulse, leaning back dramatically while clutching his chest, his face contorted in distress as he implored Bai Wuxia. Heroine, could you grant me a chance at life? Absolutely not. This heroine never spares a life beneath her sword. Accept your fate, little thief, Bai Wuxia retorted, her finger jabbing forward, prompting Qin Lang to immediately assume the posture of a lifeless corpse that a cascade of melodious laughter erupted from Bai Wuxia, her fragrant shoulders shaking with mirth until she could hardly stand upright. Chapter 17. The Amorous Therapy for Autism. Amidst Bai Wuxia's laughter, Qin Lang swiftly rose from the dead. Gazing at the radiant woman before him, he felt a warmth envelop his heart that he could not fathom why. Once aloof and impervious to emotions, he now found himself engaging in such playful antics. Was it a remnant of his possession, or merely a fleeting whim? Perhaps something else entirely. Qin Lang found himself at a loss regarding his own feelings. The sound of the rows of steel unexpectedly filled the modest recording room. Reluctantly, Bai Wuxia stifled her laughter and retrieved her phone, placing it to her ear. "Hello, Captain Gao." "Yes, Director Wang had informed me." "All right, I shall head over immediately." After hanging up, Bai Wuxia spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, stating to Qin Lang, "Little thief, you've helped me achieve a significant merit. The higher-ups want me in the provincial capital right away. The provincial bureau is set to award me tomorrow, and I likely won't return for several days. Then you must express your gratitude appropriately." Qin Lang replied with a slight smile. "If it weren't for my diligent efforts to solidify your accomplishments, you wouldn't be basking in such glory now." "Tisich, I have no interest in such unearned accolades," Bai Wuxia scoffed, casting a glance at Qin Lang. Recalling their recent playful exchange, a sense of nostalgia washed over her, and she sighed softly. "I had planned to assist you with the recording, but it seems I must find someone else. Rest assured, I will ensure they are well informed." Qin Lang nodded. Bai Wuxia, recalling something, earnestly advised, "By the way, after you finish the recording, return home immediately. Remember what I said. Focus on your studies. Everyone claims you're foolish, but I see you possess more intelligence than them all, so do not squander your precious time on unnecessary women. Understand?" Was she still preoccupied with that matter? Qin Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes as Bai Wuxia opened the door to leave. Her steps faltered momentarily, and she turned back with a smile. "Little thief, when this heroine returns, I shall seek you out for sword practice. Next time, remember to die more spectacularly." With a burst of laughter, the door to the recording room gently closed behind her. Qin Lang, too, smiled, feeling a profound sense of joy. With Bai Wuxia's endorsement, no one would dare trouble him. He swiftly completed the recording and left after signing. Exiting the police station, Qin Lang spotted a downtrodden figure descending the steps, the very unnecessary woman Bai Wuxia had mentioned. "Teacher Mei, have you also finished your recording?" Qin Lang called out as he hastened towards her, and he certainly would not regard Bai Wuxia's words as gospel. After all, when had Qin Lang ever allowed others to dictate whom he interacted with or what he did? Mei Yuyan paused, turning around to see Qin Lang, her wearied face managing a faint smile. "Yes, I just completed the recording. Those two individuals didn't trouble you afterward, did they?" Qin Lang inquired as he approached her. Perhaps due to the proximity, he felt the aura of sorrow emanating from her. "No," Mei Yuyan shook her head. "The police had already let them go." "Let them go?" Qin Lang found it puzzling, given their prior behavior. This couple should have clung to Mei Yuyan tenaciously. Why had they suddenly become so compliant? Pondering this, he cautioned, "Teacher Mei, do remain vigilant. Those two likely won't give up easily and may resort to something outrageous." Mei Yuyan smiled sadly. "What does it matter if they don't relent? I caused Brother Tieju's death. Even if Sister Xiaotsui were to kill me, it would be deserved." "How can you call that deserved?" Qin Lang struggled to discern whether this woman was excessively kind-hearted or endearingly naive. "Zhao Tieju's death has nothing to do with you." "No, it is not that. If it weren't for me, Brother Taiju wouldn't have died." Mei Yuyan shook her head, her expression mournful yet oddly entranced as she softly spoke. "Qin Lang, I must thank you for defending me during the earlier incident. However, you were still a student, and indeed, it was my fault. You shouldn't have resorted to violence." Her voice was gentle, imbued with gratitude, guilt, and sorrow, akin to a gentle stream that could seep into the softest corners of the heart. Qin Lang covertly shook his head, sensing the peculiar look in Mei Yuyan's eyes, feeling a pang of frustration. His ire was not directed at Mei Yuyan for suggesting he should not have struck someone. He acted as he pleased, whether it involved hitting or killing, never seeking justification. Perhaps Zhao Xiaotsui's anger was understandable, but that was irrelevant to him. All he knew was that at that moment, he desperately wanted to slap this woman. And indeed, he did, landing 2 resounding slaps until his hand ached. What he truly resented was Mei Yuyan's stubborn insistence on taking blame upon herself, that if she could not extricate herself from this mental bind, she would be rendered incapable. "Teacher Mei," Qin Lang spoke earnestly, "I hope you remember that it was not you, nor anyone else, who caused Zhao Tieju's death. It was his own doing. Therefore, You need not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Do you recall what I told you yesterday? Look forward. Everything will improve. No, it's all my fault. Everything is my fault. If it weren't for me, Brother Taiju wouldn't have died. I am the one who caused his death. Mei Yuyan muttered, shaking her head incessantly, her expression increasingly entranced. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. The look of obsession on Mei Yuyan's face was decidedly abnormal. Teacher Mei? Teacher Mei? Qin Lang called her name twice. But Mei Yuyan continued her monologue, completely unresponsive. That moment, Qin Lang's expression changed. He waved his hand before her eyes. Upon receiving no reaction, his demeanor grew serious. In medical terms, there exists a mental disorder known as autism. In the realm of Danding, such behavior is referred to as conscious self-sealing. The Mei Yuyan before him was evidently in this state. Overwhelmed by sorrow and unable to resolve her emotional turmoil, a quantitative change had precipitated a qualitative one, leading to a sudden closure of her entire mental world. Though this was an acute episode of self-isolation, if not addressed promptly, it could easily become a persistent state, leaving her trapped in her own world, oblivious to the outside. This woman was already pitiable enough. If she were to become an autism patient, her plight would be unbearably tragic. Qin Lang felt a pang of compassion, whether it stemmed from sympathy for Mei Yuyan or the lingering influence of the original owner's consciousness. He could not bear to watch her succumb to mental isolation. How could he assist her? Qin Lang scratched his head in contemplation that he knew that for individuals like Mei Yuyan, who had just begun to experience self-isolation, the sooner it was resolved, the better the outcome. The only method of resolution lay in providing a strong mental stimulus. Had this been the former Qin Lang, he would not have hesitated, utilizing his own consciousness to invade Mei Yuyan's mental realm to forcibly awaken her. Yet now, he found himself incapable of such a feat. He had to devise an alternative approach. Eureka! A thought struck Qin Lang as he recalled the intimate encounter he had shared with Bai Wuxia the previous day. The kiss, the delicate contours of her body. For a woman, what could be a more profound stimulus than an assault on her physical form? Without a second thought, disregarding the fact that he stood at the entrance of the police station, surrounded by officers, he decisively wrapped his arm around Mei Yuyan's waist. The next instant, his lips pressed against hers that a wave of fragrance enveloped him. Perhaps due to her tears, Mei Yuyan's lips carried a faint saltiness, only serving to heighten a man's primal desire for possession. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Qin Lang's kissing technique had evidently improved. Effortlessly, he breached Mei Yuyan's lips, savoring her tender tongue. Mei Yuyan's body stiffened momentarily before gradually yielding, showing no signs of resistance to Qin Lang's kiss. Yet he felt it was still insufficient stimulation. His thoughts raced. His hands began to traverse Mei Yuyan's waist. One found its way to her rear, while the other sought her bosom. As he invaded these two sensitive areas, Mei Yuyan finally reacted, beginning to gently squirm, displaying the faintest signs of resistance. Outside the police station, Qin Dabin, having offended the elderly gatekeeper, was not only barred from entering with his vehicle, but was also denied entry on foot. He leaned against his car, waiting impatiently. Why are they taking so long? Surely those cops aren't keeping Mei Yuyan there just because she's pretty. Long hours of tedious waiting had left Qin Dabin feeling restless, prompting his wild imagination. Frustrated, he took a long drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt on the ground. The area around him was littered with remnants of his smoke, having consumed a significant portion of the pack he had retrieved from the gatekeeper. As he lit another cigarette, Qin Dabin could no longer remain idle. No, I must go see what is happening. Resolved, he clutched the cigarette between his teeth and strode toward the entrance. The elderly gatekeeper, upon seeing him approach, began to shoo him away as one might a fly. Be gone! Be gone! Wait outside. The Public Security Bureau is not a place for idle riffraff like you to wander in freely. Provoked by the old man's words, Qin Dabin felt a surge of anger rising within him, mentally cursing the old man, yet he found himself compelled to halt at the entrance. I want to go in. I'll stand right here by the gate. Can you really control me? Qin Dabin glared at the gatekeeper. Who do you think you are, old man? The gatekeeper, incensed, thought that had Qin Dabin shown some discretion and not taken back that pack of cigarettes, he might not have obstructed him. However, it was no longer merely about the cigarettes. The audacity of Qin Dabing calling him old man had thoroughly offended the gatekeeper. When the old man, his face paling with rage, stormed out from the gatehouse, Qin Dabing's eyes widened in disbelief. That it was as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell, his gaze fixated ahead, the cigarette he had been holding slipping from his mouth. Seemingly forgotten. Chapter 18. Qin Dabing's green hat. The sun had already begun its descent in the west. The dim, golden rays filtered through the tall, verdant cypress trees lining the entrance of the city bureau, casting a greenish hue upon Qin Dabing's hair, as if he were adorned with a vivid green hat. "Am I seeing things?" he muttered to himself, his gaze blankly fixed on the Public Security Bureau building 100 meters away. There, the beautiful teacher he had longed for but could never attain was tightly embraced by a man, basking in the sunset as they kissed passionately. To his utter shock, that man was none other than Qin Dashai, a student notorious for his lack of intelligence. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Qin Dabing rubbed his eyes vigorously, but even as they reddened, the scene before him remained painfully real, that he could distinctly see Qin Dashai's hands shamelessly roaming over Mei Yuyan's exquisite figure, exploring her curves with abandon. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could the woman he had desperately pursued, without even having touched her, be so brazenly intimate with a fool in broad daylight, right in front of the solemn Public Security Bureau? "Who do you think you are, calling me old man?" The gatekeeper, his face a shade of fury, approached Qin Dabing, shoving him aside while scolding him. That moment, Qin Dabing snapped back to reality. He had no time to engage with the old man. His eyes, filled with rage, were fixated on the entwined figures ahead, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "How dare you touch a woman I haven't even laid a finger on? I will skin you alive." Qin Dashai, unable to contain his jealousy any longer, he charged forward like a madman. "Oh, so you've got some fight in you, huh?" The gatekeeper fumed, feeling his dignity as a guardian tarnished at the sight of Qin Dabing ignoring him and rushing inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged to block Qin Dabing's path. "Get out of my way!" Qin Dabing pushed him forcefully. The old man stumbled, his anger igniting further. "You dare lay hands on me? Don't you realize where you are? If I don't have you arrested today, I'll write my name backwards." The furious old man swiftly advanced, once again blocking Qin Dabing and clinging tightly to his waist. Poor Qin Dabing, with merely 100 meters separating him from the chance to beat up Qin Dashai, found himself ensnared by the old man's grasp, helplessly watching as Mei Yuyan was shamelessly enjoyed by that fool. It felt akin to a man wearing a green hat, having caught his wife in the act of infidelity, yet being unable to intervene, reduced to merely watching in frustration. The unbearable humiliation gnawed at Qin Dabing, intensified by the fact that the offender was such a dim-witted fool. How could a tall, handsome, and charming man like him be outdone by an utterly mediocre Qin Dashai? Did Mei Yuyan truly prefer to be affectionate with a fool rather than him? This overwhelming sense of loss further deepened his frustration, that a wave of jealousy surged, and in a fit of rage, he elbowed the old man in the back. "Let go of me!" The elderly gatekeeper, despite his age, was hit hard and nearly lost his breath. "You dare strike me?" The old man's temper flared, and ignoring the pain, he clung stubbornly to Qin Dabing's waist, shouting, "If you have the guts, kill me. If you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you die. Then I'll kill you." Qin Dabing, already simmering with anger towards the old man, was now provoked further, in a fit of youthful impulsiveness. He began to hammer his elbow against the old man's back with reckless abandon. Before long, blood trickled from the old man's mouth. Just then, a police car pulled up, and several officers who had just completed their duties were stunned to witness the unfolding drama at their precinct's entrance. When they realized that the one being assaulted was their own gatekeeper, their anger boiled over. Who dares to attack one of their own at the Public Security Bureau? Without a second thought, they jumped from the car, rushing towards the gate. As they approached Qin Dabing, one officer brandished a baton and swung it mercilessly at Qin Dabing's head. Crack! The sound echoed as Qin Dabing cried out in pain, his body swaying unsteadily, clearly having taken a heavy hit. "Who the hell hit me?" Clutching his forehead, Qin Dabing, already primed for a fight, was incensed by the unexpected blow. However, A lone warrior could not withstand the onslaught of many, amidst the chaos. He was swiftly surrounded by several officers who pummeled him mercilessly. The gatekeeper, having landed a few blows on Qin Dabing, retreated from the fray, standing aside and jumping up and down, shouting, "Beat him to death! If you do, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. All right then, you just watch old Zhang." The officers, motivated by the old man's words, intensified their assault on Qin Dabing. "Ouch! That hurts! Damn it, stop! Please stop, just stop!" The sounds of his cries and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. The commotion was so loud that even those working in the Public Security Bureau building 100 meters away were disturbed, with many peering out of the windows to see what was amiss. Yet, the two figures passionately engaged in a kiss on the steps before the building remained utterly oblivious. Qin Lang was wholly absorbed in savoring the fragrance of the beauty in his arms. One hand caressing her curves while the other kneaded her full bosom with a delicate yet firm touch. Though his intentions were to help Mei Yuyan, how could a man, even with noble motives, remain indifferent to such an intimate encounter? As their treatment progressed deeper, he felt an unusual stir within himself, akin to a silk thread finally wrapping its beloved goddess in a passionate embrace, exhilarating and satisfying. Qin Lang was aware that the consciousness of the original owner was influencing his emotions, yet he was equally cognizant that he did not despise this feeling. In fact, he found himself enjoying it. Mei Yuyan's resistance began to intensify, and the trance-like infatuation on her face gradually flushed a rosy hue under Qin Lang's advances. "It's working!" Qin Lang felt a surge of joy, disregarding the cries of distress echoing in his ears. As he escalated his actions, minutes later, the officers finally ceased their assault. Although the gatekeeper continued to shout for them to beat Qin Dabing to death, they could not genuinely harm him. Qin Dabing, now bruised and battered, sat on the ground, the beating having finally cleared his foggy mind. When he realized who he had just attacked, he was overwhelmed with regret. Yet, in this world, there was no remedy for regret. So, when the handcuffs clicked onto his wrists, he felt utterly despondent. "Hurry up!" Several officers shoved Qin Dabing toward the building that if he moved too slowly, a kick would come his way, and it was clear that today would not end well for him. As they reached the steps, the officers halted. Well, today is indeed a rare occasion. First, someone dares to attack one of our own at the entrance, and now we have a couple brazenly being affectionate right in front of our building. What kind of day is this?" one officer remarked disdainfully. Qin Dabing, fixated on the increasingly close figures, felt the jealousy that had been quelled by the beating surge back to life. When he noticed Mei Yuyan struggling more fiercely, he realized that this scene was not of her own volition. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed, "Qin Dashai, are you tired of living? Just wait until I get my hands on you." "I think it's you who's tired of living," an officer replied, displeased, as he slapped Qin Dabing across the face. Qin Dabing, unwilling to accept this, fell silent, no longer daring to act recklessly, his gaze fixed coldly on Qin Lang. The latter, unfazed by the attention of Qin Dabing and the officers, continued to caress Mei Yuyan's body with abandon. Mei Yuyan's resistance had become increasingly apparent, leaving Qin Lang, who was wholeheartedly treating her, with no time to attend to anything else. His sole focus was to completely draw Mei Yuyan out of her secluded mental world. After observing for a while, one of the officers finally approached Qin Lang, saying, "You too, it's rather inappropriate to be so intimate here." Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, initially intending to ignore the remark. However, the delicate figure in his arms suddenly trembled violently. Following that, Mei Yuyan appeared to awaken from a dream, her eyes darting around, first at Qin Lang, then at the officer with a smirk. Realizing something, she let out a sharp scream and pushed Qin Lang away. Chapter 19. Acid attacked the beauty departed, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips that a sense of melancholy washed over Qin Lang, who instinctively licked his lips as if savoring the fading aroma to Qin Dabing. This action undoubtedly intensified the metaphorical green hat on his head, deepening his humiliation that as several officers pushed past him and Qin Lang. Qin Dabing gritted his teeth and spat out, "You better watch out, kid." Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, not even raising an eyebrow. To him, Qin Dabing was nothing more than an insignificant clown. Once the onlookers had dispersed, Free from distractions, Qin Lang carefully scrutinized Mei Yuyan before him. Compared to before, her complexion had significantly improved. The sickly obsession in her expression had completely faded, and her previously pale, bloodless face now bore a healthy flush, even concealing the gradually fading imprint on her cheek. Yet what puzzled Qin Lang was that Mei Yuyan kept her head lowered, not uttering a single word since pushing him away, as if she still grappled with some unresolved matter. Was my treatment ineffective? With this question in mind, Qin Lang tentatively inquired. Teacher Mei, how are you feeling? Mei Yuyan's body shuddered slightly. She slowly lifted her head, her feeble gaze meeting Qin Lang's for the briefest moment before darting away in shock. What does this mean? Qin Lang was momentarily astonished, but soon realized that this beautiful teacher was evidently startled by his rather unconventional method of treatment. Nonetheless, he felt somewhat relieved. Mei Yuyan's display of emotion was a clear indication that she had returned to normalcy. It seems you are all right now. I am relieved. Qin Lang nodded at Mei Yuyan, preparing to take his leave. His obligations had been fulfilled, and whether Mei Yuyan could regain her footing or remain forever overshadowed by Zhao Taizhu was now entirely up to her. Estimating the time, he figured it must be around 5 o'clock. Knowing the library remained open until 10, he intended to head over for a few more hours of reading. Teacher Mei, try to see things positively. There are no insurmountable obstacles in this world. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin Lang offered one last comforting remark to Mei Yuyan before stepping aside to descend the stairs. However, just a few steps later, he heard her soft voice call out, "Wait, what is it?" Qin Lang turned in surprise. "Are you not going to explain your earlier actions to me?" Mei Yuyan questioned, a mix of indignation and embarrassment coloring her tone. "Explain? Qin Lang post?" And upon seeing the embarrassment etched on her face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you want me to explain? Why I kissed you and touched you in front of the police station. Surely, Teacher Mei, you understand my reasons for doing so?" Mei Yuyan's face flushed crimson, her mouth opened slightly, yet she hesitated to respond. Indeed, she was aware of Qin Lang's motivations. She had been pondering this very matter while keeping her head down. Although she had been in a closed-off mental state and had not reacted to Qin Lang's advances, it did not mean she was oblivious to the events occurring around her. She had simply lost the ability to communicate with the outside world. Yet, even though she understood that Qin Lang's actions were for her salvation, it was an immense shock to her, a woman who had always prided herself on her virtue. The intimacy between a teacher and her student was simply unacceptable to her. She needed a reason to reconcile this within herself, even if it was just a word of explanation from Qin Lang. But when he said nothing and walked away, she felt compelled to question him. Noticing Mei Yuyan's prolonged silence, Qin Lang found himself growing increasingly disinterested. He shrugged and turned to leave, only to hear footsteps following him. Turning around, he saw Mei Yuyan trailing behind. Her face was still flushed, yet she was attempting to appear composed. This facade struck Qin Lang as somewhat amusing. At the very least, it indicated that the shadow of Zhao Taizhu had temporarily lifted from her. If she could maintain this demeanor, perhaps she might break free from her mental shackles. "I've thought it through. What happened earlier is indeed not your fault. However, please don't do that again in the future," Mei Yuyan said, her face reddening further. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising panic, she feigned calmness, adding, "I too am leaving. Let's go together." Qin Lang scrutinized Mei Yuyan for a moment, and when she could no longer bear his gaze, her head drooped in embarrassment that he finally nodded in agreement. As they exited, passing by Qian Dabing's vehicle, Mei Yuyan paused, her gaze evasive as she asked, "By the way, what about Qian Laosher?" "I'm not sure. He must have gotten into some trouble," Qin Lang replied. He had been too engrossed in the kiss to pay attention to Qian Dabing's predicament. Upon hearing this, Mei Yuyan hesitated before saying, "He brought me here, so I should check on him since something has happened." Qin Lang found himself in a state of bemusement. Just as Mei Yuyan contemplated turning back, the sudden roar of a motorcycle pierced the air, followed by a woman's furious shout. "You harlot, return my brother's life." Qin Lang turned to see Zhao Xiaozue and her husband speeding towards them on a motorcycle. Zhao Xiaozue clutching a bottle with its opening exposed, and as they sped past, she violently flung her arm, spilling the liquid from the bottle onto the two of them. In the critical moment, Qin Lang reacted swiftly. leaping onto Mei Yuyan and rolling to the ground, narrowly avoiding the mysterious liquid. Zhao Xiaozi and her husband sped away, that as Qin Lang got back to his feet, he heard a sizzling sound. Turning, he saw smoke billowing from Qian Dabing's car. Realizing the substance Zhao Xiaozi had thrown was now largely coating the vehicle. Understanding the implications of this unknown liquid, his expression darkened, and he muttered with a glint of menace in his eyes. It seems those 2 slaps were far from sufficient. Sulfuric acid. It's sulfuric acid. Mei Yuyan, having risen from the ground at some point, stared blankly at Qian Dabing's car, her voice filled with panic. Indeed, it is sulfuric acid. My previous judgment was correct. Zhao Tieju's family is certainly not to be underestimated. They are determined to ruin you, Qin Lang stated solemnly. Ruin me, Mei Yuyan mumbled, her disheveled hair obscuring her mouth, conveying a deep bitterness in her expression. Perhaps it would be better if they did ruin me. Qin Lang's expression shifted dramatically. Seeing her so affected by the situation ignited a fierce anger within him. Without a second thought, he delivered a sharp slap across her face. Slap! The sound resonated clearly. Mei Yuyan, snap out of it. I just saved you. If you fall into despair now, what will become of my efforts? Qin Lang akmonisich downli. Mei Yuyan trembled, tears streaming down her face as she closed her eyes. Go ahead, hit me harder. I won't blame you. Witnessing her in such a state, Qin Lang felt his rising anger deflate in a helplessness. Call the police, he urged. Mei Yuyan shook her head. Qin Lang insisted. You must report this. The sulfuric acid was not intended for you alone. While you may tolerate their evil, I cannot. Please don't force me, Mei Yuyan pleaded softly. Qin Lang shook his head, understanding that without a firm push, she would unravel. Whether from her own mental struggles or at the hands of Zhao Tieju's family, she was on the brink of destruction. That is not your choice to make, he stated, his expression resolute as he grasped her arm. With no strength left, Mei Yuyan was easily led back to the police station by Qin Lang. When they emerged again, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The police had taken up the case regarding the acid attack at the station's entrance and had identified Zhao Xiaozi and her husband through surveillance footage, with the police applying pressure. It was believed that Zhao Tieju's family would refrain from any immediate actions. I want a drink. Qin Lang, will you accompany me? Mei Yuyan suddenly turned to Qin Lang as they exited the police precinct. Qin Lang had initially planned to decline, but the pitiful look in Mei Yuyan's eyes compelled him to acquiesce without fully understanding why. Very well, I will join you for a drink. Not long after Qin Lang and Mei Yuyan departed, a bruised and battered Qian Dabing, nodding and bowing, was escorted out of the police station by several officers that he had endured quite a bit in those few hours, had it not been for the substantial medical fees he offered and his profuse apologies to the doorman. He likely would have remained inside for the night. What a stroke of bad luck! As he walked, Qian Dabing wallowed in self-pity. However, his misfortunes were far from over. Upon seeing his recently purchased vehicle, now utterly disfigured by the corrosive effects of sulfuric acid, he let out a wail and collapsed onto the ground. The girl has run off. I've been beaten, and now my car is wrecked. Did I step out today without consulting the almanac? With a countenance of despair, Qian Dabing pounded the ground like a shrew, lamenting his unfortunate string of events. Chapter 20. The drunken woman defying fate. A side street deviating from the main thoroughfare in the city center led to Ping'an's renowned snack street. A microcosm of the city's vibrant nightlife, at the far end of this culinary haven. A barbecue stall was bustling with activity, where the stunning Mei Daybody clutched skewers in both hands, her face glistening with grease. Her demeanor resembled that of a raucous bandit, indulging in hearty feasts. The surrounding patrons, engaged in games of chance and drinking, as well as the young proprietor flipping skewers and beckoning customers, occasionally cast curious glances. Clearly, they were intrigued by the sight of a beauty consuming skewers with such unabashed fervor. What level of hunger could drive a woman to such an audacious display? Could it be that this woman seeks solace from her fright and sorrow through her appetite? Qin Lang thought, watching Mei Yuyan, who sat across from him, with a twinge of concern. His worry was not whether she could physically manage such a quantity of food in a short time, but rather if she might suddenly slam her hands on the table, kick her legs up, and laugh heartily at him, declaring, "You are mistaken. You all are mistaken. This is my true self. Shaking his head, Qin Lang dismissed the absurd notion from his mind. Just then, a muffled voice reached his ears. Thank you. What did you say? Qin Lang looked at Mei Yuyan, astonished. She had been devouring her food fervently, but suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the surrounding lights as they met Qin Lang's face. This time, she made an effort to swallow her mouthful and clearly articulated, "Thank you." "Thank me?" Qin Lang regarded the woman before him with keen interest. "Are you thanking me for accompanying you to drink and helping you evade Zhao Xiaozui's sulfuric acid? Or are you expressing gratitude for pulling you out of your shell? Perhaps you are thanking me for that slap?" "All of the above." Mei Yuyan lowered her gaze. "In fact, I wanted to say thank you in front of the Public Security Bureau. But, you needn't elaborate. I understand." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Reflecting on his actions towards her, he found himself somewhat melancholic. "You need not thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards a boy named Qin Lang, who was deeply infatuated with you." "Was?" Mei Yuyan seemed perplexed by Qin Lang's words. She forced a smile, bitterness evident in her voice. "So, it follows that the current Qin Lang no longer harbors any affection for me. Correct?" Qin Lang fell silent. He was uncertain how to respond to Mei Yuyan's statement. Was there still any lingering affection? It seemed unlikely. His interventions on her behalf were tinged with pity and sympathy. But more so, they were influenced by the memories of the foolish boy he once was. Yet, was there truly no lingering sentiment? Qin Lang recalled the flutter in his heart during their ambiguous encounters, and how, despite intending to distance himself from Mei Yuyan's affairs, he felt compelled to report her situation after the sulfuric acid incident and had inexplicably agreed to accompany her for drinks. He knew that this was not merely the influence of his former self, but rather a reflection of his true feelings. After a prolonged silence, Mei Yuyan abruptly seized a cup of liquor from the table and began to drink copiously. The alcohol mingled with the tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her neck and soaking her garment. Once her glass was empty, she leaned over the table, weeping uncontrollably. "I know it. Qin Lang has come to look down on me. And everyone else does too, that I in their eyes. I am nothing but a worthless creature, a harlot, a despicable traitor," she sobbed. Qin Lang opened his mouth. Unsure of how to offer comfort, he recognized that for Mei Yuyan, no matter how eloquent his reassurances, they would pale in comparison to the catharsis of her emotional outpouring. I truly am not a worthless person, nor a harlot, nor a monster," Mei Yuyan continued, her voice laced with grievance. "I merely wish to live my own life, to resist fate. Is that so wrong?" Her lamentations spread through the air, and the surrounding clamor seemed to soften. Even patrons at the neighboring stall leaned in to observe, only to witness a figure hunched over the table, engulfed in sorrow. This wretched woman. Qin Lang sighed inwardly. Mei Yuyan's plea for defiance against fate resonated with his own past, that he too had once been a boy, begging from door to door in the biting cold of a snow-laden winter, perpetually yearning to fight against his own destiny. Embracing this thought, he gazed at the sorrowful woman before him, feeling a renewed sense of compassion. As Mei Yuyan's weeping gradually subsided, she lifted her head, her face glistening with tears. Qin Lang extended a tissue towards her. "Here, wipe your face. The table is nearly submerged." Yet, Mei Yuyan did not reach for it. Her eyes, devoid of focus, remained fixed ahead, seemingly lost in memories as she murmured, "When I was 15, my adoptive father fell gravely ill." As she began to share her story, Qin Lang, as a listener, gradually unraveled the painful chapters of her past. It turned out that Mei Yuyan was an abandoned child, taken in by a destitute couple from a mountain village. Their sole motivation for adopting her was the prospect of marrying her off for a bride price. Given such intentions, it was no surprise that they showed her little affection. Under such circumstances, Mei Yuyan grew up as she matured, witnessing other children receiving an education. She too longed to carry a backpack like them. However, her pleas for her parents' support met with cold indifference. That it was only when others informed her that an uneducated child would struggle to find a husband, and that 9 years of compulsory education required only a minimal fee for textbooks, that she finally realized her aspiration of carrying a backpack to school. However, By the time she reached the 3rd grade, her adoptive parents refused to pay for any further educational expenses at such a tender age. She resorted to scavenging and selling, refused to amass the funds necessary to continue her studies. Mei Yuyan excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top of her class. She had hoped to rely on her meager earnings to pursue high school and university. But at the age of 15, darkness descended upon her life. Her adoptive father fell seriously ill, and with no funds for treatment, her adoptive mother contemplated selling her to pay for the medical costs. It was then that the Zhao family approached them. The Zhao family, affluent in the village, was willing to offer a hefty bride price to secure a wife for their mentally unstable son. Consequently, Mei Yuyan's adoptive mother consented to the arrangement. Despite her desire to resist, Mei Yuyan found herself powerless to oppose it. She studied harder, yearning to escape the confines of her village, earn money, repay the Zhao family, and break free from the engagement. Yet, her striking beauty attracted the attention of Zhao Taizhu. That fateful night, she was deceitfully lured to the Zhao residence by Zhao Xiaocui and her adoptive mother, where she was forcibly restrained by Zhao Xiaocui, almost falling victim to Zhao Tiezhu's advances. However, through her desperate pleas and fierce resistance, Zhao Taizhu ultimately relented, perhaps momentarily struck by clarity, allowing her to remain untouched until she completed her university education. This experience instilled a sense of gratitude in her toward Zhao Taizhu for sparing her innocence and preserving her dreams. Her adoptive father eventually succumbed to his illness, followed by her adoptive mother shortly thereafter. Left alone, she used the remaining funds from her father's treatment to pay her first-year university tuition. Subsequently, she supplemented her studies by tutoring, earning the funds necessary for her education and living expenses. Once she began working, she allocated a significant portion of her monthly salary to repay the Zhao family. The Zhao family had originally provided a dowry of 20,000, and she repaid them with 60,000 threefold. Yet, the Zhao family did not relent. Zhao Taizhu would periodically seek her out. She constantly evaded him, but eventually, he found her, leading to the incident that transpired at school. Upon concluding her tale, Qin Lang felt a weight in his heart. Mei Yuyan's experiences mirrored his own. Both were abandoned children who had contemplated defying fate. The difference lay in his success, while Mei Yuyan merely appeared to have succeeded on the surface. I never intended to harm Zhao Taizhu. I am grateful to him. Yet he ultimately met his demise because of me. Tears streamed down Mei Yuyan's face once more, and she grasped a cup of liquor, downing it in one go until she was left coughing violently. Maloshi. After hearing your story, I firmly believe that you possess an indomitable spirit. Trust me, destiny is most fearful of resilience. What you need now is simply to persist, to endure, and to persevere. Qin Lang grabbed a glass of beer from the table and declared, "Though my health does not permit drinking, I wish to toast to you." Just recovering from her coughing fit, Mei Yuyan unhesitatingly clinked her glass with Qin Lang's, downing the contents in one go. Whether it was the effect of the alcohol or the relief of having found a confidant, she released the pent-up emotions within her. When she finally set her glass down, her tears had ceased flowing. She took a deep breath and said, "It feels so much better to express it. You toast to me, and I shall toast to you, as a token of gratitude from this teacher." Upon finishing her words, she seized a glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. It was evident that Mei Yuyan had a rather average tolerance for alcohol. After just 4 large glasses, she was already in a haze of intoxication. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed over. She noticed that Qin Lang was not drinking and tapped the table, asking, "Why aren't you drinking?" Qin Lang shook his head, replying, "You go ahead. Someone must remain sober. Besides, my body cannot handle alcohol. The last drink was already quite a stretch." "That's true." Mei Yuyan nodded drunkenly, then suddenly shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, the first reason is correct, but the second is not. How can your body not handle alcohol? If I recall correctly, your family runs a brewery. So how is it that you can't drink? It seemed this woman was not overly intoxicated after all. Qin Lang was taken aback. He expected her to know that his family owned a brewery. He remembered that the previous Qin Dashao had little contact with this Mei teacher. Moreover, Mei Yuyan was merely an art teacher, not the homeroom teacher, so how could she be aware of his family's circumstances? Can't he keep up the act anymore, can you? with the alcohol loosening her inhibitions. Mei Yuyan completely forgot her earlier sorrow, tears streaming down her face, and suddenly transformed into a giggling girl who had just discovered candy. She pointed at Qin Lang's nose and said, "Don't think I don't know your secrets. You secretly slipped love letters to me, even took photos of me without permission, and that time during the school sports day. You took advantage of the crowd to sneak a touch on my backside. Did I know everything? Was I really that Lu before?" Qin Lang chuckled helplessly, rubbing his nose that he wished to delve into the memories of Qin Dashao. Yet couldn't he help but laugh inwardly. This Qin Dashao, though lacking in intelligence, possessed considerable emotional intelligence. "You are indeed quite lewd, but you are even better at pretending." Mei Yuyan squinted her eyes, laughing joyously. "You act like a fool in front of classmates and teachers. But now that you're in trouble, your true self has finally emerged, and I now realize that your previous demeanor was merely a fade, a deception. Haha, you are a fraud, a little fraud. Let it be that I am a fraud." Qin Lang shook his head in resignation. He understood that Mei Yuyan would inevitably catch on to his change in behavior, that it was impossible for him to confide in this drunken woman, that his transformation was due to soul transference. Nor was there any need to explain. Chapter 21. Take her home? The empty glasses on the table multiplied, and Mei Yuyan's smile grew increasingly radiant. The intoxication of alcohol allowed her to momentarily forget her sorrow and the injustices of fate. Resembling a carefree little girl, exuberantly joyful and unabashedly happy, Qin Lang silently observed her, akin to the most loyal audience, relishing the nonsensical monologue that unfolded before him, that it was only when Mei Yuyan staggered onto the table, inviting those around her to join in her drinking, that Qin Lang, both amused and exasperated, stood up and said, "It's late. We should be going." He assisted Mei Yuyan down from the table. Like most inebriated individuals, Mei Yuyan began to cling to her empty glass, pouting, No, I haven't had enough to drink." Naturally, Qin Lang saw no point in reasoning with the drunkard. He took hold of her arm and approached the young vendor selling skewers, preparing to settle the bill. "Little fraud, don't pull me. If you keep pulling, I'll make you stand at the blackboard." Mei Yuyan swayed and playfully slapped Qin Lang, but in her drunken state. She was utterly powerless against his grip. The young man has two hands. The vendor, fanning the charcoal fire, gave a thumbs up and winked at Qin Lang, saying, "Back in my school days, I wouldn't dare make a move on my teacher. You are my idol." Qin Lang chose to ignore him and reached into his pockets. However, after rummaging through his pockets, he realized that aside from his phone, he hadn't brought a single cent. Since Mei Yuyan had invited him to drink, he hadn't thought about it beforehand. "What is this? You didn't bring any money?" The young vendor chuckled upon seeing Qin Lang's expression. "Look at you, I just praised you, and you immediately fumbled if you want to make a move on your teacher. You must be adequately prepared, right? No money. How will you manage a hotel later? Even if you don't book a room and plan to sneak off, you should at least have a condom ready, right?" Qin Lang could hardly be bothered to engage with the vendor. Instead, he turned to Mei Yuyan and asked, "Do you have any money on you?" Mei Yuyan, still struggling to free herself from Qin Lang's grasp, huffed, "I didn't bring any money, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. So that means you do have some." Qin Lang began searching through Mei Yuyan's pockets, but she persisted in resisting, unwilling to cooperate. Frustration welled up inside Qin Lang, and in a moment of impulse, he slapped her swaying backside, exclaiming, "Behave yourself." The slap, the sensation was soft and yielding. Mei Yuyan froze for a moment, then began to sob. "Wah! You slapped my backside? What? You're bullying me." Qin Lang was taken aback, feeling remorseful that he hadn't intervened when Mei Yuyan was drinking, believing that this woman, burdened by misfortune, needed the alcohol to vent her frustrations. Yet had he known that she would end up in such a state, he would have done everything in his power to prevent her from drinking. Or perhaps he should never have agreed to accompany her for drinks in the first place. "I've truly brought trouble upon myself." Qin Lang sighed, finally managing to retrieve Mei Yuyan's wallet. Upon opening it, he found it contained money, several cards, an ID, and a mobile phone that he extracted 200 yuan notes and handed them to the young vendor, saying, "Keep the change," while supporting and guiding Mei Yuyan out of the stall. Not long after they left, the young vendor called out, "Hey, wait up. Qin Lang frowned and turned back, saying, "Didn't you say I didn't need change?" The vendor caught up, laughing. "You don't need change, but I can't just let you take advantage of me. Here, I still have one left over from last night. Consider it a gift." He pulled out a small, square package, roughly the size of a postage stamp, and with a suggestive look handed it to Qin Lang. For a moment, Qin Lang was bewildered by the vendor's intentions, but wishing to avoid further entanglement. He casually stuffed the small package into his pocket. As he watched Qin Lang depart with Mei Yuyan, the young vendor chuckled ambiguously to himself. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, each generation surpassing the last. But to be fair, had I had such a beautiful teacher back in my day, I would have certainly been unable to resist breaching the student-teacher taboo. In the end, Pingan City was not a first-tier city, and the nightlife did not compare. The streets were growing increasingly sparse with pedestrians. Although spring had arrived, bringing slightly warmer daytime temperatures, the night air remained quite chilly. However, Qin Lang found himself sweating a bit as he held Mei Yuyan, who was continually wriggling, forcing him to exert considerable effort to control the drunken woman. "You slapped my backside. You must apologize. You need to apologize to me," Mei Yuyan cried out, her voice punctuated by the cold wind that did little to sober her, but rather intensified her inebriation. She continued to weep and babble incoherently, her enchanting face flushed with the rosy hue of intoxication. Qin Lang sighed, contemplating leaving this drunken woman behind, but ultimately decided against it. "All right, I apologize," he conceded reluctantly. "Now that's more like it." Mei Yuyan finally settled down, but only for a brief moment before her drunken haze returned, and she began to sing loudly, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky." The nursery rhyme, sung in a childlike tone by Mei Yuyan, was endearing as she sang. One of her hands waved rhythmically in the air, albeit clumsily due to her inebriation that a few passers-by slowed their hurried pace. Curiously gazing at the scene, Qin Lang smiled, glancing at Mei Yuyan. In that moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the innocence that had never been allowed to surface on her face. As her song gradually quieted, she turned to Qin Lang, pouting in displeasure. "Why aren't you singing? Come on, let me teach you. If you sing well, there will be a reward." "Oh, what kind of reward?" Qin Lang teased. "Let me think." Mei Yuyan tilted her head back, squinting as if deep in thought. Her drunken demeanor made her look adorable, prompting Qin Lang to laugh heartily. "Let us have this as the reward." Mei Yuyan suddenly leaned in, wrapping her arm around Qin Lang's neck and unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Qin Lang froze, and before he could savor the flavor of this reward, he felt a sudden weight in his arms. Looking down, he found that Mei Yuyan had fallen asleep against him. Embracing this fragrant beauty, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. Is this a reward or a punishment? The inebriated beauty slept soundly, even letting out adorable little snores. Qin Lang, though reluctant to wake her, knew he had to tap her gently on the face, saying, wake up, wake up." Don't disturb me, don't disturb me," Mei Yuyan murmured in her sleep, not only failing to awaken but also shifting her body to find a more comfortable position in Qin Lang's embrace. At this point, Qin Lang could only wear a bitter expression. On this late night, holding a drunken woman, he had no idea where to go. Back to school? That was clearly out of the question, not to mention that Mei Yuyan didn't live at the school. It would also be closed at this hour. Back to Mei Yuyan's home. Qin Lang had no idea where Mei Yuyan resided, and now that she was utterly intoxicated, it was impossible for him to extract her address from her lips. "It seems there is no other option," he murmured, shaking his head in resignation as he flagged down a taxi. Once inside, he instructed the driver to Nanshan Lane. After a series of exertions, Qin Lang finally managed to bring the inebriated Mei Yuyan to his old residence. By the time he laid her on the bed, he was left panting with exhaustion that moment. He could not discern whether it was due to her drunken state or simply because his own body was too frail. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was past midnight. With a wry smile, he sat on the edge of the bed, attempting to regain his breath that he truly lacked experience in caring for others, let alone a drunken individual. Given his current physical condition, managing an inebriated Mei Yuyan was quite a challenge. After a while, as his heaving chest began to steady, He rose to remove her shoes. Yet, as he reached into her pocket, an unexpected voice suddenly erupted. "Take it off! Take it off! Take it off! Remove your top, take off your underwear, strip it all away." The profoundly suggestive voice startled Qin Lang. Just as he was about to assist Mei Yuyan with her shoes, the sudden command to disrobe sent a jolt through him. Upon realizing it was merely the ringtone of his phone, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the original owner of this body. Just as Mei Yuyan had remarked, this foolish Qin was not only simple-minded but also rather lewd. Who would be calling me at this hour? After collecting his thoughts, Qin Lang curiously pulled out his phone. Did I end the process? Something slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground, but he remained oblivious, as his attention was entirely captured by the caller ID on the screen. It displayed just one character, father. Staring at that single word, Qin Lang's expression grew increasingly complex, and for a while, he remained silent, allowing the suggestive ringtone to persist stubbornly that to answer or not to answer. These two choices lingered in his mind. Although he had tentatively acknowledged his current identity, he still felt a conflicting urge to draw near, yet simultaneously recoil from this blood relation. Perhaps it was because he had been an orphan in his previous life, unfamiliar with the taste of familial affection, that he found himself at a loss when confronted with genuine kinship. Chapter 22. Beasts and Less Than Beasts. Ultimately, Qin Lang answered the call, for his temperament did not encompass avoidance. And facing the inevitable was essential. "Son, why did you take so long to answer? Were you asleep, and did my call wake you? I didn't mean to disturb you, but I just received news from home that you were kidnapped at school. I was so worried that I didn't consider the time difference." The voice on the other end was both familiar and strange to Qin Lang. Hearing it, his gaze instinctively shifted to the framed photograph on the wall. The owner of that voice was the imposing man in military uniform from the picture, his father, Qin Fengyang. "Son, please don't blame me that I received the news late while abroad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now to call you." Perhaps due to his military background, Qin Fengyang's voice was robust, yet at this moment, he deliberately lowered it, as if fearing to disturb his son. Qin Lang opened his mouth, yet his throat felt constricted that he suddenly realized he had no idea how to communicate with this man, whom he ought to refer to as father. "Son, why are you silent, son? What on earth happened?" As his son remained unresponsive, Qin Fengyang's tone grew anxious, feeling the genuine concern emanating from the man on the line. Warmth surged within Qin Lang. Memories of this man flooded his mind. The one who had held his little hand to teach him to walk, the one who had risen in the middle of the night to tuck him in, the one who had tirelessly sought treatment for him, and the one who had unhesitatingly confronted those who called him foolish. All these figures merged into one, and the blood bond began to fill his heart. A word nearly escaped his lips, and despite his attempt to suppress it, it burst forth uncontrollably. "Dad." The exclamation was bright and clear in that moment. Qin Lang felt tears welling in his eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation. As if something had been added to his very soul in a daze, he felt that he had become indistinguishable from the original owner of this body. Hearing his son finally speak, Qin Fengyang quickly responded, "What just happened? Why the long silence? Were you frightened by the kidnapping?" "Don't worry, son. I'll book a flight back home immediately." I'm fine. You don't need to rush back," Qin Lang replied, noticing that the constriction in his throat had vanished. However, he was still adjusting to this dialogue between father and son, causing his voice to sound somewhat awkward. "Really, you're fine?" Qin Fengyang pressed, unconvinced. "I assure you I'm perfectly fine." Qin Lang shook his head, only to realize that the other party could not see him, that he added, "The kidnapper didn't harm me, and the police ultimately shot him dead, that I'm doing well. If you're all right, then I can rest easy," Qin Fengyang replied, clearly relieved. "Son, my business negotiations abroad are still ongoing, and it will be a while before I can return. Since you're fine, I won't rush back." "Yes, your business is important, that I'm doing well, so please don't worry about me." After some effort to adjust and adapt, Qin Lang's voice gradually became more fluid. "By the way, son, guess who I ran into in Germany?" Qin Fengyang suddenly recalled something, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a parent coaxing a child. "I met your favorite singer, Yen Ryu. She just happened to be in Germany for an event, and I took the opportunity to get you an autograph photo. She even wrote you some encouraging words on the back of the photo, as a loyal fan. I'll give it to you as a gift when I return. A singer? Yin Ryu? Qin Lang was momentarily stunned, quickly rifling through his memories to realize that this was a woman whom the original owner of the body had admired for her singing. To the current Qin Lang, such a gift held little allure. Yet, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, for he understood this was a father's way of indulgently cherishing his foolish son. Despite his busy schedule and the pressures of time, he still took the time to procure a signed photo from his son's favorite singer. This was the kind of paternal love he had longed for in his previous life, but had never experienced. Now he felt it in a different manner, fully embracing this paternal affection without any barriers that in the time that followed. Qin Lang, buoyed by this love that nourished his heart, found himself communicating increasingly harmoniously with his father he had never met. Qin Fengyang inquired in detail about Qin Lang's recent life and studies, urging him not to hold grudges against his stepmother and half-brother, suggesting he return to the villa or hire a nanny. While enjoying the concern embedded in his father's words, Qin Lang responded with ease. Naturally, he unhesitatingly declined his father's suggestions that he did not require a nanny, nor did he wish to move elsewhere. In his current state, residing alone in this tranquil old house was the most fitting arrangement. After over an hour of conversation, as they prepared to hang up, Qin Fengyang cheerfully remarked, "Son, I've just realized that over the past year, not only has your health improved, but your mind seems much clearer as well. You used to speak with me in a much less coherent manner than you do now. It seems my son is truly blessed. I'm so happy." Hearing this, Qin Lang felt an odd sensation in his heart, that he pondered how his father would react if he knew that the person speaking to him was not his true son. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed. Since he had already accepted his current identity and embraced this paternal love, he, Qin Lang, would always be Qin Fengyang's son, regardless of the past or present. After ending the call, Qin Lang took a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. How wonderful it feels to have a home. The clock on the wall indicated it was past 1 in the morning, and Qin Lang felt the encroaching fatigue in his body. Yet his spirit remained remarkably invigorated, that he recognized that this was the effect of the recent phone call. Taking a few steps, he turned his gaze to the enchanting figure sprawled on the bed, murmuring, "There's only this bed for sleeping in the old house. Could it be that I must squeeze in with this drunken woman tonight?" Just as he entertained this thought, he suddenly felt something underfoot. Lifting his foot, he discovered it was the small packet the vendor had slipped to him before leaving. "Looks like I dropped it while reaching for my phone," Qin Lang mused, picking it up and examining it. The small packet bore only a date, devoid of any name. Recalling the vendor's suggestive demeanor, he became increasingly curious. With a gentle tear, the contents of the packet were revealed that it was a greasy plastic sheath. And as Qin Lang stretched it out, he frowned. "Strange. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Why did that vendor insist on giving me this?" As Qin Lang gazed at the familiar object, he surmised that the memory of the foolish Qin must encompass this plastic case. Just as he contemplated flipping through it, an unexpected commotion emanated from the bed. Turning his head, he discovered Mei Yuyan, the inebriated figure, sitting up on the bed, drowsily attempting to get off. "You're awake." Qin Lang, momentarily disregarding the item in his hand, tossed it onto the bedside table and hastened to assist Mei Yuyan. "I feel so full. I need to relieve myself." Clearly still under the influence, Mei Yuyan squinted her eyes, her tone echoing the childish notes from earlier when she sang nursery rhymes. After consuming such a copious amount of alcohol, it would indeed be strange if she didn't need to urinate. Qin Lang shook his head. "I'll take you to the bathroom." Exiting the main room, Qin Lang supported the swaying Mei Yuyan into a smaller adjoining room, which had been modernized into a contemporary bathroom. As soon as the door swung open, Mei Yuyan pushed Qin Lang aside, clumsily yanking down her pants as she rushed toward the toilet. Qin Lang, caught between amusement and exasperation, closed the door behind her. He was no longer the naive Qin of yore, and had not stooped so low as to take advantage of the situation for a furtive glance. After waiting outside for a moment, a voice suddenly emerged from within his own pocket. "I am a little bird, wanting to fly, yet unable to soar high." This time, Qin Lang responded quickly, realizing that someone was calling him. He fished out his phone. He wondered why the phone was so busy today with calls coming in at such an odd hour. However, upon checking his phone, he found it unresponsive. "Not mine," he mused, momentarily bewildered, until he rummaged through another pocket and retrieved a wallet. It was Mei Yuyan's wallet, which he had casually pocketed after settling the bill. Extracting the phone from the wallet, he listened to the melancholic melody, thinking how fitting it was for Mei Yuyan's current state of mind. "Your phone. Should I answer it?" Qin Lang called out toward the bathroom, but received no reply. Frowning, he wondered if the woman had fallen asleep while sitting on the toilet. After a few more shouts met with silence, he turned his attention back to the phone screen, which flashed the name, Qin Dabing. Ah, it's Qin Dabing's call. Still harassing Mei Yuyan at this hour. Has he just been released? Qin Lang scoffed, decisively rejecting the call. Prior to the acid incident, Mei Yuyan had intended to check on Qin Dabing, but the fright from the encounter had completely erased that thought from her mind. Qin Lang, too, had no interest in the antics of this buffoon, thus remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Dabing had been released shortly after they departed, sporting a bruised visage. The phone rang again, but this time, Qin Lang chose not to hang up. Instead, he answered it on Mei Yuyan's behalf. Qin Dabing's woeful voice filled the line. "Yuyan, I'm at the hospital. I just finished an examination and remembered to call you. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep." "Sigh, what happened to you today? How could you be in such close proximity to that fool? Do you have any idea how heartbroken and furious I was upon seeing that? If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have gotten into trouble and been taken away by the police. Oh, how I wish I could be the one holding you, Yuyan. Why can't you give me a chance if you agree to be my girlfriend? I promise I won't hold your past against you, and I'll treat you well, pampering you like a queen." Initially, Qin Lang intended to dismiss this clown with a few curt words, but upon hearing Qin Dabing repeatedly refer to him as a fool, his irritation flared. With a cold chuckle, Qin Lang responded, "Qin Dabing, you may be disappointed to learn that even if teacher Mei were to take a liking to me, she would never look your way. You should abandon that hope. You are Qinda. How do you have Yuyan's number? Where is she? What have you done to her? Let me warn you, Qinda, if you dare lay a finger on her, I swear I'll skin you alive." Upon recognizing Qin Lang's voice, Qin Dabing's tone shifted to one of feverish anger. "Teacher Mei is in the bathroom." Qin Lang deliberately provoked him. Qin Dabing, predictably agitated, stammered, "Bathroom? Which bathroom? How could Yuyan be with you at this hour?" "Of course, in my bathroom." "Well, I won't waste more time with you. This is it." With that, Qin Lang hung up without concern for Qin Dabing's furious outbursts on the other end. Promptly shutting off the phone. After placing the phone back into the wallet, he knocked on the door a few times, but still received no response. Growing impatient, he pushed the door open. The sight that met his eyes was shocking. His heart raced unexpectedly. Mei Yuyan had indeed fallen asleep on the toilet, her pants down to her thighs, revealing her pink underwear, smooth, fair thighs, and curvaceous posterior, all laid bare before Qin Lang's gaze. It took him a moment to collect himself. Shaking his head with a rueful smile. "Women truly should not drink. Had it been Qin Dabing in my place, I fear this woman would have found herself in a compromising position tonight." Suppressing the heat rising within him, he gently lifted Mei Yuyan, attempting to assist her in pulling her pants up. Yet, whether due to the tightness of the pants or his lack of experience, he struggled fruitlessly, and instead, his hand brushed against her soft, ample backside, leaving him with a lingering dampness on his palm. Unable to hoist her pants up, Qin Lang ultimately surrendered and half-carried Mei Yuyan back to the main room, placing her gently on the bed. His gaze inevitably lingered on her exposed curves, intensifying the heat he was trying to quell. This woman is truly something else. Forcing himself to look away, he gulped down a glass of water to ease the rising warmth within him. However, the commotion had effectively banished any semblance of drowsiness. Fearing that another glance at the woman would lead him to lose control, he resolved not to look her way any further, as he was not a gentleman by any means. But neither did he wish to exploit her vulnerability. With sleep eluding him, he switched on the television, eager to explore this new world. The screen flickered to life, revealing a burly comedian delivering a joke. So, a man and a woman, colleagues on a business trip, find themselves stranded when their car breaks down and must share a small room with only one bed. Before sleeping, the woman draws a line down the middle, firmly stating that the man must not cross it. Crossing it would make him a beast. The next morning, the man asks, I am not a beast, am I? The woman nods. No, you're not a beast. You're even worse than a beast. As laughter erupted from the audience, Qin Lang sat in a stupor, his gaze shifting between the television and the woman beside him, pondering a singular thought. Am I truly a beast? Or am I worse than a beast? Chapter 23. The Mischief of Red Wolf. As the television continued its relentless broadcast, Qin Lang gradually succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, his eyelids drooping heavily as his head bobbed. Ultimately, he tipped over and fell onto the bed, plunging into a deep slumber. That night, the male and female teacher lay together, entwined, their connection devoid of any beastly connotations. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, two disheveled bodies lay entangled beneath a blanket on the wooden bed of the old house. Their position bore no resemblance to tender affection, but rather appeared as if they had just engaged in a fierce battle, ending in mutual destruction. The television, which had played throughout the night, was now airing an animated series. It was Saturday, and to ensure a delightful weekend for children, the station broadcast the beloved show, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Darling, wake up. It's morning. You need to go out and catch sheep. If you can't catch any today, don't bother coming home. The screen displayed the red wolf, menacingly brandishing a frying pan at her husband, the Big Big Wolf. The woman on the bed stirred slightly, withdrawing her hand from the man's armpit, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up, dazedly murmuring, it's morning. Time to catch sheep. She reached down to scratch her exposed, fair backside as she did. Her brow suddenly furrowed in confusion, and she muttered to herself, why am I catching sheep? Why? You dare question why? If you don't catch sheep, what will I and little Gray eat? Do you want to starve us both? The red wolf's elongated cry echoed as she struck the Big Big Wolf on the head with her frying pan, causing stars to dance in his vision. The woman on the bed jolted at the sound, her gaze fixed on the television. Realizing the show was still playing, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Look at you. So foolish. Forgetting to turn off the TV while you were sleeping. Just as she attempted to redirect her focus, a sudden realization hit her, and her gaze returned to the television before sweeping across the room. When her eyes landed on the man beside her, the last remnants of her hangover-induced haze dissipated like a splash of cold water, leaving her wide awake. Ah, she screamed. The man on the bed was finally roused, sitting up stiffly, his eyes wide with caution as he surveyed his surroundings. Only after he clearly observed the room and the woman beside him, who was screaming in sheer terror, did the peculiarity in his gaze begin to soften. You've woken up? So, is it necessary to scream like a siren? Qin Lang rubbed his ears, feeling as though the woman's shrill cries might shatter his eardrums, that he had stayed up late the previous night. And after several hours of intense concentration at the library during the day, followed by some physical labor, he had fallen into a deep and blissful slumber. Being abruptly awakened stirred a sense of agitation within him. Why you? You, Mei Yuyan stammered, her finger trembling as it pointed at Qin Lang, her face awash with panic. Seeing her in such a state, Qin Lang quickly grasped that she had misunderstood the situation, taking a few deep breaths to clear his still sleepy mind. He finally spoke. In the future, I suggest you seek out someone else for your drinking escapades. I have no desire to tend to a drunken fool, especially not one like you. Mei Yuyan stood momentarily stunned, as if recalling the events of the previous night. She stuttered, I got drunk. Then how did I end up sleeping with you? Where is this place? Where else could it be? Naturally, it's my home. You were intoxicated, and I had no idea where you lived. If I hadn't brought you back here, where else could I have taken you? Had it not been for the reward you offered last night, do you think I would have willingly brought you home? I would have tossed you onto the main road instead. Qin Lang replied with irritation. Mei Yuyan's demeanor shifted as she realized she was the type to forget everything after drinking. Upon hearing Qin Lang's brief recounting of the previous night's events, a blush crept across her face, and she withdrew her finger pointing at him, when she noticed that both she and Qin Lang were fully clothed. A sigh of relief washed over her. Thank goodness. It seemed that this boy hadn't taken advantage of her drunken state. However, what reward was he referring to, and why had he shared a bed with her? Mei Yuyan opened her mouth to question him, but ultimately refrained, her shyness holding her back, that as she attempted to rise from the bed, she felt an unsettling sensation. although she hadn't noticed anything while intoxicated. Now that she was sober and sitting beside a boy with whom she had shared intimate moments the previous day, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her from both a teacher-student perspective and a gender perspective. However, as she moved, her expression shifted abruptly. She realized that her pants, along with her pink underwear, had slipped down to her knees, exposing her smooth, pale thighs, curvaceous backside, and even the delicate areas in between. This revelation sent her into a state of fear. But instead of screaming again, she clutched the blanket tightly and turned her head to Qin Lang, her eyes filled with sorrow, anger, disappointment, and confusion. Qin Lang, still groggy from sleep, was momentarily distracted by the sight before him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Upon gathering himself, he found it difficult to endure the expression on Mei Yuyan's face and instinctively said, "Please don't misunderstand." "What am I supposed to misunderstand?" Mei Yuyan's voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. "Qin Lang, how could you do this? How could you treat me like this? If I truly intended to do something to you, you wouldn't simply be half-dressed. You'd be completely exposed," Qin Lang replied. Feeling a headache coming on, Mei Yuyan's expression shifted, seemingly acknowledging the validity of his words. Yet she still felt it was a weak justification. Just then, her gaze fell upon an open condom wrapper on the bedside table, and her face went pale. "You even used that. Are you still trying to deny it?" She pointed at the nightstand, tears spilling down her cheeks. Qin Lang glanced at the nightstand, his mind racing to recall the events of the previous night. After quickly sifting through his memories, he finally understood the purpose of the item, leaving him in a state of incredulous amusement. "Mei Yuyan, I remember you calling me foolish and lecherous while we were drinking. But now I see you're the one who was utterly naive," she cried, scolding him, her eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. The abrupt loss of her innocence, especially to a student, shattered her moral compass. Qin Lang's expression darkened. While he could empathize with her anger and sorrow, being labeled a beast left him feeling unjustly accused, particularly since he had been worse than a beast the night before. "If you can recall last night's events, then I won't bother explaining myself. That if you can't remember, I also don't wish to clarify anything. You should know your own body well enough to determine if anything happened," he shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, the television blared a familiar voice. "Do you think you can get away without an explanation?" "Huh?" Qin Lang turned in surprise. Realizing the voice belonged to the television, he slapped his forehead and turned off the set. When he turned back, he noticed Mei Yuyan furrowing her brows in deep contemplation, her previously pale and complex expression now tinged with a hint of embarrassment. After a long pause, she hesitantly said, Qin Lang, could you please step outside for a moment?" "Step outside?" Qin Lang glanced at Mei Yuyan, understanding her intention. Without a word, he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Once the door clicked shut, Mei Yuyan's trembling hand reached towards the blossoming peach blossoms. After leaving the room, Qin Lang went to the bathroom to wash up. When he returned, he found Mei Yuyan standing in the yard. Now fully dressed, though her hair remained somewhat disheveled, and traces of her hangover lingered on her face. Observing her, he noted that the complex expressions had faded, leaving only an overwhelming sense of shyness. He smiled. "All done with your inspection?" Mei Yuyan, too embarrassed to meet his gaze, murmured, "Yes." "Now you understand I'm not a beast?" Qin Lang asked again. "Yes," she replied, her voice still barely audible. "You no longer want to call me a beast, do you?" he teased. Mei Yuyan let out a small laugh, the sound seemingly dissipating her earlier embarrassment. She looked up at Qin Lang and softly said, "I remember the events from last night now. I'm truly sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for taking care of me, but please refrain from engaging in such adult activities in the future. It's inappropriate." As she concluded, her head dipped shyly once more, clearly referring to the condom. Just as Qin Lang was about to respond, there came a loud knocking at the yard's gate. Bang, bang, bang. The person knocking appeared to be quite impatient, striking the door with heavy, urgent blows, the old wooden double doors. Weathered by decades of storms, although still functional, couldn't withstand such vigorous pounding. They trembled like an elderly person, creaking ominously as if they might fall apart at any moment. Qin Lang frowned, feeling a strong aversion to whoever it was based solely on the raucous nature of their arrival. He darkened his expression and moved to open the door. However, just as he took a step, a hand grasped his arm. Turning back, he saw Mei Yuyan shaking her head in alarm. No, no, you can't open the door. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked. Puzzled, Mei Yuyan released his arm and stammered. I'm here, that if you open the door now, it will lead to misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Qin Lang blinked in surprise, upon catching sight of her expression, which resembled that of someone caught in a scandal. He finally understood. Amused by her overthinking, he replied, Teacher Mei, you're overreacting. It's broad daylight, and you and I are properly dressed standing in the yard. Do you really think anyone would suspect that you, Professor Mei, spent the night with your student? At his words, Mei Yuyan's ears turned crimson. Especially the phrase spent the night triggered memories of her earlier embarrassment, although she had checked and confirmed that her body had not been violated. Sharing a bed with a student, especially with her garments half disheveled, left her feeling too ashamed to lift her gaze. Bang, 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 the knocking continued to assault Qin Lang's eardrums, ignoring Mei Yuyan's unfounded fears. He strode purposefully towards the gate. Seeing this, Mei Yuyan hesitated for a moment, as if coming to a realization. After taking a deep breath, she followed him. As Qin Lang approached the door, he overheard a muttering from outside. Damn it. Why haven't they opened the door yet? With a cold snort, he opened the door, revealing a young boy clad in sportswear with short hair. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, possessing dark brows, bright eyes, and a charming smile. The boy leaned against the doorframe, one hand poised to knock again, his expression conveying impatience. His gaze darted around the alley, lingering on women as they passed, his eyes gleaming with an inappropriate lust that belied his age. Upon recognizing the intruder, Qin Lang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. This was none other than his half-brother, Qin Sheng. The memories left by his foolish father, Qin Dashan, were rife with details about this brother and their mother, all of which pointed to the humiliation they had inflicted upon him throughout his childhood. Otherwise, Qin Dashan would not have moved into the old house all by himself, but he had never regarded this mother and son as family, harboring only intense disdain towards them. This unreserved animosity has undoubtedly influenced the current Qin Lang, inheriting not only Qin Dashan's physical form but also his emotions. Qin Lang felt no affection whatsoever for this suddenly arrived younger brother. Dashan, you've finally opened the door. If you hadn't, I would have considered tearing this wretched door down, Qin Sheng remarked impatiently as the door finally swung open, showing no regard for Qin Lang as an older brother. Who are you looking for? Qin Lang asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon seeing Qin Lang glare at him fiercely, blocking the entrance as if he were a stranger, Qin Sheng couldn't help but laugh, smirking as he said, Dashan, what on earth are you doing? Have you been so frightened by that so-called kidnapper that you can't even recognize me? Step aside. I rushed over this early morning just to see you. And look at your attitude. As he spoke, he attempted to push past Qin Lang. However, halfway through, his hand froze, fixated on something beside Qin Lang. It was then that Mei Yuyan had approached. Qin Lang, our home visit concludes here. I hope you will strive to improve your studies and meet the expectations your teacher has for you, she said, her demeanor transforming entirely in the blink of an eye, whether out of guilt or shyness. She concealed it well, her face now a mask of stern seriousness. Home visit? Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback before understanding Mei Yuyan's implication. He was at a loss as to whether to commend her cleverness or chastise her for her guilty conscience and unnecessary actions. The teacher is leaving now, Mei Yuyan said to herself, nodding as she turned to exit. Wait a moment, Ms. Mei. Qin Lang suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease her, calling out as he retrieved a wallet from his pocket and handed it to her. This is your wallet. You accidentally slipped it into my pocket during the visit. Mei Yuyan's body trembled. Qin Lang's absurd excuse for returning her wallet practically implied that her so-called home visit was not as straightforward as it seemed. She took the wallet and hurriedly left. Dashan, is this girl your teacher? She's absolutely stunning. What's her name? What does she teach? What is her phone number? You must tell me everything, Qin Sheng exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a glint of brilliance shining within. What did you call me? What else could I call you? Qin Sheng had never regarded his older brother with any seriousness. Just as he was about to utter Dashin again, he was struck by the fierce light in Qin Lang's eyes, causing an inexplicable shiver to run through him, and he involuntarily called out, "Brother!" Only then did Qin Lang let out a cold snort, turning to walk towards the courtyard, casually leaving behind the words, "Come in." What just happened? Qin Sheng stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend why he had been so intimidated that he called Qin Lang brother. After all, throughout his life, except when their father was present, he had always referred to him as Dashin. However, upon seeing Qin Lang's imposing figure, he felt a surge of anger, thinking to himself, "This fool actually dares to act all high and mighty with me? I won't serve him." With that thought, he was on the verge of leaving, but upon glancing down at the bag he held, he changed his mind, a mischievous smile emerging on his face as he thought, "I'll have my fun with this fool before I leave." With this resolve, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and followed him into the courtyard. Having left Qin Lang's home, Mei Yuyan hurriedly walked through the alley, her heart still racing, when Qin Lang had shoved the wallet into her hands. She had been so embarrassed she almost wished to disappear into the ground. Even now, that feeling of shyness lingered. With her head bowed and her pace quickening, she had only one thought: to leave this place as quickly as possible. Little did she know, as she walked with her head down, she suddenly collided with someone. "I'm sorry." Mei Yuyan apologized hastily without even seeing who she had bumped into. "Oh, Ms. Mei, is that you?" A puzzled voice made her lift her gaze, revealing a striking young girl before her. Instantly, she recognized her as Qin Lang, a student who was adored by all the boys at school. "Ms. Mei, what a coincidence. Do you live here?" Qin Lang exclaimed, clearly surprised to encounter her teacher. "Yes. Quite the coincidence that I don't live here. I'm just visiting a student's home," Mei Yuyan replied, feeling a bit guilty before asking, "By the way, it's Saturday. Shouldn't the seniors be in class? Why aren't you attending?" "Oh, I'm here to see a classmate who had some trouble, so I took a leave." Qin Lang's expression shifted to one of guilt as well. After exchanging a few awkward words, the two guilty women went their separate ways. However, as soon as they parted, Mei Yuyan couldn't help but wonder, could she be here to see Qin Lang? The thought left her feeling inexplicably agitated. Meanwhile, Qin Lang pondered, the student Ms. Mei is visiting wouldn't be Qin Lang. Would it? Oh, no way. Ms. Mei wouldn't bother with someone like him. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Sheng surveyed his surroundings, his expression reflecting disdain as he thought, "A fool is indeed a fool. Why would he abandon a perfectly good villa to live in this rundown house? I wouldn't last a day in such a decrepit place." "What do you want?" Qin Lang asked, sitting expressionless on a stone bench. "What else could it be? You've been stirred up by that ridiculous kidnapper. And when Dad heard about it, he called home last night. Since today is Saturday, I was sent over to check on you. It's pity I didn't even get to sleep in. Rushing over here instead. Why do you always have to stir up trouble?" Qin Sheng replied irritably. "Whether I love to stir trouble or not is none of your concern. Since you've come to visit, you've done so now, so you can leave." Qin Lang bluntly urged him to leave. "Damn!" Qin Sheng was immediately infuriated that in his memory, Qin Dashin had never spoken to him like that. Previously, Qin Dashin had been a simpleton, easily toyed with, the target of his pranks since childhood. The sudden change made him feel off balance, and his anger flared up. Just as Qin Sheng was about to explode, a voice drifted over from outside the courtyard. "Annie, is this the place?" "That's right. This is the place that, oh dear, you're quite the beauty. You aren't that young man's girlfriend, are you?" "My, that lad is quite fortunate," a middle-aged woman's voice chimed. "Please don't say that. I'm just his classmate." I understand. Don't think just because I'm older I don't know about young people's affairs. This is the house, go on in," the woman continued. Both Qin Lang and Qin Sheng froze momentarily, turning towards the entrance as the door remained ajar, revealing a charming figure gliding gracefully towards them, coming to a halt at the entrance. "Oh, sister-in-law?" Qin Sheng was the first to react, his eyes lighting up like a starving wolf who had spotted prey. Striding eagerly to the courtyard entrance, the entrance of the courtyard, Qin Lang stood gracefully, the morning light illuminating her unadorned face, creating a halo effect that made her appear as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. "This must be the right place," she thought. Relieved to see Qin Sheng leaning against the door and the figure seated on the stone bench, that it was her first time visiting Qin Lang's old house. She only had a rough idea of its location and had nearly gone to the wrong place. If it hadn't been for the guidance of a kind-hearted woman, she might not have found Qin Lang's home at all. However, recalling the woman's earlier words, Qin Lang felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking, that woman has such poor judgment. I'm breathtakingly beautiful, so what makes her think that guy is worthy of me? How could she even imagine us in such a relationship? Sister-in-law? What a coincidence. We arrived back-to-back, that you're here to see my brother, aren't you? You really care for him, that if I could marry someone as beautiful and caring as you in the future, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Qin Sheng flirted, his eyes roving over Qin Lang like a scanning device, the lustful gleam in his gaze intensifying. Unlike her slightly reserved school attire, Qin Lang's outfit today was indeed eye-catching. She wore a fitted mink coat cinched at the waist with a sparkling gold belt, the mature elegance of the fur adding an unexpected allure to her youthful charm. Her legs were clad in sheer, form-fitting leggings that accentuated their long, graceful curves, and the design added an element of temptation to her movements. Paired with high-top leather boots and a playful ponytail, she radiated both youthful exuberance and mature seduction, capable of captivating any man's heart. The more Qin Sheng observed, the more he felt a burning desire within him, thinking, this school-flower sister-in-law is simply stunning. As the saying goes, nothing surpasses the delight of dumplings, and nothing outshines the joy of a sister-in-law. Once Qin Dashin brings her home, with my charming and suave demeanor, winning her affections will be effortlessly achieved. Just imagine the exhilaration of holding such a beautiful sister-in-law in my arms, indulging in playful antics. How delightful that would be. If only I could be in bed with her right in front of Dashin. At the thought of it, Qin Sheng couldn't help but let out a mischievous chuckle. However, the grin faded quickly as he recalled that this campus beauty had taken an immediate disliking to him upon their first meeting. Therefore, it was imperative to put on a fade to win her over, in preparation for his grand dream of playing with the sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what are you standing there for? Come in, let me help you. Watch your step. Qin Sheng extended his hand, eager to assist Qin Lang into the house. Keep your distance, Qin Lang replied, ignoring his outstretched hand, her brow furrowing as she coldly admonished. What are you shouting about? Who's your sister-in-law? She had already seen the lewd grin on Qin Sheng's face, and her disdain for this so-called younger brother far surpassed that for her fiancé. Qin Sheng retracted his hand, unfazed by the embarrassment. Chuckling heartily, yes, my mistake. Whatever you want me to call you, sister-in-law, I'll call you that. Qin Lang dismissed him with a curt, go away, and turned to enter the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, Qin Lang's eyes brightened as she surveyed the courtyard's decor. Noting its tranquil charm and antique elegance, and a wonder that fellow chose to live here. This place indeed held more character than any villa. While she was admiring the courtyard, Qin Lang, who had been sitting on a stone bench, regarded her with a peculiar expression. In fact, since Qin Lang's arrival, Qin Lang's gaze had never strayed from her. Although he had recently encountered stunning beauties like Mei Yuyan and Bai Wuxia, he had to admit that this unexpectedly appearing girl possessed an innate beauty that was unrefined yet captivating. However, his fixation was not solely due to her beauty. Rather, it stemmed from Qin Sheng's incessant reference to her as sister-in-law, leaving him puzzled about the relationship between this stunning girl and himself. It was only after sifting through Qin Dashin's memories that he realized this girl was, in fact, she is actually my fiancée. That fool Qin Dashin has a fiancée. The more he looked at the girl before him, the more bewildered his expression became, that he couldn't help but wonder, could this be another tragic tale akin to Zhao Taizhu and Mei Yuyan? With such doubts swirling in his mind, Qin Lang delved deeper into his memories and finally uncovered the truth. Interestingly, although his engagement to this girl differed in particulars from his situation with Mei Yuyan, there were indeed similarities. That it turned out that the arrangement between Qin Lang and this girl stemmed from the whims of their fathers, who, after becoming acquainted, impulsively decided on the engagement one day. To be precise, it was the girl's father who first proposed the idea. That time, Qin Lang's father, Qin Fengyang, was taken aback upon hearing the suggestion. After all, Qin Lang was a fool, Which sensible family would marry their daughter to a simpleton, especially when the other party was a real estate tycoon? One could only imagine that the daughter of such a family would be a cherished gem, doted upon by many. Qin Lange's initial reaction was to refuse and candidly inform the other party about his son's condition. However, to his surprise, the other party remained steadfast in their proposal, seeing their unwavering stance and unable to discern their motives. Qin Lang found it hard to turn down such a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, Qin Lang found himself unwittingly with a fiancée, yet regrettably, the engagement held little significance for both parties. It was akin to a blind date, with mutual disdain. Qin Dashan was infatuated with a beautiful teacher and, lacking intelligence, paid no heed to his so-called fiancée, and a S for the girl. It was even less likely she'd harbor any feelings for a well-known fool at school. Thus, despite their formal engagement, they had little interaction and no emotional connection. Were it not for the persistent insistence of their fathers, they likely would have never consented to such a union, in the courtyard. Qin Lang finally directed her gaze to Qin Lang, noticing that throughout her entrance, he had not even made an effort to stand and greet her. This realization irked her, and with a frosty demeanor, she stated, "Qin Lang, my father heard about your abduction and sent me to check on you." "Oh, thank you." Qin Lang responded tersely, having no feelings for this fiancée, and thus felt no obligation to engage in conversation. Observing Qin Lang's dismissive demeanor, Qin Lang felt a surge of frustration. She had always wondered why her father, who indulged her in everything, was so insistent on this engagement, despite her vehement objections that I must not marry this fool. Qin Lang vowed silently to herself. "Alas, brother, do observe your own demeanor." Qin Sheng interjected at just the right moment, addressing Qin Lang as brother in front of Qin Lang. "Sister-in-law kindly came to visit you, and you can't even utter a few pleasant words? Such a beauty deserves to be cherished. Women are like flowers, and a man's affection is what makes them bloom even more beautifully. Shut your mouth. Be quiet." The two voices rang out simultaneously. Qin Lang could not tolerate Qin Sheng's incessant chatter, while Qin Lang found the term sister-in-law grating. Upon uttering their responses, they exchanged a glance, a rare moment of tacit understanding between them. Qin Sheng's face flushed crimson. He could endure the playful rebukes from a beauty, but could not tolerate a fool's repeated insolence. The expletive grass mud horse nearly escaped his lips, but he stifled it. With Qin Lang present, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum before her. Heh, heh. What a remarkable understanding. He forced a few awkward laughs to mask his discomfort. Just then, his phone rang, providing a welcome distraction from the awkward atmosphere. Love saint. What love? What saint? The love of the love saint. Indeed, I am the love saint who traverses the sea of flowers without a single petal touching me. The ostentatious ringtone caused both Qin Lang and Qin Lang to frown. "Huh? A phone call? Allow me to take it." Qin Sheng chuckled, retrieving his phone. "Hello, who is this? What guess? Xiaoli, Xiaowan, Xiaomei. None of those. Then kindly identify yourself, or I shall hang up. It's Xiaoyan. Tonight? I have no time. I'm meeting Xiaobei. Tomorrow is booked as well, perhaps the day after. All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Qin Sheng noticed both Qin Lang and Qin Lang staring at him, a hint of pride creeping into his expression. What can I say? Being handsome attracts attention. Today, this girl wants to treat me to tea, and tomorrow another wants to watch a movie with me that I simply can't bear to refuse, which has become quite the hassle that in truth, who knows that my heart longs to experience a pure romance with a beauty like my sister-in-law, lasting until we are gray-haired. Qin Lang felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly gagging. Qin Lang chuckled softly, well aware of his younger brother's antics. With decent looks and a respectable family background, Qin Sheng often attracted naive young girls. From elementary school to now, he had cycled through numerous girlfriends, shamelessly boasting of his prowess as a love saint, a title that ironically suited him. Chapter 26. The beauty's request for touch. A single phone call seemed to restore Qin Sheng's confidence, and he appeared revitalized. Yet, he hadn't forgotten the embarrassment Qin Lang had inflicted upon him earlier, remembering how the fool had repeatedly looked down on him. He felt compelled to retaliate. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he devised a scheme. "Brother," Qin Sheng suddenly called out cheerfully to Qin Lang, lifting a bag he held. as I attend a different school. I was not immediately informed of your abduction. When I received the call from Dad yesterday, I was deeply worried. Hence, I rushed over this morning and even prepared a gift to help ease your shock." His words dripped with sincerity, fully displaying a brother's concern for his elder. However, to Qin Lang's ears, it did not ring true. Just before Qin Lang arrived, Qin Sheng had been utterly dismissive of his intentions. How could his demeanor shift so drastically? Was this pretense merely for his fiancée's benefit? Qin Lang scrutinized Qin Lang, having already discerned that his younger brother harbored ulterior motives regarding his fiancée, yet, seeing Qin Lang's evident aversion and disdain towards Qin Sheng's advances, he chose to remain silent. "Brother, please accept it," Qin Sheng urged, noticing Qin Lang's unyielding stance that if Qin Lang rejected this gift, how could he execute his plan? He turned to Qin Lang. "Sister-in-law, see, I extend my goodwill, yet my brother won't even grant me this small favor." Qin Lang furrowed her brows, genuinely perplexed by Qin Sheng's demeanor. She mused, "It is said that this Qin Sheng possesses a rather poor character and frequently bullies my foolish brother. Yet it appears that may not be entirely accurate. At the very least, he seems to care for this brother." However, upon noticing Qin Sheng carrying items, a pang of regret washed over her, though she had been dispatched by her father to visit Qin Lang. Doing so reluctantly, arriving empty-handed, made her seem insincere and lacking basic courtesy. She felt compelled to prepare something, be it a bouquet of flowers or a bag of fruit. "Qin Lang, I came in haste and forgot to bring something for you. I hope you won't hold it against me." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang took the initiative to apologize to Qin Lang. She added, "I see your brother has good intentions. You shouldn't act like a wooden puppet." Qin Lang looked at Qin Lang in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly haughty girl would voluntarily apologize for such a trivial matter. This unexpected gesture stirred a modicum of fondness within him for his somewhat presumptuous fiancée. "It's quite all right. You can make it up next time," he replied with a nod. Yet his words left Qin Lang momentarily speechless. "Brother, look, your sister-in-law has spoken. Don't you want to respond?" Qin Sheng eagerly seized the opportunity, treating Qin Lang's words as an order. Upon hearing this, the breath Qin Lang had just regained nearly caught in her throat again. It dawned on her that by previously speaking up for Qin Sheng, she had inadvertently cemented her role as the sister-in-law he mentioned. The thought caused a flush to rise on her cheeks, and she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to retract her statement. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor." Qin Lang finally extended his hand, yet remained seated with an air of indifference, showing no inclination to rise. This demeanor irked Qin Sheng, but for the sake of the ensuing spectacle, he suppressed his irritation and dutifully approached, eagerly handing the bag to Qin Lang. As Qin Lang took the bag and glanced inside, although the bag was opaque, the impressions on its surface suggested it contained a rectangular box. "Brother, hurry and open it. I assure you this gift will bring you immense surprise," Qin Sheng urged, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he emphasized the word surprise. Qin Lang furrowed his brow in silent caution. It was indeed unusual for Qin Sheng to bring something for him, and the eagerness with which he urged him to open it hinted at something amiss. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often harbor hidden motives, and Qin Lang became increasingly wary, suspecting this gift was anything but ordinary. "Brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly open it. This is my heartfelt gesture. If you don't even take a look, it would wound my feelings," Qin Sheng pressed. "Very well, I shall open it," Qin Lang replied with a faint smile. He was well aware of his brother's capabilities. While Qin Sheng might employ clever tricks, they were limited and ineffective against him. Thus, he felt no trepidation, knowing that to shy away would only diminish his own standing. Gradually, he withdrew the beautifully wrapped box from the bag. The box was adorned with an exquisite ribbon, and as Qin Lang pinched the ribbon, he glanced at Qin Sheng. "Open it," Qin Sheng urged, his excitement palpable. As if anticipating an exhilarating event, Qin Lang suppressed a smirk. Gently pulling the ribbon, it fell away, and he immediately sensed something within the box shift slightly, causing the lid to loosen. It seems there's a living creature inside. Feeling the movement within, Qin Lang was unperturbed. After all, He had vanquished countless formidable beasts in the Dan Ding continent, and had no reason to fear whatever resided in this small box, as expected, upon lifting the lid. He was greeted by a small, slender creature resembling a snake, but with 4 legs. The creature, roughly the size of a palm, coiled inside the box and upon sensing the light, instinctively moved, its head darting around before it leapt out silently. Ha! Qin Sheng could no longer contain his laughter, though he quickly stifled it, staring incredulously at Qin Lang. So it's a 4-legged lizard. Brother, your gift is certainly unique, though it fails to astonish me, Qin Lang remarked. Shaking his head at this moment, he fully grasped his brother's intent. Clearly, Qin Sheng sought to embarrass him with this 4-legged creature, knowing that the former foolish Qin Lang had harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. As a child, he had been bitten by one, leaving him traumatized, and from then on, he would tremble and collapse at the mere sight of a snake. Disappointment washed over Qin Sheng's face. He had hoped to tease Qin Lang. Yet the latter exhibited no sign of fear, leaving him feeling as if he had struck a pillow with his fist. How could this be? Wasn't this fool supposed to be terrified of snakes? Why was he suddenly so unafraid? Did he only fear snakes without legs? Just as Qin Sheng was lost in confusion, a high-pitched scream shattered the moment. The 4-legged lizard, having landed on the ground, inexplicably crawled toward Qin Lang. Curiosity piqued. She had been eager to see what the box held, but upon realizing a 4-legged lizard was leaping out, her beautiful eyes widened in fear. When the lizard approached her, she was too startled to evade it. Miraculously, the creature crawled onto her. Once she regained her senses, Qin Lang shrieked in terror, jumping around in a flurry, utterly flustered. Observing this, Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, recognizing a rare opportunity to draw closer to the beauty. He exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, do not fear, I shall rescue you." Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. As Qin Lang jumped, she accidentally slipped, toppling towards a stone bench. Seated on the stone bench, Qin Lang couldn't remain indifferent. After all, she was his betrothed. He swiftly moved, extending his arm to catch her as she fell into his embrace. That moment, Qin Lang, completely terrified, lost all composure, forgetting the intimate position they were in, and cried out, "It's crawling on my thigh. Quickly, help me get rid of it." Her voice quivered, tinged with the onset of tears. "Do not worry, I will capture it for you," Qin Lang reassured her, his hand reaching toward her leg. Poor Qin Lang, having never before been touched by a man, found herself succumbing to the situation with Qin Lang. Even more pitifully, she felt no resistance, even wishing for his hand to explore deeper to swiftly capture the frightening little creature. "Please hurry and feel higher up. It's about to climb up. Grab it," Qin Lang urged, completely oblivious to how her words sounded to others. "All right." Qin Lang nodded, his hand swiftly moving up Qin Lang's thigh, venturing further inward. "Just one more step. I'm just one step away." At that moment, Qin Sheng was filled with regret, wishing he could replace Qin Lang. This was an exceptionally rare opportunity for a moment of intimacy, especially as he was touching her leg, perhaps even more intimate parts. Damn it. Why was he a moment too late? "I've caught it." Qin Lang's hand pressed against a soft area, and even through the fabric, he could feel the astonishing warmth radiating from her, while the 4-legged lizard squirmed helplessly in his grasp. "Quickly, take it away, hurry." Tears welled in Qin Lang's eyes, fixated solely on getting rid of the 4-legged lizard, completely oblivious to the fact that Qin Lang's hand was now on her most sacred territory. Qin Lang had no ulterior motives. Upon hearing her plea, he instinctively tightened his grip, his fingertips inevitably brushing against the tender area. The body nestled in his arms trembled at the motion, and a rosy hue blossomed on Qin Lang's cheeks. Finally, Qin Lang withdrew his hand from beneath Qin Lang's coat, the 4-legged lizard firmly trapped in his palm, writhing in protest. Chapter 27. The special effect of the golden tumor lizard slightly raising his hand. Qin Lang focused on the little creature firmly held by his fingers. That was a 4-legged lizard, its body a striking red, measuring approximately 5 inches in length with a bald head and a long tail. The texture cool to the touch. Notably, at the end of its tail, there was a round, fleshy tumor. This tumor was golden, about the size of half a yellow bean, radiating a gem-like luster and feeling remarkably hard to the touch. resembling a golden gem embedded at the tail's end, adding a touch of elegance to the lizard. Qin Lang exclaimed softly, having noticed that the little creature had jumped quickly before. He hadn't had the chance to examine it closely. Now, upon careful inspection, the golden tumor at its tail stirred a sense of familiarity within him. I seem to have seen something similar before. Furrowing his brow in thought, it wasn't too long before he recalled that he had captured several similar four-legged lizards during his alchemy endeavors. In the Danding continent, these four-legged lizards with golden tumors at their tails were referred to as golden tumor lizards. Qin Lang's intention to capture this golden tumor lizard stemmed from a particular elixir he was concocting, which unfortunately lacked a crucial ingredient, namely, the saliva of the golden tumor lizard. Upon receiving a specific stimulus, the golden tumor lizard would expel a colorless, odorless saliva from its mouth. This saliva not only served medicinal purposes, but possessed a remarkably unique quality. It could induce estrus in certain animals at any given time. To put it in earthly terms, the saliva of the golden tumor lizard could release a hormonal signal that only specific animals could perceive, with a range extending for several miles. Within this radius, animals like cats and dogs, regardless of their estrus status, would immediately enter a state of heat and fervently pursue the source of this hormonal signal. That as Qin Lang's thoughts drifted, he felt a surge of joy. He mused, I never imagined that such a creature as the golden tumor lizard exists on Earth. It seems the species connection between the two worlds is quite profound, and I now possess greater confidence in my future search for elixir ingredients. Quick, throw it away. Toss it far, and don't let it crawl back, exclaimed Qin Lang, who had been trembling in Qin Lang's embrace. Upon seeing him scrutinizing the dreadful four-legged lizard, which was scarcely half a foot away from her, she immediately shut her eyes in terror and shouted in alarm. Qin Lang glanced at the beautiful girl in his arms, noting her desperate desire to meld into him, and he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Just moments ago, his proud fiancée, he had displayed a demeanor of cold detachment towards him. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, not only had she willingly nestled against him, but she was also unabashedly offering her sensitive areas for his touch. Her two soft mounds pressed tightly against his arm, their rhythmic movements igniting a fiery itch within him. Qin Lang couldn't help but reflect on the marvels of this world. Very well, he said, not wishing to genuinely frighten his fiancée into distress, that he waved his hand to dispose of the golden tumor lizard. Although its saliva could be used in some unconventional elixirs, it was of no use to him at present. Moreover, this creature was not particularly rare in the alchemy continent, and it was evidently not scarce on Earth either. Otherwise, how could Qin Sheng have procured it so easily? Therefore, Qin Lang had no intention of keeping the golden tumor lizard for himself, reasoning that if a need arose in the future, he could always seek it again. Oh no, brother, please don't toss it away. If you don't want it, just give it back to me. This little creature is quite precious. Don't let it fall and get hurt. Qin Sheng interjected hastily. He had not succeeded in scaring Qin Lang. Rather, he had inadvertently allowed Qin Lang to take advantage of the situation with Qin Lang. Now, he was reluctant to see his newly acquired pet meet its demise at Qin Lang's hands, or else he would truly suffer a double loss. Return it to you. Qin Lang squinted, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Qin Sheng, suddenly struck by an idea that he thought to himself. You wish to play tricks on me, do you? Very well. I shall let you experience the consequences of your own actions. Yes, yes. Qin Sheng nodded vigorously, fearing that this simple-minded brother of his might actually kill the lizard or claim it for himself. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his little fingers seemingly casually grasping the fleshy tumor at the lizard's tail, kneading it with a rhythmic precision to stimulate the lizard secretion of that particular saliva. A specific technique was required to agitate its tail tumor. This was the sole method to elicit the special saliva. However, such knowledge was rare. Qin Lang had only discovered this technique in an ancient tome from the alchemy continent. Generally, even if one were to knead the tail of a golden tumor lizard, without employing the correct method, they would be unable to provoke the secretion of that unique saliva. Thus, Qin Lang was confident that his brother was utterly unaware of this technique, and indeed, no one on Earth would know that the golden tumor lizard could excrete such special saliva. Isn't this the gift you presented to me? Why would you want it back? Qin Lang inquired. Qin Sheng chuckled awkwardly, feigning innocence. "I merely saw that my sister-in-law was frightened, and it appeared that you weren't too fond of it either. This little creature is quite valuable. It would be a shame to see it perish." Qin Sheng was genuinely concerned that his foolish brother might inadvertently kill the golden tumor lizard. It had been a gift from a classmate of his mother's who had returned from abroad. Initially fearful of snakes, he had hesitated to handle any four-legged lizard. However, upon hearing that this creature was exceptionally docile and harmless, having become a new darling among the wealthy elite, he had taken it in that as time passed, he grew accustomed to it. More importantly, he found that using this creature to frighten girls was a surefire success. It allowed him to seize opportunities for mischief while showcasing his own bravery. Thus, he was quite fond of the golden tumor lizard that he had intended this gift for Qin Lang, hoping to play a prank that would embarrass him. But had he known that Qin Lang was no longer afraid of snakes, he would never have presented this little treasure as a gift. "Since that is the case, I shall return it to you," Qin Lang replied, nodding as he gauged that he had sufficiently stimulated the lizard. Based on his experience, it would likely begin secreting that special saliva in a few minutes. So he decided not to delay further and handed the golden tumor lizard back to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng received it as if it were a precious treasure, carefully inspecting it before reassuring himself that the little creature had sustained no harm. Only then did he relax, unzipping the pocket of his jacket to tuck the lizard inside before zipping it closed again. Qin Lang observed this with a sly smile, knowing that soon enough, an entertaining spectacle would unfold. With the golden tumor lizard now in his possession, Qin Sheng felt emboldened, and upon seeing Qin Lang still languishing in Qin Lang's embrace, he grew increasingly irked. Jealousy began to fester within him that he clicked his tongue and remarked, "Tiskei, brother and sister-in-law truly are affectionate, holding each other so tightly that I'm turning green with envy." At these words, Qin Lang, who had been in a state of shock, suddenly came to her senses and blushed furiously. She swiftly pushed away from Qin Lang's embrace, standing up and retreating a few steps in a flurry, her breath uneven and a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Recalling the intimate and embarrassing actions Qin Lang had taken to capture the golden tumor lizard on her behalf, she felt a mix of shame, anger, and regret. What should she do? How could she have allowed him to touch her leg in front of others, and even let him touch her there? Goodness, she wished she could vanish into thin air. Though she had always been revered as a goddess by boys, celebrated as the school beauty, and had maintained an elevated status, she was still a naive young girl. Such physical contact was beyond her capacity to handle with the poise of a seasoned woman. An array of emotions surged within her. Initially, she felt resentment towards Qin Lang, but upon reflection, she realized he was not to blame. Qin Sheng was the true instigator. Thus, she shot a fierce glare at Qin Sheng. "I've long heard of your poor character. I never imagined it to be true. Coming to visit your elder brother and using a four-legged lizard as a gift to scare him. How despicable. Sister-in-law, such accusations are truly unfounded." Qin Sheng feigned a pitiful expression. "This four-legged lizard is no ordinary creature. It is known as a golden tumor lizard, a rare breed among over 1,400 four-legged lizards. Its tail bears a gem-like golden tumor, and it has become quite fashionable among the affluent. Gifting this golden tumor lizard to my brother was a sincere gesture." Chapter 28. Withered Chrysanthemums. "Scattered wounds, still trying to defend yourself," Qin Lang scoffed. "It seems clear that you are merely bullying your foolish brother with ill intentions." Seeing that he could not deceive Qin Lang, Qin Sheng ceased his explanations and resorted to a cheeky tactic. Diverting the topic, "Sister-in-law, your defense of my brother is truly enviable. With a brother like him, if it weren't for you, he would likely remain a lifelong bachelor." As he spoke, he couldn't help but wink at Qin Lang. "Brother, am I wrong? If you wish to avoid a life of solitude, you had better keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Be cautious, for if life becomes difficult, you may find yourself unexpectedly adorned with a green hat." Qin Lang was not oblivious to the mockery and derision in Qin Sheng's words. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in their quarrel, but now that Qin Sheng had dragged him into the fray, he could not let it slide without a retort. Otherwise, it would only reinforce the impression that he was still the naive Qin Lang. Easily bullied, he shook his head and replied, "No worries. If my sister-in-law is gone, there is still the possibility of a younger sister-in-law. Little brother, you treat me so well. You wouldn't just stand by and let me remain single, would you? Indeed, indeed, brother, you are quite astute, Qin Sheng responded absent-mindedly, having assumed that his foolish brother would still be easily fooled, so he hadn't truly listened to the implications of what had been said. Only after the words left his mouth did he suddenly realize, staring in disbelief at Qin Lang, that he seemed unable to comprehend how his naive brother had suddenly become so clever, grasping such notions. A younger sister-in-law. What could this mean? Could it be, brother, what do you mean by that? Qin Lang felt compelled to clarify what his silly brother was truly thinking. Qin Lang chuckled heartily. Brother, your concern for my lifelong affairs is quite touching. Are you afraid I might end up single? Should I truly fail to find a partner in the future, would you not lend a hand? Besides, as brothers, we share everything when the time comes. You can simply let your sister-in-law assist me, and I won't be considered a solitary man anymore. Brother, no. Qin Sheng was utterly taken aback that he had always been the one to tease this foolish brother. And yet today, he found himself outwitted by him. Shameless. You two brothers are truly disgusting. Qi Linglong's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she cast a disdainful glance at Qin Lang and Qin Sheng, turning abruptly to leave. Hey, sister-in-law, are you really leaving like this? Wait for me. I should be going too, Qin Sheng exclaimed, neglecting to greet Qin Lang as he hurried after Qi Linglong, darting ahead of her to exit the door first. He then positioned himself outside the courtyard, adopting a posture of exaggerated courtesy, reminiscent of a servant. Qi Linglong's expression turned to one of disgust, just as she prepared to step outside and distance herself from Qin Sheng. An unexpected cacophony of barking erupted from all around, echoing for miles. Amidst the barking, a multitude of cats could be heard calling out in the throes of spring. This strange phenomenon momentarily startled Qi Linglong, yet she brushed it off. However, just as she placed her foot on the threshold, several dark shapes emerged from the road outside the courtyard. It was a swarm of rats. Qi Linglong was taken aback once more, recalling her previous encounter with a lizard. She instinctively became vigilant and hesitated to step outside. Sister-in-law, why are you not leaving? Could it be that you can't bear to part with my brother? Qin Sheng inquired from outside, oblivious to the situation. Just as his words fell, more rats appeared, scurrying wildly, directly charging at Qin Sheng. Damn it, where did these rats come from? They are audacious. Qin Sheng, sensing the anomaly, lifted his foot and kicked aside the rats that were swirling around him. The show is finally about to begin, Qin Lang observed from a distance, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he approached the door and stood beside Qi Linglong. She instinctively wished to distance herself from Qin Lang. Yet the presence of the rats compelled her to inch closer to him, as if seeking solace in his proximity. Get away, get away. In the blink of an eye, a significant number of rats appeared, and Qin Sheng's focus shifted entirely to combating them. Yet the swarm only grew larger. Every time he kicked them aside, new ones rushed in to take their place. Woof woof, just as Qin Sheng grappled with the rats. A sudden barking resounded from behind him, that a black dog charged towards him at breakneck speed. What the hell? This is bizarre. What's happening? Qin Sheng began to sense an ominous turn of events that he kicked the black dog away. But the barking and yowling of various other animals grew ever closer and clearer. Meow. A white cat gracefully leaped from the roof of an old house nearby, its tail erect as if startled, and it too rushed towards Qin Sheng. Momentarily, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to manage the chaos. Yet his misfortune did not end there. As the cacophony of barking intensified, a pack of 7 or 8 dogs surged into the street. Followed closely by several cats with tails held high down on the opposite end, another 10 or so dogs and cats raced towards him. Qin Sheng stood there, dazed, muttering, "Goodness, have I encountered some curse?" Roar! A low growl suddenly erupted as a massive Tibetan mastiff emerged. Its presence quelled the chaos among the other animals. The mastiff swiftly dashed behind Qin Sheng, leaping up and forcefully knocking him to the ground. Caught off guard by such an assault, Qin Sheng was rendered speechless, his voice rising in a desperate scream. Help me! His cries soon drew the attention of nearby residents, who stood in stunned silence as they beheld the bizarre spectacle of a young man surrounded by a multitude of dogs, cats, and rats. After pouncing on Qin Sheng, The mastiff did not harm him, but instead lowered its head and began to lick his backside. Within moments, it had thoroughly drenched Qin Sheng's posterior. Then, without warning, the mastiff thrust its already engorged member forcefully against Qin Sheng's rear. A scream of an unprecedented decibel erupted from Qin Sheng's mouth. As his cries ceased, he lay there, eyes rolling back, gasping for breath. Gradually, the animals, having regained their composure, converged back to Qin Sheng, licking at various parts of his body. Numerous dogs brandished their swollen appendages, playfully jabbing at his armpits, neck, and more. The spectators around him, finally snapping out of their stupor, were left in awe of the bizarre and horrifying scene before them. Is this a movie being filmed? Who is this young man? I've heard people talk about being dogged, but I never thought I'd witness it firsthand. Amidst the clamor of commentary, no one dared to intervene, fearing that in attempting to rescue him, they might find themselves ensnared in the chaos. What on earth is happening? Qin Lang stared, wide-eyed, at the unfolding drama, scarcely believing her own eyes. Just moments ago, Qin Sheng had been boasting about his charm, and now he was in such a comical predicament. Seeing the mastiff thrusting against Qin Sheng, its member on display, Qin Lang felt a mix of embarrassment, amusement, and confusion. She suddenly turned to Qin Lang and asked, "Hey, Qin Lang, what on earth is going on with him?" Qin Lang responded with an odd smile. "Oh, nothing much. He's simply too handsome, causing even the cats and dogs to succumb to his charm and enter a state of heat." Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Lang's explanation, which echoed Qin Sheng's earlier self-praise. Is he going to be all right? Despite her disdain for Qin Sheng, she couldn't bear the thought of him being in danger right before her eyes. "Don't worry. Can't you see how these cats and dogs are treating him like a treasure?" Qin Lang replied with a grin. Among the crowd, someone pulled out a phone and began recording, and soon the video was shared online, skyrocketing in views and becoming an overnight sensation. 10 minutes later, the pheromones released by the special saliva of the gemstone lizard began to dissipate, and the frenzied animals gradually returned to normalcy. Once they had dispersed, Qin Sheng, lying on the ground like a fallen warrior, finally managed to rise unsteadily to that moment. He looked utterly disheveled, his face a patchwork of dirt, while his once pristine short hair was matted with grime and animal fur. His clothes were drenched from the licking, with several tears, the most alarming being a large gash revealing his underwear, with traces of blood visible. Struggling to his feet, Qin Sheng gasped painfully, instinctively clutching his rear. But the moment he touched it, a sharp agony shot through him, prompting him to scream. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Only then did Qin Sheng realize the absurdity of the situation, upon seeing the throngs of onlookers. Including Qin Lang and Qin Lang, he was suddenly overwhelmed by embarrassment, covering his face before dashing away. However, his injuries made running excruciating, forcing him into a comically awkward gait, which only elicited more laughter from the crowd. Legend has it that Qin Sheng washed himself over 30 times at home, sought numerous vaccinations at the hospital, and ultimately had to receive medical attention for the severe pain in his backside, though he adamantly refused to disclose the cause of his injuries. But that is a tale for another time. After Qin Sheng fled, the crowd gradually dispersed as Qin Lang cast several curious glances at Qin Lang. Her mind swirling with suspicions regarding his involvement in the incident, she vaguely sensed that it might be connected to him. Yet, in her recollection, Qin Lang had always been a rather easy target for bullying. When had he become so formidable? Chapter 29. Betting on the college entrance examination. Qin Lang, I can't shake the feeling that you seem somewhat different from before, Qin Lang remarked, tilting her head to gaze at him. Whether it was merely her imagination, she couldn't tell, but it seemed to her that her ostensible fiancé had shed some of his foolishness, gaining in poise and wisdom instead. Qin Lang found himself bemused. Why did everyone who knew him feel the need to reiterate such observations? Was the previous Qin the Great Fool truly so lamentable? He shrugged. That must be your imagination. Is it merely an illusion? Qin Lang felt otherwise. However, she didn't wish to dwell on the matter, regardless of whether Qin Lang was foolish or wise. The engagement between them remained a thorn in her heart. Until it was removed, she would find no peace in her life. Aren't you supposed to leave? Why are you still here? Qin Lang inquired. Is it customary to rush your guests? I will leave when I choose, Qin Lang retorted, her tone sharp. Then she composed herself and, with a serious demeanor, said, Qin Lang, I hope you will seriously contemplate what I mentioned to you before. You and I are certainly not a suitable match. Prolonging this situation will only bring harm to us both. As long as we both remain steadfast and trust that our parents will not excessively coerce us into being together. Are you suggesting a cancellation of our engagement? Although Qin Lang was unaware of what had transpired between the other party and Qin Shah, it was not difficult to discern their intent from their tone. Indeed, Qin Lang replied solemnly, I came today to discuss this matter with you. However, I found it inconvenient to speak up while your younger brother was present. With the impending college entrance examination, we are about to embark on our separate journeys and new lives that I hope, at this pivotal moment, we can unburden ourselves from the weight of this engagement. Qin Lang's expression soured immediately. Although he, like Qin Shah, did not particularly care about having a fiancée and had no intention of keeping her, the matter of canceling the engagement should rightfully be under his control. The fact that she brought it up first felt like an affront to his dignity. Considered a formidable figure in the Danding continent, despite his disinterest in romantic entanglements, which woman would dare to propose an annulment to him face to face? It was akin to slapping him in the face. Oh, what if I refuse to cancel the engagement? Qin Lang remarked with a sardonic smile as he regarded Qin Lang. Her expression shifted, and she retorted, Even if you refuse, I shall still annul this engagement. The man I, Qin Lang, will marry is certainly not you. One should not speak too soon, Qin Lang chuckled, the fleeting fondness he had harbored for her evaporating in an instant. Even without her words, he would have ensured that this absurd engagement would fall apart. However, Qin Lang's attitude ignited a desire for control within him that if she wished to annul the engagement, he would make it impossible for her. If annulment were to occur so easily, where would that leave his reputation? Let's settle this, he proposed after a moment's thought. I can agree to the annulment. Really? Qin Lang's face brightened. However, there must be a condition, Qin Lang added. Eagerly, Qin Lang inquired, What condition? The condition is that your score on the college entrance examination must exceed mine. Qin Lang replied languidly. What did you say? Qin Lang was taken aback, genuinely believing her ears had deceived her. The individual who consistently ranked at the bottom of every school exam was challenging her to an academic contest. If you did not understand, consider it as if I never spoke. You may take your leave, Qin Lang coldly huffed. For he was not one to repeat himself. Are you certain you want to compete with me on the college entrance exam? No regrets. Ignoring Qin Lang's tone, Qin Lang asked with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. What would I have to regret? Qin Lang scoffed. But you. Do ensure you do not regret it later. Rest assured, I shall not regret it. Not only will I not regret it, but I also promise that if your score surpasses mine, I will willingly and steadfastly become your fiancé, and will even proclaim to anyone that I am your fiancé, Qin Lang declared, patting her chest confidently, her face blooming with a radiant smile. The reason she attracted so much attention from the boys at school was not merely due to her beauty. She was also an exceptional student. Renowned for her talents, she consistently ranked among the top 10 in her grade. Contemplating such a score against someone who perpetually ranked last in exams, engaging in a wager over the college entrance exam felt akin to disarming her opponent beforehand. Such a significant examination was not something one could cheat on at will. The shackles that had weighed on her heart were about to be cast off, and how could Qin Lang not feel elated? She even believed that Qin Lang was resorting to such a ploy to save face, thus making the annulment less awkward for him. Then it settled. Qin Lang nodded, that Qin Lang beamed, but a hint of guilt flickered within her. For the first time, she spoke to Qin Lang in an unusually gentle tone. Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, even without the engagement, we can still be friends. Although you may be a bit foolish. You lack the deceitfulness many men possess, and being friends with you should be a delightful experience. It is rather premature to express gratitude, Qin Lang remarked, finding amusement in Qin Lang's smile, thinking to himself, laugh all you want soon. You shall no longer find cause to smile. You men are all so obsessed with maintaining appearances, even to your own detriment. Qin Lang's tone became increasingly lighthearted. It was evident that without the constraints of an engagement, her attitude towards Qin Lang had transformed significantly, allowing her to converse with him as if they were friends, devoid of the contempt many harbored towards him. This indicated that Qin Lang had a fundamentally good nature, free from the typical flaws associated with wealthy heiresses. Before long, Qin Lang departed with a smile, her steps light and buoyant, completely forgetting the earlier awkwardness of having sought to touch Qin Lang. She appeared as if she had emerged from a fog into the sunshine. Qin Lang watched her figure fade from view, shaking his head, pondering. This girl possesses many admirable qualities, yet she fails to grasp one fundamental truth. Until the answer is revealed, anything is possible. He did not take their recent wagers seriously. If there remained any ability within him after his possession, it was his extraordinary mental prowess, which could also be interpreted as intelligence and cognitive capacity. With his current mental acuity, even if he devoted half a day, he could master and comprehend all knowledge from elementary through high school. Therefore, the college entrance examination posed no challenge to him. As he closed the courtyard door, he recalled the earlier encounter with Qin Sheng, unable to suppress a hearty laugh that he found amusement not only in Qin Sheng's predicament, but also in avenging the previous humiliation endured by Qin Desha. He murmured to himself, "Ah, Qin Desha, let my transformation of you commence through your rather unfortunate younger brother." In the days that followed, Qin Lang's life revolved around a simple routine, either resting at home or studying at the library. Before long, Wednesday arrived. Perhaps due to the lingering chill of early spring, the weather was particularly frigid that day. Nevertheless, Qin Lang rose early, engaging in a brief exercise in the courtyard before braving the cold wind to reach the school. The school cafeteria opened early, and after ordering an array of dishes, he indulged heartily. For the past few days, his meals had primarily been consumed at the school cafeteria. Although the food there was hardly delectable, it sufficed to satisfy his hunger. It was worth noting that he had perused thousands of books recently. Absorbing such a wealth of knowledge required not only ample rest to replenish his mental energy, but also sufficient food to compensate for the physical exhaustion incurred during intense concentration. By the time he devoured every morsel of food, it was nearly time for the library to open. Satisfied, he patted his belly and made his way toward the library that on campus. Students could be seen everywhere, shouldering bags, clutching books, and riding bicycles or electric scooters. Upon spotting Qin Lang, they discreetly pointed and whispered among themselves. Qin Lang paid little heed. He had grown accustomed to such scrutiny over the past few days. After all, following that kidnapping incident, nearly all the teachers and students in the school recognized him, resulting in a peculiar sort of notoriety that as he passed the school's bike rack, a mountain bike suddenly swerved towards him. The rider, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were in a school, barreling ahead at breakneck speed, nearly colliding with a hurried Qin Lang. "Are you blind? Can't you see me riding here? Don't you know to yield? Damn it, which class are you from? I'll be sure to have a word with you later," the cyclist retorted, not only failing to apologize but also threatening him brazenly. However, upon recognizing Qin Lang, this reckless and arrogant individual broke into a laugh. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Qin Desha. Haven't seen you in days. Did you get scared, silly?" Qin Lang frowned, finally taking a good look at the cyclist. The moment he did, a murderous intent flared within him. The cyclist was none other than the scrawny boy who had used him as a shield against Zhao Taizhu, ultimately leading to his own abduction. The sight of an enemy had never been so infuriating. Qin Lang felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this individual immediately, but lacking the power to do so, and recognizing that it was not yet the time to stir trouble, he suppressed his rage. Chapter 30. Those who insult must pay in blood. Delving into his memories, Qin Lang quickly retrieved information about the scrawny youth before him. Feng Xiaoho, a student in Class 7 of the 3rd year at Pinyin No. 1 High School. Due to his lanky frame and a face that resembled a monkey's, he had earned the nickname Skinny Monkey. When he first entered high school, his physique made him a target for bullying. However, his cleverness allowed him to quickly align himself with a group of unruly students, becoming one of them. Thus, he transformed into a notoriously troublesome figure within the school that in their gang. Skinny Monkey primarily served as the brains, orchestrating several campus brawls that he spent his days smoking, skipping classes, harassing female classmates, defying teachers, and extorting protection money from other students. Now, as a senior, Skinny Monkey and his cohorts had naturally ascended to positions of power within the student body. His status had risen dramatically, and his behavior had become increasingly arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have dared to ride through the bustling campus with such audacity. Yet despite his swagger, Skinny Monkey was selective in his targets. He only dared to bully the inherently timid students. Embodying the classic bully who picks on the weak while fearing the strong, it is easy to see that with Skinny Monkey's character, he would certainly not overlook the infamous Qin Lang. Although he and Qin Lang were not in the same class, he began extorting protection fees from Qin Lang as early as the first semester of their sophomore year, that he was well aware that. Despite Qin Lang's foolishness, he came from a well-off family and possessed a fair amount of pocket money that in the past, the simple-minded Qin Lang never dared to resist, leading to repeated extortions by the lean monkey. Ultimately, the lean monkey found Qin Lang too easy to bully and escalated his demands, compelling Qin Lang to engage in outrageous acts for amusement, such as threatening him to lift girls' skirts or to crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. Whenever the simpleton Qin Lang showed any sign of defiance, the lean monkey would rally his friends to beat or scold him. "Qin the Fool, you truly are a disgrace," he would jeer. Upon recalling these memories, Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief that he could hardly fathom that the previous owner of this body could be such a cowardly figure, so easily bullied that it was a source of shame for him. During his previous life as a beggar, Qin Lang had learned a fundamental truth. Weakness begets not mercy, but rather more brazen insults that a man born into this world can be impoverished or lowly. But he must possess a sense of dignity. Even in death, he should stand tall. "Are you scared, silly?" The lean monkey, noticing Qin Lang's silence and his dazed expression, waved his hand in front of Qin Lang's eyes with a smirk, then burst into laughter. "The fool is scared silly. What should this be called? Fool upon fool. Damn it, my language skills are lacking, and I can't find the right adjectives." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, that if his murderous intent towards the lean monkey stemmed from the kidnapping incident. Now that he had accessed the memories of the foolish Qin, his desire for vengeance was entirely fueled by the humiliation this person had inflicted on him. Those who insult the body must pay with blood. This was Qin Lang's principle. If it weren't for this, he could never have risen from a mere beggar to a formidable figure of power. The lean monkey had inadvertently crossed his line, and thus his fate was sealed. However, the time for execution was not yet ripe. He suppressed the intense urge to kill and coldly remarked, "Who are you calling a fool?" "Of course, I'm calling you a fool." The lean monkey chuckled at Qin Lang's perceived lack of intelligence. In the entire peaceful No. 1 high school, who else could be dubbed a fool but the notorious Qin the Fool? "Not bad. You possess a modicum of self-awareness," Qin Lang acknowledged with a nod. The lean monkey was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Lang and cursing, "You son of a dog, you dare call me a fool? You admitted it yourself. What does that have to do with me?" Qin Lang replied nonchalantly. The lean monkey, humiliated and enraged, was accustomed to bullying Qin Lang, so his instinct was to revert to his usual tactics to remind this fool of his place. "Haven't hit you in a few days. Are you itching for it?" The lean monkey tossed aside the handlebars and charged at Qin Lang. Though he was little more than skin and bones and shorter than Qin Lang, he clearly underestimated the difference, confident that the fool would never dare to fight back. Moreover, he had a gang of friends backing him. However, today, the lean monkey was destined to miscalculate, that as he threw away the handlebars, Qin Lang swiftly sprang into action, kicking the wheel of the bicycle just as the lean monkey stepped off the pedal, trapping his foot in the steel wire of the tire. With his ankle unexpectedly snagged, the lean monkey lost his balance and fell to the ground, albeit not heavily. Yet, this moment ignited his fury completely. As he struggled to free himself and rise, he hurled insults at Qin Lang. "If I don't beat you so badly that even your parents won't recognize you, then I'm not called Feng Xiaoho. Just wait, you'll be kneeling at the school gate, begging me for forgiveness." Students gradually began to gather around, but upon recognizing the infamous delinquent on the ground, the more timid ones dared only to watch from a distance. Qin Lang smiled faintly. He had not intended to act against the lean monkey so hastily, as his more pressing task was to familiarize himself with this world, absorb its knowledge, and nurture his body for the upcoming cultivation. It was not the time to court unnecessary trouble, especially with pests like the lean monkey, whom he could afford to deal with at his leisure. When the moment was right, to kill or not would be a mere matter of raising a hand. Yet, if he allowed himself to be bullied right before his eyes and chose to endure it, he would no longer be Qin Lang. Thus, he decided to teach the lean monkey a lesson in advance. However, due to the limitations of his physical condition, he could not resort to direct violence yet, relying instead on strategy. The kick he had just executed was a calculated maneuver aimed at temporarily incapacitating the lean monkey. "All right, I'm waiting," Qin Lang said leisurely. Stepping in front of the lean monkey and looking down upon him, he slowly lifted one foot and placed it on the bicycle wheel, rubbing his sole against it. The wheel began to turn, tightening the steel wire around the lean monkey's ankle. The lean monkey could not pull his foot free. As the wire constricted, he grimaced in pain, cursing, "Get your foot off me." "Damn it!" Qin Lang leaned down, observing the lean monkey, who was firmly pinned beneath the bicycle and unable to move due to the wire. His gaze suddenly turned fierce, startling the lean monkey, realizing that something was amiss. The lean monkey's cowardice became apparent. What are you going to do?" "I'm warning you, Qin the Fool. Think carefully about the consequences that I'm not someone you can easily mess with. You better not regret it later." Qin Lang flashed a grin, one that appeared terrifying to the lean monkey. "Rest assured, I won't need to regret dealing with a pest like you." As he spoke, he raised his other foot and aimed it at the lean monkey's right hand. Qin Lang's movements were deliberate and slow, prompting the lean monkey to instinctively struggle and evade while shouting and cursing. However, with the bicycle pinning him down, his range of motion was limited, and ultimately, he could do nothing but watch as Qin Lang's shoe descended upon his little finger. As the pressure from Qin Lang's foot intensified, the lean monkey emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "Ah! Quick! Move it! You're killing me! Get your foot off me, damn it!" His cries sent chills down the spines of the increasingly curious onlookers. "All right," Qin Lang nodded, finally lifting his foot off the lean monkey's little finger. But in the next moment, he pressed down with even greater force onto the lean monkey's ring finger, eliciting another round of agonized screams. This time, it was not merely a scream. His pain caused tears and snot to flow freely. The remaining students who had dared to stay were now looking at Qin Lang as if he were a demon. In hushed tones, whispers began to circulate. "Who is that? Is he really so ruthless? With a stomp like that, isn't he going to break the guy's finger? I say, Junior, you weren't at the scene during the kidnapping incident, were you? The terrifying figure you see now is the very one who was taken hostage that day." "Really? I wasn't there, but I heard that the one kidnapped was the notorious fool from our school. How can someone so fierce possibly be a fool?" "Don't ask me. I'm just as confused. Perhaps this fool was traumatized by the kidnapping incident, but I don't see him ending up well. He's stepping on the lean monkey, a well-known troublemaker at school, and that lean monkey has a gang behind him. Once the lean monkey gathers his friends, this fool is sure to be in trouble." As the surrounding students engaged in whispered discussions, the lean monkey's cries gradually subsided. It turned out that Qin Lang had finally lifted his foot. He sneered down at the lean monkey. "Now tell me, who is the fool?" At this point, the lean monkey was beyond mere embarrassment. He was a mess, with tears and snot smeared across his face. Under Qin Lang's scrutinizing gaze, he could no longer maintain his previous bravado and, for the first time, revealed a look of fear. Weakly, he stammered, it's me. I'm the fool." "That's more like it," Qin Lang chuckled, patting the lean monkey on the face. "Now, give me a few barks like a dog." The lean monkey was taken aback. With so many people watching, how could he possibly bark like a dog? His inner sense of dignity prevented him from acquiescing to such humiliation. "Not going to bark?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and patted the lean monkey's face again. "Don't worry, I'll make you bark." With that, Qin Lang lightly pressed his foot onto the lean monkey's right thumb. Before he could apply any force, the lean monkey's resolve crumbled, and with a mournful expression, he pleaded, I'll do it. I'm doing it now." "Then hurry up," Qin Lang replied indifferently. Wong. The lean monkey finally spoke, but his voice was so faint it barely escaped his lips. "TSK, not loud enough." Qin Lang shook his head and suddenly applied more pressure. The lean monkey cried out in pain, abandoning all pretense of dignity, and began barking at the top of his lungs. Wong, wong, wong. Wong, wong, wong. The resounding barks quickly pierced the ears of everyone around. The students, who had initially held back their laughter, could no longer contain themselves and erupted into a chorus of laughter. Not bad. You're barking quite well. You have potential. With a little more training, you should be able to bark even better, Qin Lang said with a smile, finally lifting his foot. The lesson administered to the thin monkey has been successfully achieved, and he no longer wishes to squander any more time on the other party. Moreover, the commotion has already attracted considerable attention. Should it reach the ears of the teachers and leaders at the school, although he is not fearful, his plan to visit the library today would certainly be thwarted. However, before departing, Qin Lang leaned down once more and inquired of the thin monkey, "Do you know what is the greatest commonality between a fool and a madman?" At this moment, the thin monkey was already quaking in fear before Qin Lang, terrified that he might devise some new torment for him, and he tremulously shook his head. "Since you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. The greatest commonality between a fool and a madman is that they both possess a de facto license to kill, meaning they can commit murder without facing legal repercussions." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Thus, I shall inform you that I have been studying in the library for the past few days. If you are feeling indignant, you may certainly summon that group of scoundrels behind you to confront me, for me. I might endure some losses and receive a beating from you all. But the consequences, well, do you believe I would spare your life?" As he concluded, the murderous intent in Qin Lang's eyes was palpable. I certainly believe," the thin monkey stammered, wanting to nod but rendered immobile by his bicycle. He could only respond with a quaking voice. "That is good to hear, that I am heading to the library now, and if you find yourself in despair, feel free to seek me out at any time." With a nod, Qin Lang turned away, no longer glancing at the thin monkey, and strode off. The onlooking students parted to make way, having witnessed the recent spectacle, and they regarded Qin Lang with a profound sense of dread. Some bolder students whispered among themselves, uttering words like "fool." Qin Lang furrowed his brow and cast a frosty glare at the student who spoke, causing him to blanch in terror before abruptly turning and fleeing. Qin Lang shook his head, surprised that a mere reprimand to the thin monkey could serve as a warning to others. After Qin Lang's departure, the thin monkey gingerly rubbed his right fingers and grimaced as he rose from the ground. Though Qin Lang had not actually broken any of his fingers, the severe soft tissue bruising was unavoidable. The pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart would not dissipate easily. "What the hell are you all staring at? Hurry and disperse, or I will remember your faces and invite you to the triangle area for a chat." Confronting the surrounding students, the thin monkey regained his former domineering demeanor, seething at the thought that these onlookers had just witnessed his humiliation. He yearned to unleash his fury upon them. The students, intimidated by the thin monkey's threat, scattered like birds and beasts. He righted his bicycle, a vengeful thought emerging. "Damn it, I was caught off guard by that foolish Qin Lang. I must avenge this humiliation. If I don't, how can I continue to exist in this school?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and with determination, he pushed his bicycle toward the triangle area to find his gang of companions. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly halted, the words spoken by Qin Lang echoing in his ears. After experiencing Qin Lang's torment, he no longer dared to underestimate the fool who had once been his victim. In fact, he felt a twinge of fear. Remembering Qin Lang's fierce gaze and the murderous intent within it, he realized that this fool might truly take his life. Just as Qin Lang had said, fools and madmen indeed possess a de facto license to kill. No, if I call someone to beat him now, this fool might genuinely kill me. The thin monkey felt intimidated. His previous arrogance was merely a mask of bravado, and faced with a formidable opponent, he could only concede. After all, who among his companions did not fear for their life? Who in this world is not afraid of death? But could he really let this slide? The thin monkey questioned himself, feeling unable to swallow his pride. Thus, caught in a conflict between revenge and inaction, he trudged toward the triangle area, appearing quite disheveled. The triangle area was merely a corner formed by the playground and the experimental building of the first high school. A secluded spot that would escape the notice of patrolling teachers, thus becoming the stronghold for the thin monkey and his group. They had not even bothered to come up with a more sophisticated name, opting instead for the straightforward title of Triangle Area. Most students at the first high school were aware of the Triangle Area's existence. Once a student was dragged there, it was generally understood that no good would come of it. This innate fear of the area is precisely why the Thin Monkey frequently mentioned it. "Yo, Thin Monkey, what's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your last friend. Did I at that time of the month?" A group of delinquent students gathered in the Triangle Area, smoking and playing cards, laughed and jeered upon seeing the Thin Monkey approach. Head drooped and burdened by heavy thoughts, the Thin Monkey sighed, carelessly pushed his bicycle, letting it fall to the ground, and walked over to a tall, pockmarked boy among them, saying, "Pockmark, do you have any cigarettes left? Hand me one." Pockmark produced a cigarette pack and tossed it to the Thin Monkey with a grin, saying, "What's up, Thin Monkey? You're not really on your period, are you?" "Don't say that, just mentioning it makes my blood boil. Damn it, I just got played by someone, and now I have no place to hide my face." The Thin Monkey lit a cigarette and took several deep drags. Upon hearing this, Pockmark burst into laughter and pushed his cards aside, declaring, "No more playing. Duck, yellow hair, big pancake. Did you hear that? Our Thin Monkey, who always claims to be a master strategist, just got played by someone. This is truly a rarity. Hurry and tell us about it." The three card players, upon being called out, dropped their cards and surrounded the Thin Monkey. The naturally blonde-haired yellow hair patted the Thin Monkey on the shoulder and urged, "Come on, Thin Monkey, stop hiding your feelings. Whatever it is that's bothering you, let us all in on it so we can have a good laugh." The Thin Monkey covered his face. He simply could not bring himself to speak of the recent humiliation. Once upon a time, imitating a dog had been Qin Lang's specialty, and now here he was, forced to do the same under Qin Lang's pressure. How could he possibly admit that? Yet, the more he kept silent, the more fervent Pockmark and Yellow Hair became. Realizing this, the Thin Monkey reluctantly recounted the events that had just transpired today. As soon as he finished, Yellow Hair and Pockmark, along with the others, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Gasping for breath, the Thin Monkey's expression darkened, and he threw the cigarette but to the ground, cursing, "Do you still consider me a brother? If I'm a brother, then hearing that I was humiliated should make you all upset too. Of course we're brothers." "Huh?" Duck shook with laughter, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "But the fact that this happened to you is just too funny. It's like the sun rising from the west, you the crafty little monkey. Actually got played by a fool, huh? It's killing me." "Yeah. Thin Monkey, you're not just spinning a tale to entertain us, are you?" Big Pancake chimed in, his large face quivering with laughter. "Laugh, laugh," the Thin Monkey said. Feeling his embarrassment was met only with the laughter of his so-called brothers, he sighed. "I've been reduced to this state, and you think I have the heart to joke with you?" Witnessing the Thin Monkey's dejected demeanor, their laughter gradually subsided. Pockmark thumped his chest and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us drag that fool over here. Our brother has been humiliated in front of us. I say we show him what. Damn it. Thin Monkey, just say the word, and we'll back you up." The Thin Monkey shook his head. "That fool has changed a bit since that kidnapping incident. I'm actually a little afraid of him now." "No way. Thin Monkey, you're cowering now? You can't lose face like this." "I can't afford to lose face either." Pockmark, known for his fiery temper, spat out his cigarette and rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "If you're scared, I'll take care of him. Damn it, he is just a fool. What can he do? I guarantee that by the time school ends, he'll be kneeling at the school gate, apologizing to you and barking like a dog." The Thin Monkey, spurred by Pockmark's words, felt a surge of impulse. However, he soon recalled Qin Lang's earlier warning, and it felt like a cold shower dousing his fervor. "Pockmark, are you afraid of death?" the Thin Monkey asked. Pockmark was taken aback. "Is that a serious question?" "Of course, I'm afraid of death." The Thin Monkey sighed deeply. "Before leaving, that stupid Qin Lang said if I retaliate, he would take my life that I in the past. I would have brushed it off as a joke, but just now you didn't see his eyes. I did, and I know he is capable of it. Moreover, he mentioned that the greatest commonality between fools and madmen is that they can kill without facing any legal consequences." Upon hearing this, Pockmark's previously flaring temper diminished significantly, though he stubbornly retorted, "I think, Thin Monkey, you've been scared silly to we've been messing with Qin Lang for nearly 2 years. How could we not know what he is capable of, if he dares to take your life?" "Haha, enough Pockmark, Big Pancake interjected, exhaling a puff of smoke. Regardless of whether Thin Monkey is scared silly or not, what he said is true. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Besides, fools and madmen indeed commit murder without repercussions. You all heard what that Zhao idiot said during the kidnapping incident. After a pause, he continued, moreover, with the college entrance exams approaching, I don't want to stir up any more trouble than my old man has warned me that if I get called in by the teachers again, he'll send me to a training camp after the exams, and if I get expelled from school, he'll sever ties with me, that ITS just a few months left. I can endure it for now. That training camp is like hell on earth, a place no one should stay. Big Pancake is right. The school is currently very strict with us third-year students. Now, if we were to teach that foolish Qin a lesson, it could escalate to a point where the school might expel us outright. After all the effort we've put into reaching our senior year, my parents, those two old folks, don't expect me to get into any prestigious university. They merely hope I can obtain my graduation certificate. I must at least save some face for them. The yellow-haired boy nodded in agreement. So, is that settled then? The freckled one said somewhat discontentedly. If we swallow this anger, how will we manage to navigate our lives at school afterward? What is there to navigate? Graduation is just around the corner. How many more days can we possibly linger? The round-faced boy shook his head and added, however, we cannot let this go unchallenged. Once the college entrance examinations are over, we shall settle accounts with that foolish Qin, that if all else fails, we can always enlist some help from the outside world to deal with him. Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. Hiring someone from outside just to give him a beating? Haven't we already pummeled that fool enough over the years? There is nothing fresh or exciting about that. The duck suddenly shook his head. Oh, Duck, do you have any ideas? The freckled one inquired. The others turned their attention to the duck, who, aside from the Thin Monkey, was known for having the most clever ideas. The duck smiled and said, I have a plan that doesn't require us to get our hands dirty. Will allow us to take vengeance for the Thin Monkey, and will be quite entertaining, very risky and violent, guaranteed to leave that foolish Qin in despair, with his reputation in tatters, possibly even getting expelled from school. Oh! The Thin Monkey perked up, his eyes glinting mischievously, and asked, Duck, what exactly is your idea? Speak up. I can't let this go unpunished. As long as we can deal with that fool, I'm open to any method. The duck, swaying his head, shared his idea, and the Thin Monkey and the others praised him in agreement. I've already thought of the bait to lure Qin into our trap. It's none other than Teacher Mei, the duck concluded. The Thin Monkey exclaimed, Right. I remember Qin has a crush on Teacher Mei. There is no doubt he'll fall for it. I'll take care of finding the messenger. I know plenty of girls. But who will find the bait? The yellow-haired boy asked. This idea was mine, so I'll handle the bait, the duck declared confidently, patting his chest. The yellow-haired boy smacked his forehead. Almost forgot. You were out working part-time during the winter break. Playing the pimp. You're quite familiar with this kind of thing. How about we all go have some fun? Before the duck could respond, the Thin Monkey boldly declared, Once this grand performance is successfully concluded, I'll treat everyone to a feast complete with foot massages and ladies, full service. Chapter 32. The fiery wrath of Qin, deeming the school bell had already rung. Little Lu, stationed at the gate, was about to close the electric door when he spotted a battered individual approaching on a dilapidated bicycle, braving the biting wind. The bicycle looked like it had been salvaged from some forsaken corner, rusty and with a chain that seemed to be malfunctioning. Even from a distance, the clattering sound was unmistakable. Who on earth is this, so badly beaten, yet still daring to show his face? Look at that face. It's nearly swollen to the size of a pig's head. Little Lu couldn't make out who it was and assumed it was some delinquent seeking trouble after being beaten by a student. Frowning, he prepared to drive the individual away. Don't close it, wait for me. The person waved from afar, hastening his pace, nearly lifting himself off the seat in urgency. Little Lu paid him no mind and continued pressing the button. The electric doors swiftly closed, blocking the struggling cyclist outside. Damn it, Lu, didn't you hear me? I told you not to close it. What is the meaning of this? The individual, gripping the handlebars, shook his battered head and glared at Little Lu. Little Lu's expression shifted. He thought, how dare this guy, riding a broken bicycle and looking so wretched, challenge me? He instinctively prepared to retort, but then he recognized a hint of familiarity in that pitiful visage. Upon closer inspection, little Lu chuckled, pressing the button to reopen the door while apologizing with a smirk. "Ah, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you, Brother Bing, that if I had known, I wouldn't have dared to close the door on you." Qin Dabing grunted and pushed his bicycle forward. Little Lu, curious, approached and offered him a cigarette while asking, "Brother Bing, it's been days since I last saw you at school. What happened? Why are you riding this old bicycle instead of your new car? Planning to reminisce about the hard times? And what happened to your face?" Upon hearing this, Qin Dabing's anger flared. It was just the kind of question that irked him. Who in their right mind would choose to ride such a humiliating bicycle when they had a new car? Unless they were out of their minds. The truth was he couldn't even drive the car. It had been ruined by acid and was currently in the repair shop that I in a rush to get to work today. He couldn't find a taxi, so he had to dig out this bicycle from a pile of junk just to make it here, that I for his face. That was the source of his greatest frustration. After dropping Mei Yuyan off to give a statement, he had planned to have dinner with her, and perhaps, if luck was on his side, enjoy some intimate moments together. All of that was supposed to unfold seamlessly. Who knew that foolish Qin would come along and ruin everything? Not only did he lose the girl, but his new car was also destroyed, and he ended up getting beaten by a group of police. Robbed of his money and sent home with a bruised head, he had always prided himself on his handsome and charming appearance. Ruining his face was akin to undermining his chances with women. If he didn't recover his looks, how could he possibly feel motivated to come to work? To make matters worse, the Education Bureau officials were coming to inspect the school and evaluate teaching quality. And the school leadership had called him, insisting he show up. With no choice, he had to come to school, bearing this face he dreaded others mentioning. "Get lost," Qin Dabing waved away the cigarette little Lu offered, speaking with a tone as if he had been shot. "Your job is just to guard this door. Mind your own business and stop prying into my affairs. Now step aside. I have work to do." Little Lu felt a surge of anger, but dared not offend Qin Dabing. He forced a smile and stepped aside, saying, Yes, I was just concerned about you, Brother Bing." After Qin Dabing pushed his bike away, little Lu spat on the ground in disdain. "Bah, just because I call you brother, you think you're a big shot. I may be nosy, but at least I don't have a pig-ass head for a face." Feeling better after venting his frustration, he sauntered back to his post, humming a tune. I'm on the tower enjoying the mountain view. Hearing the chaos outside the city, flags are flapping, casting shadows, only to find it's a pig-ass head coming to knock at the door. Bicycles were not allowed on campus, and while the thin monkey could ignore this rule, Qin Dabing, as a teacher, could not. He pushed his bike, trying to lower his head to avoid being recognized. Inside, he simmered with anger, thinking, damn it, I wonder if that foolish Qin has come to class. If I run into him, I swear I'll make him pay. Just then, his lowered gaze caught sight of two sneaky figures making their way toward the low wall opposite the school's parking shed. Planning to skip class, Qin Dabing realized that wall was the only other exit besides the school's main gates, frequently used by students attempting to sneak out. Normally, he might have overlooked it, but given his foul mood and with nowhere to vent his frustration, these two skiving students were perfect targets for his wrath. You two. Stop right there, Qin Dabing shouted, marching over with determination. Not far off, the two students froze. It was none other than the thin monkey and the duck. What the hell? Who dares to tell us to stop? The duck was incensed, seeing Qin Dabing approaching on a bicycle. He initially thought it was just another student and was ready to confront him, but the thin monkey held him back, saying, Wait a minute, doesn't that look like Qin Dabing? Qin Dabing? No way. The duck hesitated, squinting at the approaching figure. Once he discerned that battered face belonged to Qin Dabing, he lost his nerve and cursed. Damn it, what bad luck to run into this guy. With that face, he must have been caught cheating on his girlfriend and got beaten up. Qin Dabing, the school's sports teacher, was not only tall and strong, but also had connections in the community. Thus, despite their reign of terror among students, the duck and the thin monkey dared not confront him. Most of the time, they maintained a mutual non-aggression pact. Enough chatter. He getting closer. Let us climb the wall and get out of here. We have important business to attend to, the thin monkey urged. The duck, realizing they needed to go meet the ladies as per their plan, nodded in agreement, and together, they skillfully scaled the wall. just as Qin Dabing was about to unleash his pent-up anger. He saw the two students blatantly ignoring his command and continuing to climb the wall, igniting a fiery rage within him. He tossed aside his bike and sprinted toward them. However, by the time he reached the low wall, the thin monkey and the duck had already vanished without a trace. I refuse to believe this. Qin Dabing's temper flared. Without a second thought, he reached for the top of the wall. Recalling the times he had scaled walls during his school days, being tall, that low wall was no challenge for him. With ease, he pushed himself up along the wall, just as he was about to scale the wall. Unleashing the sprinting speed he had honed during his days as a track athlete to chase after the two truant students, the hem of his shirt was suddenly seized by someone. "Excuse me, young man, it's currently class time. It's rather inappropriate for you to be climbing over the wall to skip class." A voice resounded from behind Qin Dabing. Caught off guard, Qin Dabing felt a surge of anger as he dangled at the wall. Turning around, he was met by a stranger, a middle-aged man, who had a firm grip on his clothing. Without hesitation, he barked, "Who the hell are you? Let go of me at once." The man's expression darkened, and upon recognizing Qin Dabing's battered visage, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering how this student had come to look so beaten up. Moreover, his attire seemed a tad too mature for someone his age. With his face resembling that of a swollen pig, Qin Dabing attempted to vault over the wall once more. But given his somewhat aged appearance, it was indeed challenging to associate him with a teacher. The middle-aged man had evidently misjudged Qin Dabing's identity, assuming him to be merely another delinquent student. "Get down here," he commanded, exerting force, and despite Qin Dabing's slight physical strength, he was easily pulled down from the wall. Once on solid ground, the man unleashed a tirade. "Which class are you from? Is this the kind of student that the esteemed First High School produces? What business is it of yours which class I belong to? I can call myself whatever I like. That's my prerogative. Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Qin Dabing, failing to recognize the man, assumed he was an outsider or perhaps a parent of a student, and thus held nothing back, venting his pent-up frustration on this stranger instead of the two students he had originally intended to confront. "How dare you speak like that?" The middle-aged man, maintaining a semblance of decorum, merely darkened his expression, refraining from retaliating with similar insults. Grasping Qin Dabing's garments firmly, he insisted, "Come with me. We are going to see your principal. I am quite curious about what sort of students First High School is nurturing." Terrified at the prospect of facing the principal, especially with the Education Bureau officials visiting the school in the coming days, Qin Dabing knew that being dragged before the principal would lead to a scolding, regardless of his connections. Not wishing to entangle himself further with this man, he forcefully shoved him away, retorting, "Get the hell away from me." Witnessing the middle-aged man stumble back several paces from his push, Qin Dabing seized the moment to kick him, momentarily relieving his anger before strutting away. Instead of heading to the faculty office, he made a beeline for the library. When the authorities had called him back to work, he had considered how his current appearance might embarrass him in front of familiar colleagues. Thus, he had requested to spend the next few days in the library to avoid any awkward encounters. The library was relatively quiet, allowing him to save face, given that the leadership had often received gifts from him. And with a library staff member on marriage leave, his request had been granted. That on his way to the library, Qin Dabing's mood lightened somewhat. He had no concern that the middle-aged man would cause any further trouble. The school was vast, and the man could hardly know him. What was he supposed to do? Go searching for him? Damn it, last time I got into trouble with that old gatekeeper, I just had a lapse in judgment. Now another fool dares to provoke me, thinking I'm an easy target. Had I not known about the Education Bureau officials visiting, I would have dealt with him more severely, Qin Dabing mused proudly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could that man be one of the officials from the Education Bureau? No way, that can't be right. When those officials come to the school, they're always surrounded by people. That guy looked like he just survived a car crash. There's no way he's an official. He's probably just some overzealous parent, nosing into others' business. Qin Dabing shook his head, dismissing the notion, attributing his paranoia to the recent encounter with the gatekeeper. Chapter 33. One does not perish unless one acts foolishly in the library. Qin Lang sat in an inconspicuous corner, engrossed in a copy of The Theory of Evolution. This spot, relatively undisturbed, had become his designated reading nook in recent days, where he continuously absorbed a plethora of knowledge. The tabletop was piled high with stacks of books, nearly engulfing his figure entirely, but he had long since forgotten the incident involving the thin monkey and was now wholly immersed in the ocean of knowledge, only the sound of pages turning breaking the silence. As he devoured more and more volumes, his understanding of this new world expanded rapidly. Broadening his horizons, he was pleasantly surprised to discover numerous similarities between the Danding continent and this new world, with many species being remarkably interconnected. This revelation greatly bolstered his confidence in his future endeavors in alchemy and cultivation. However, he found himself troubled by the stark differences in the rarity of species between the two worlds. For instance, ginseng, once a common and inexpensive herbal material in the Danding continent, was exceedingly rare here, where even a single mature wild ginseng could be unattainable, regardless of wealth, with prices that could be utterly staggering. Conversely, honeysuckle, a cheap herb on Earth, was considered a precious rarity in the Danding continent, fetching the price of an entire city for just one plant. Faced with such disparities, Qin Lang could only smile wryly. But his thoughts were consumed with how to procure these alchemical materials in the future. After all, he was no longer the exalted top alchemist, revered and courted by countless admirers. He was now merely an ordinary individual, relying on either financial resources or personal questing to secure these materials. This young man is quite a remarkable character. After all my time here, I've never encountered such a unique student, mused librarian Zhu Dage, cradling his teacup as he observed the young man amidst the towering stacks of books. For days, he had kept a watchful eye on the boy, and to him, this student's reading speed and method were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. In fact, not just Zhu Dage, but several library staff members had developed a keen interest in the punctual young man who arrived at the library precisely when it opened and left exactly as it closed. They had calculated that this student borrowed thousands of books each day, a speed that could only belong to either a madman or a super genius, and judging by the boy's demeanor, it was clear he was no madman. The consensus among the staff was that he was a hidden genius, as for his absence from class and his daily presence in the library. The staff had no intention of kicking him out, not only due to his astonishingly gifted behavior, but also because he possessed a signed leave note from his homeroom teacher. "Old Zhu, you seem quite relaxed." A voice interrupted Zhu Dage's observation that he furrowed his brow, pondering who had the audacity to address him so informally. Turning, he was startled to see the one who called him Old Zhu, a boy whose face bore the unmistakable signs of a recent beating, looking as though he had just survived a car accident. "Who are you?" Zhu Dage inquired suspiciously. "I'm Qian Dabing," he replied sheepishly, attempting to deflect the inquiry about his battered face by pointing to it and explaining, "I had a little accident a few days ago." "Ah, that explains it. I was wondering who was so familiar as to call me Old Zhu. I almost didn't recognize you with your face looking like that," Zhu Dage retorted with a hint of sarcasm, inwardly skeptical that a mere fall could cause such damage. "It was a rather severe fall, but it's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine in a few days." Qian Dabing laughed it off, then asked, "Old Zhu, are you busy?" Zhu Dage, still displeased by the informal address, let his expression harden, replying curtly, "Not particularly busy, just enjoying the peace. It's less likely to get hurt here." Qian Dabing stiffened at the remark, cursing the old man internally for deliberately exposing his vulnerabilities. Yet he feigned indifference and responded with a smile, "Old Zhu, I'll be hanging around here for a few days." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Dage's brow furrowed. Qian Dabing elaborated, "I heard the library is undergoing a significant book replacement, and they're short on hands. The school leaders, seeing that I'm injured yet still willing to work, decided it's better for me not to teach right now. So they arranged for me to assist in the library. Since I'm unfamiliar with the library's operations, I'll need your guidance during these days." Upon hearing this, Zhu Dage inwardly cursed the decision of whoever had made such arrangements, wondering who thought it wise to send such a character to the library, potentially creating chaos. Nonetheless, as a soon-to-retire librarian, he had little power to challenge the school leadership's directives that he could only nod and say impassively, since it's the school leadership's arrangement. "You may stay here for the time being. The work in the library isn't difficult. I'll guide you, and you'll catch on quickly." Qian Dabing paid little attention to Zhu Dage's words. his gaze wandering around the library. Upon noticing that there were only a few scattered individuals present, all of whom were men, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Uncle Zhu, I heard from the biology teacher of Class 6 that a female university student came to work as a librarian in the library a couple of months ago. Why haven't we seen her since? Qian Dabing inquired of Uncle Zhu. Given his notorious reputation as a womanizer, the dullness of the library and the flirtation with the female librarian would surely be a delightful pastime. That was my niece. She took a marriage leave and returned to her hometown to get married. She and her husband have been childhood sweethearts with a bond that is profoundly deep, Uncle Zhu replied coldly. Aware of Qian Dabing's reputation at school, he decisively severed any of his intentions, feeling thwarted. Qian Dabing glanced around, and upon noticing a stack of books piled high on the table at the far end to the north, he remarked, "Why are there so many books stacked there? Do you want me to help you move them? Those books are being read by students. Several tables in the reading room are broken. Why don't you go and fix them?" "The toolbox is right beside those students," Uncle Zhu responded. Accustomed to solitude, he found it unsettling to be pestered by Qian Dabing, who chirped incessantly like a bird. Thus he dismissed him to do some labor. From Qian Dabing's perspective, the towering pile of books obscured the view of the student seated in the midst. It was only when he approached that he realized there was indeed a student diligently engrossed in reading behind the books. As the student kept his head down, Qian Dabing could not discern his features until he drew closer, discovering that the student was not merely reading, but flipping through the pages at a pace slightly slower than that of a banknote counting machine. The pent-up frustration within him flared anew, and he slapped the table forcefully, exclaiming, "Which class are you from? Is this reading? You're just causing a disturbance. Get up immediately. I suspect you are using the library as an excuse to skip class. Stand aside until your homeroom teacher comes to collect you." "Shut your filthy mouth," Qin Lang retorted, startled by the sudden interruption. Not only did it cause his heart to tighten, but it also disrupted his reading rhythm. Igniting a surge of irritation that he was not known for his good temper, and with a scowl, he shouted back without caring who it was, upon raising his head and recognizing the person before him. He was momentarily taken aback that it was not only Qin Lang who was stunned. Qian Dabing was equally astonished. Until that moment, Qian Dabing had not clearly seen the student's face, but now he was struck with the realization that the one reading so intently was none other than the foolish Qin Lang, whom he longed to humiliate. "It's you, Qian Dabing? It's you? Qin Shah!" Both exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions shifting instantaneously. Qin Lang wore a smile, amused by Qian Dabing's battered visage, which resembled that of a bruised pig, a sight that would evoke laughter in anyone. Conversely, Qian Dabing was consumed with uncontrollable rage. Without a moment's thought, he swung a fist toward Qin Lang's face that he had long yearned to pummel this fool. And having let him slip through his fingers at the police station, he was determined today to make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, a murderous glint flashing in his pupils. Faced with Qian Dabing's fist, he did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly retrieved the keys from his pocket, aiming the pointed end at the incoming blow. In the next moment, Qian Dabing cradled his injured hand. Letting out a pained scream, his already ghastly face turned crimson, clearly in agony. Unfortunately, keys are not sharp enough for a weapon. However, they can serve as a makeshift tool for self-defense. Qin Lang mused, observing the bloodstains on the key's tip with a faint smile. A small puncture appeared on Qian Dabing's fist. Though not deep enough to expose bone, it had nonetheless broken the skin. "If I don't beat you to death today, I shall not be called Qian Dabing," he vowed. His initial pain giving way to a ferocity that surged within him. He shifted to deliver a kick to Qin Lang. He unwittingly forgot Uncle Zhu's earlier warning about the broken tables nearby. In his haste, he collided with the adjacent table, which had a broken leg, causing it to topple over and strike him as he lifted his foot, throwing his balance off. Consequently, he stumbled sideways and fell to the ground, the table's corner landing squarely on his forehead. Though the table was not particularly heavy, the sudden impact was enough to leave him dizzy and seeing stars. Qin Lang looked on, astonished by the unfolding spectacle, and shook his head, recalling a saying he had seen on television a few days prior. "If one does not court death, one will not perish." Chapter 34. Ninja Turtles: What Happened? Hearing the commotion, Uncle Zhu approached with a teacup in hand. Upon seeing Qin Dabing sprawled on the floor, pinned under a table, he frowned and remarked irritably, "Teacher Qin, I asked you to repair the tables, not to lie on the ground." Perhaps he was feeling lonely and wanted to draw nourishment from Mother Earth, Qin Lang suggested. Shaking his head, disrupted from his reading, he decided to close the book he had been engrossed in and fixed a menacing glare on the fellow on the ground. Lonely. Lonely? Uncle Zhu cast a skeptical glance between Qin Dabing and Qin Lang, nearly choking on his tea in suppressed laughter. Though he was unclear about the exact situation, his shrewdness allowed him to discern the underlying implications in Qin Lang's words. "Your mother is lonely," Qin Dabing retorted, unable to endure the provocation, and began to push himself up from the floor. Just then, with a loud crash, a stack of books from Qin Lang's desk unexpectedly toppled over, and by some stroke of fate or misfortune, several hefty tomes landed squarely on his head and face, striking him resoundingly. That it was more forceful than a slap. The weight of the books forced Qin Dabing back to the ground once more. "Apologies. My hand slipped," Qin Lang said nonchalantly, retracting his hand with an expressionless face. Uncle Zhu's wrinkles danced with barely contained amusement. He recognized that this student was being deliberately mischievous. However, rather than being annoyed, he found the situation quite entertaining, considering he had long harbored a disdain for Qin Dabing and wished to see him suffer a bit more. Do be more careful next time that at your young age. You should be steady with your hands," Uncle Zhu admonished, suppressing his mirth that he then turned to Qin Dabing on the floor and asked, "Teacher Qin, are you all right? Do you need help getting up?" Ignoring Uncle Zhu entirely, Qin Dabing, propped on his hands, glared venomously at Qin Lang, proclaiming, "You're dead today." It was clear that he would not rest until he had dealt with Qin Lang. Sensing the brewing storm, Uncle Zhu realized that if Qin Dabing chose to escalate matters, it would ultimately be this student who would bear the brunt of it. Having a favorable impression of Qin Lang, he felt compelled to intervene, but he firmly declared, "Teacher Qin, do you have any sense of professionalism as an educator? How can you hurl insults at a student?" "Old Zhu, stay out of this. It's none of your business," Qin Dabing spat, rising to confront Qin Lang. However, having learned a lesson from their earlier encounter, he threw his punches with caution, wary that Qin Lang might again resort to using his keys as a weapon. Observing Qin Dabing's disregard for his words, Uncle Zhu's irritation flared. He pushed Qin Dabing's sluggish fist off course, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you going to hit someone?" With a stern expression, he continued, "I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on him, I will report this to the school authorities. Coincidentally, the Education Bureau officials are coming to inspect. Let them know how Teacher Qin treats his students." Upon hearing the mention of the Bureau, Qin Dabing felt doused with cold water and began to calm down. After the incident with the old gatekeeper, he had grown wary of antagonizing the elderly. If this old man decided to be stubborn and report him to the leaders at the Bureau, he would surely face dire consequences. With this thought, Qin Dabing forced down his simmering anger and managed a strained smile. Old Zhu, you're being too serious to as a people's teacher. How could I possibly harm a student? I am merely teaching, yes, educating this student not to skip class and cause a ruckus in the library." Uncle Zhu scoffed. "On what grounds do you accuse him of skipping class? Have you conducted an investigation? Or do you think I, as the librarian, am idly letting a truant student roam freely in the library?" With 3 consecutive questions, Qin Dabing found himself speechless. Uncle Zhu, not wishing to escalate tensions further, softened his tone. "This student possesses a leave of absence signed by his homeroom teacher. There is no question of truancy that as for his reading methods. That is his prerogative. Teacher Qin, while library duties may be relaxed, rules must still be observed. Even if you wish to educate students, you cannot resort to insults or violence. Such behavior is unbecoming of a people's teacher." Yes, Qin Dabing nodded vigorously, all the while cursing silently. Uncle Zhu, recognizing that Qin Dabing was not truly absorbing his words, advised, "Our newly built library is under the scrutiny of the Bureau leaders, that if you wish to avoid any incriminating circumstances, it would be wise to refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, do not blame me for not warning you." Upon finishing his words, he tapped on Qin Lang's desk and said, "Pick up the books and continue reading, that if you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance." Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Once old Zhu, cradling a teacup, strolled away leisurely. Qin Dabing's expression darkened as he grimly addressed Qin Lang. "Qin the Fool, consider yourself fortunate today. However, next time, luck may not be on your side. As long as you remain in this school, I will devise numerous ways to ensure you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency." Qin Lang offered a faint smile, almost as if speaking to himself. Remarked, "I have just learned that the leaders from the Education Bureau will be inspecting the school if I were to report the persecution I face from the teachers to those officials. It should be resolved quite swiftly. Should I report it or refrain?" Qin Dabing's countenance shifted slightly, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Lang. "You dare to threaten me?" Qin Lang nodded. "Indeed, I am threatening you. Guess what? When the time comes, will it be I who is incapable of self-care, or will it be you who loses your job and is left to fend for yourself? Damn it, when did this fool become so sharp?" Qin Dabing's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Calculating that it was unwise to provoke this fool further for the moment, he decided to adopt a delaying tactic, intending to settle the score with Qin Lang once the officials from the Education Bureau had departed. Having resolved this in his mind, he forced a smile that did not quite reach his eyes and softened his tone. "Well, classmate Qin Lang, to be honest, the teachers bear no ill will towards you. They are simply heartbroken over your situation at school. Please do not misunderstand their genuine concern. Whether it is concern or persecution will depend on your actions." Qin Lang gestured towards the scattered books on the floor. "You accidentally knocked the books over just now. I would appreciate your assistance in picking them up." Qin Dabing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this fool would dare to retaliate in such a manner. This was not merely a request for assistance. It was a clear humiliation that he could hardly tolerate such indignation. His jaw clenched, expletives on the tip of his tongue, when Qin Lang suddenly interjected. Qin Lang rubbed his wrist and said, "My hands have been somewhat uncooperative lately, making it difficult to pick things up. However, my legs are still functioning well enough to walk over to those officials from the Education Bureau." Upon hearing such a blatant threat, Qin Dabing had to swallow the curse he had been about to unleash that he repeatedly recalled the tale of Han Xian's humiliation, reminding himself that patience is essential for greater plans, that today's disgrace would be repaid tenfold in the future. With this belief in mind, he reluctantly stooped down and began to gather the scattered books. "Arrange them neatly," Qin Lang commanded. Qin Dabing grunted in annoyance but suppressed his anger as he complied. Only after the books were arranged to Qin Lang's satisfaction did he nod in approval. "You performed adequately. I hope you can maintain this standard. Now, I wish to read. I would prefer not to have any pesky flies buzzing around me. You understand my meaning, yes? Let this fool bask in his arrogance for now." Qin Dabing clenched his fists, suppressing the tumult of resentment within, yet he did not leave, previously consumed with the desire to confront Qin Lang. He had forgotten the many questions he still wished to pose. Now that he had calmed down, those inquiries resurfaced. Classmate Qin Lang, please do not rush into reading. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Qin Dabing endeavored to keep his tone composed, but the fire within him surged forth as he spoke. Qin Lang frowned. "Speak plainly. My time is limited." Qin Dabing repressed his anger and inquired, "That night, what the hell? What exactly transpired between you and Mei Yuyan? Why has her phone been unreachable, and my colleagues at the school informed me she has not been to work these past few days? Where has she gone?" As Qin Lang retrieved the book on the origin of species, he chuckled softly. "Where she has gone? You ought to ask her directly. Isn't it rather misplaced to inquire of me, an unrelated party? As for what happened between us that night, is there any need for me to divulge such matters to you?" Qin Dabing's anger flared once more, his fists turning white from the pressure. The more Qin Lang withheld information, the more his mind spiraled into wild speculation. What could a man and woman do together late at night? Especially considering he had witnessed the intimacy between Qin Lang and Mei Yuyan earlier that day, that he had stood by, helpless, while a fool embraced his unclaimed woman. Ultimately, Yuyan had vanished, her head injured, money lost, and car wrecked. The fact that her phone was unreachable and she had not returned to work indicated that something shameful must have transpired that night, leaving her too embarrassed to show her face. The more he contemplated, the more unbearable the situation became, and the more furious he felt, ultimately leading him to believe he had been wronged. The accumulation of resentment towards Qin Lang ignited a fierce blaze within him. Reaching a boiling point, Qin Dabing cursed, "To hell with the bureau leaders! I can no longer endure this. If I continue to hold back, I might as well become a ninja turtle, even if I am reprimanded by the leaders. I will make sure to destroy you today." As he reached out to grab Qin Lang by the collar, Qin Lang's expression shifted, ready to retaliate that moment. A booming voice echoed from the entrance of the library. "Director Ma, this is our newly constructed library, currently housing over 1 million volumes, making it the finest in our city." As the words faded, a group of individuals surged into the library. Upon hearing that voice, Qin Dabing's face paled, for he recognized it all too well. It belonged to his greatest ally in the school, Vice Principal Zhang Jiqiang. He quickly realized, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. Why did they arrive now of all times? Why must the bureau leaders come to inspect the library at this moment?" Even if his anger was at its peak, he dared not lay a hand on Qin Lang, unless he truly wished to lose his position. "What was it you said about being a ninja turtle?" "Oh, right. You mentioned that you couldn't endure it anymore and would become a ninja turtle. That I wholeheartedly agree with you. Go ahead, don't hold back, or you might find yourself needing to change your name." Qin Lang chuckled. Having recognized the identities of those entering the library, seizing the opportunity to mock Qin Dabing. Qin Dabing nearly choked on his fury, yet reason prevailed, reminding him that it was not worth losing his job over a fool. He had to feign ignorance, pretending not to have heard the words ninja turtle. Just as he was about to caution Qin Lang against foolishly reporting him to the bureau leaders, his peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged man being surrounded by school officials. His body froze as if struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. Chapter 35. The director's confidant. "My God, what a nightmare. How could it possibly be him?" Qin Dabing rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken. Yet his 1.5 vision made it abundantly clear that the middle-aged man being feted by the school leaders was indeed the same one he had verbally berated and kicked just before coming to the library. Hearing Vice Principal Zhang repeatedly refer to him as Director Ma sent chills down Qin Dabing's spine. He realized he was in deep trouble. The director of the Education Bureau, the fool I chastised is. In fact, the director of the Education Bureau, the superior of the school leaders. In that moment, Qin Dabing felt as though he were standing atop a powder keg. Fraught with anxiety, he understood that if the other party recognized him, it would be far more than merely losing his job. No, he could not allow himself to be recognized. Absolutely not. Qin Dabing could no longer afford to be entangled with Qin Lang. He needed to hide. To elude the other party's notice, the school was vast, and the officials were not familiar with his identity. As long as he could avoid a face-to-face encounter, he should be fine. That he crouched down, lowered his head, and began to frantically search for a place to conceal himself. Unfortunately, the library was nearly devoid of suitable hiding spots, leaving him with little hope of successfully concealing himself. Even if there were restrooms or bookshelves that could serve as excellent hiding places, they were far from him, and venturing over would undoubtedly attract attention. What to do? What to do? Qin Dabing was in a frenzy. "Hey, what's wrong with that guy?" Observing Qin Dabing's sudden change in demeanor, Qin Lang contemplated the middle-aged man surrounded by attention, that he instinctively sensed that the source of Qin Dabing's abrupt transformation lay with this individual. That a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this guy had wronged someone's wife? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so frightened simply because the other party was a leader from the Education Bureau. As Qin Lang pondered this, the group that had surged and began to circulate within the library after a brief exchange with Old Zhu. The library's available space was limited, and though Qin Lang was situated in a relatively inconspicuous corner, it was only a matter of time before they passed by his position. The situation was becoming increasingly urgent for Qin Dabing. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He immediately crouched down and crawled under a chair next to Qin Lang like a dog. The chairs in the library were designed with comfort and aesthetics in mind, featuring thick cushions and fabric draping down from the sides, effectively concealing the space beneath the legs of the chair. This arrangement, intended for visual appeal, had now become Qin Dabing's only lifeline. Qin Lang was taken aback as he watched Qin Dabing awkwardly wriggle beneath the chair. shaking his head in amusement. The leg of that chair is broken. Perhaps you should consider hiding elsewhere or retreating into your shell. Qin Lang jested. Qin Dabing's body, struggling to crawl, momentarily stiffened, and he then began to retreat slightly, seemingly contemplating whether to emerge and find another hiding spot. Upon witnessing Qin Dabing's antics, Qin Lang stifled a chuckle and shook his head. There's no time. They are about to approach. Allow me to lend you a hand. With that, he abruptly extended his leg and delivered a kick to Qin Dabing's rear. Damn! Qin Dabing muttered under his breath, and with the momentum from Qin Lang's kick, he finally managed to wriggle beneath the chair, assuming a crawling position. When he finally turned to face Qin Lang from his cramped position, it resembled a bow of submission. Just you wait, Qin Dabing hissed, slightly lifting the fabric draping around him to glare at Qin Lang. It seems you have forgotten your own predicament, Qin Lang replied with a smile. Can you guess whether I can discern that you have offended Director Ma? Are you not afraid of encountering him? And if I were to hint to Director Ma that there is a ninja turtle hiding beneath this chair, do you think you would be intrigued? Qin Dabing's complexion drained of color in his moment of excitement. He had indeed forgotten his precarious situation, and more importantly, that Qin Lang held his fate in his hands and could expose him at any moment, that if Director Ma were to discover him, there would be no need for Qin Lang to say anything further. His days of comfort would be over. Cursing inwardly that this fool was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, he feigned a pleading demeanor, gesturing to Qin Lang to refrain from speaking recklessly. Kneel properly, lower your head, and pull the fabric down. Depending on your performance, I may decide whether to alert Director Ma. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Now, Qin Dabing found himself compelled to submit, suppressing his anger as he pulled the fabric down, his heart racing with anxiety. The crowd of inspectors, after making their rounds, indeed began to approach Qin Lang, drawing ever nearer and their voices growing louder. Director Ma, the only floor currently open in the library is this one, but we are prepared to open all floors within 6 months, Zhang Jiqiang said, wearing a broad smile as he accompanied Director Ma, occasionally providing insights about the library, that he recognized this as a rare opportunity, especially since Principal Chun was away on business, allowing him to seize the chance to accompany Director Ma from the Education Bureau. If he could win over Director Ma, his chances of being promoted to principal would significantly increase. However, Zhang Jiqiang felt somewhat perplexed, despite having heard that the newly appointed Director Ma had a robust background and a good temperament. He had remained stern and silent since his arrival, causing Zhang Jiqiang to feel uneasy. Could the rumors have been mistaken, or was Director Ma dissatisfied with the first high school? Zhang Jiqiang pondered anxiously. Suddenly, he recalled that when he welcomed Director Ma earlier, he had found him already on campus, not arriving with other colleagues from the Education Bureau. Surely, Director Ma hadn't conducted a covert visit, arriving early to inspect something unsatisfactory. Zhang Jiqiang's apprehension grew. Why are there so many books piled up over there? And that table on the floor? Why is no one helping it up? Director Ma, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly broke his silence, causing Zhang Jiqiang's heart to leap. Upon realizing the area Director Ma was referring to, he swiftly turned to glare at Grandpa Zhu, who was mingling among the crowd. Knowing that failing to explain himself would result in repercussions from Principal Zhang, Grandpa Zhu hurriedly interjected. Those books were borrowed by a student who likes to take many at once and sits among them to read. At first glance, it's not easy to spot him. The fallen table is broken. I had just asked Teacher Qian to fix it, but in the blink of an eye, I don't know where he has gone. Qin Dabing became the scapegoat for Grandpa Zhu. This Qin Dabing was truly more of a hindrance than a help. Zhang Jiqiang cursed inwardly. Had it not been for the substantial annual gifts Qin Dabing provided, he would have long since dismissed him. Oh, can a student possibly read so many books at once? Director Ma inquired, seemingly intrigued by Grandpa Zhu's words as he stepped closer. Zhang Jiqiang immediately chastised Grandpa Zhu. How can you, as an administrator, allow a student to borrow so many books at once? That is not reading. It's sheer chaos. Such students should be barred from the library in the future. It's ridiculous. Grandpa Zhu, with a distressed expression, was about to explain when Director Ma suddenly paused in his tracks. He glanced at Zhang Jiqiang, letting out a soft hum. Zhang Jiqiang's heart raced, uncertain of Director Ma's intentions. Little did he know that Director Ma had been a top student in his own school days. Sharing a similar habit with Qin Lang, borrowing a stack of books to read leisurely, it was precisely this recognition of a kindred spirit that sparked Director Ma's interest. Zhang Jiqiang's reprimand of Qin Lang, in Director Ma's ears, sounded like an affront, and thus he could hardly muster any goodwill toward Zhang Jiqiang. Approaching Qin Lang, Director Ma observed the stack of books on the table, and his face finally broke into a smile as he kindly addressed Qin Lang. "Excuse me. Young man, what book are you currently reading?" "The Theory of Evolution," Qin Lang replied. Neither servile nor overbearing, as he spoke, he glanced at the chair beside him, noticing the fabric quivering slightly, and could not help but shake his head in amusement. "The Theory of Evolution?" Director Ma was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Truly remarkable. At such a young age, you are already delving into the theory of evolution. Do you comprehend it?" Zhang Jiqiang, hearing this, quickly shot a look at Qin Lang, signaling him to refrain from speaking rashly. However, Qin Lang ignored him, nodding. "Generally, I understand it, but I usually memorize the content first before digesting it." "Oh!" Director Ma's eyes lit up. Qin Lang's study habits mirrored his own from years past, where he excelled in retaining information, often borrowing numerous books to absorb knowledge before reflecting on it later. Instantly, he felt a kinship with Qin Lang. "Would you mind if I tested you?" Director Ma inquired. Zhang Jiqiang interjected eagerly. Of course he wouldn't mind. To be assessed by Director Ma is a privilege for this student. He gestured fervently toward Qin Lang. Director Ma shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "I did not ask you." He then turned his expectant gaze back to Qin Lang. Without acknowledging Zhang Jiqiang, Qin Lang shook his head and countered, "Why should I be tested by you? Moreover, if I answer correctly, what benefits would I gain? How dare you speak to a superior like that?" Zhang Jiqiang's expression shifted dramatically, scolding Qin Lang while cautiously smiling at Director Ma. "Director Ma, this student is simply inexperienced. Please do not take offense." Director Ma waved his hand dismissively, growing increasingly irritated with Zhang Jiqiang's incessant prattle. He smiled at Qin Lang, nodding. "Well said. Students should possess vigor, challenge authority, and express their thoughts. If they only seek to ingratiate themselves, they lose their integrity as students. That I admire you." Zhang Jiqiang's face turned awkward at this veiled reprimand, leaving him hesitant to speak further. Suddenly, Director Ma produced a card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. "This is my business card, that if you can satisfy my inquiry, you may keep this card. In the future, should you require anything at school, you can approach me directly. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding school leaders and several aides from the Education Bureau began to envy Qin Lang. A card from Director Ma was not something given lightly. Possessing such a card would mean having a safeguard within the entire education system of Pingan City. They all gazed longingly at the card, wishing they could swap places with Qin Lang. Unfortunately, they were not Qin Lang, who had no inclination to accept it. However, Qin Lang was no longer the naive Qin Dabiang he once was, having risen from obscurity to a position of power in the Danding continent. He understood the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Qin Dabiang feared Director Ma so greatly, forging a connection with him would undoubtedly be an excellent strategy to keep Qin Dabiang in check, especially as he currently lacked the means to safeguard himself. "Very well," Qin Lang conceded, "but I have yet to finish this book, The Theory of Evolution. The stack over here contains the books I have completed. Feel free to select one to test me." Director Ma smiled, recognizing the potential in this young man. While he had initially worried about Qin Lang possibly embarrassing him, the fact that Qin Lang agreed indicated he was not merely a brash youth, but someone who understood the importance of being judicious. "All right, I'll choose one at random." Director Ma casually picked a book from the stack Qin Lang indicated. However, as soon as he pulled it out, he froze, and everyone nearby fell silent as well. The book was prominently titled with 3 bold characters. Jinping Mei, Chapter 36, an indecent book? All present were members of the education system, in other words, intellectuals. How could they possibly be unaware of Jinping Mei? Recognized as one of the 4 great novels of ancient and modern times, Jinping Mei had long been regarded as a risky work, categorized as a prohibited book. Although we currently reside in an era dominated by the internet, where explicit content is rampant and adult literature is widespread, It is not uncommon for even a primary school student to effortlessly name the latest popular adult film actresses or the trendiest romantic novels. Yet, such activities are typically conducted in secrecy, far from the public eye. However, to brazenly peruse a book like Qin Mei, a notorious erotic novel, in the school library, only to be caught red-handed by the director of the Education Bureau, is no trivial matter. This young man is certainly in for a world of trouble. Upon regaining their composure, the officials from the Education Bureau couldn't help but revel in his misfortune, driven by envy over his connections. In stark contrast, the school leaders at number 1 high school were taken aback. Initially, they noted the director's apparent fondness for this student, believing it to be a boon for the school's reputation. They pondered how to leverage this favorable atmosphere. The situation took a dramatic turn. The mere presence of Qin Mei tarnished the school's image entirely. Zhang Jiqiang's face turned a deep shade of anger. He was acutely aware that Director Ma was already in a foul mood. And after finally showing a smile to one student, this calamity unfolded in front of so many witnesses. Director Ma publicly stated that he would assess this student, and now he was caught with Qin Mei. What could Director Ma possibly say now? Zhang Jiqiang, filled with resentment towards Qin Lang, felt compelled to intervene and quickly apologized to Director Ma, stating, "Director Ma, this is a failure on my part, and I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, I will address this student with the utmost seriousness and ensure he is publicly reprimanded. If he continues to misbehave, I will not hesitate to expel him." However, Director Ma paid no heed to his words. Instead, he appeared engrossed in the Qin Mei, as if reminiscing about some past experience. Observing this, Zhang Jiqiang assumed that Director Ma was genuinely furious and turned to Qin Lang, accusing him. "You have some nerve, reading such explicit material in broad daylight at the library. What is your name? Which class are you in? Who is your homeroom teacher? Make sure he brings you to my office." Qin Lang cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jiqiang and replied coolly, "Have you read this book? Why would I read such filth? Only someone like you, a moral degenerate and societal disgrace, would indulge in such literature." Zhang Jiqiang retorted with indignation that he failed to notice that at that moment, Director Ma's expression darkened ominously. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "Very well. Since you claim I am a societal disgrace, how can you possibly assert this is an explicit book if you have never read it?" Zhang Jiqiang was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape, struggling to find a rebuttal. After a long pause, he finally snapped, "You dare to talk back? Who doesn't know that Qin Mei is an erotic book? You're merely grasping at straws that I think you should stop coming to school. We do not welcome shameless students like you at No. 1 high school." Qin Lang shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Whether or not number 1 high school welcomes me is a separate issue. Regarding this book, I believe it is a remarkable reflection of ancient Chinese customs and culture. Unfairly labeled as explicit by those with narrow minds who masquerade as moral guardians, that if you call it explicit, should I say you lack independent thought, or that your mind is clouded with filth? Viewing the world through a tainted lens? Or perhaps you focus solely on its provocative language while disregarding its true essence?" Zhang Jiqiang was left speechless, his face flushed with anger. The officials from the Education Bureau, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't suppress their laughter. It was indeed a disgrace for a principal to be outwitted by a student. "You are unrepentant and a master of evasion," Zhang Jiqiang declared, resorting to brute force as he reached for Qin Lang's collar, demanding, "Get out! What are you doing?" Director Ma slammed his hand on the table, blocking Zhang Jiqiang's advance and reprimanding him. "It seems you, as a principal, are less capable than a student, failing to grasp the principles of reasoned debate. What? Unable to contend with this student, you resort to violence. I now understand that the habit of resolving disputes with fists likely stems from your leadership." "And no, that's not it," Zhang Jiqiang stammered, taken aback by Director Ma's fury. He was unaware that earlier that morning, during an unannounced visit to the school, Director Ma had been insulted and even physically assaulted, which only fueled his ire. Director Ma, still seething, raised the Qin Mei and remarked, "You claim this is an explicit book. Then tell me, why does your library possess it? If it is in your collection, why shouldn't students be allowed to borrow it? To put it bluntly, you are engaging in hypocrisy." The school leaders at No. 1 high school were terrified by the director's fury, especially at the mention of hypocrisy. Zhang Jiqiang, feeling the heat, desperately sought an explanation but could not find the words. His gaze fell upon the timid figure of Elder Zhu in the crowd, and he beckoned. "You come here and explain this to Director Ma." Elder Zhu reluctantly stepped forward. Zhang Jiqiang subtly glared at him, the message clear. If Elder Zhu failed to navigate this situation adeptly, there would be dire consequences. This is truly an unfair predicament. Elder Zhu lamented internally, yet he spoke up. "Director Ma, the circumstances are as follows. This book, along with others, was donated by a Hong Kong tycoon who funded the construction of this library. During the cataloging process, we overlooked its problematic nature that I take full responsibility for this. Please direct your criticism at me." Director Ma, displaying courtesy towards Elder Zhu, softened his tone, nodding. "You needn't blame yourself, Elder, since it was a heartfelt donation from the Hong Kong tycoon. We must accept the books. Moreover, this particular volume is quite rare, not published domestically, only available through Hong Kong and overseas publishers." As he spoke, he glanced at the book's cover and chuckled. "Ah, the first edition from the Hong Kong People's Publishing House. This book could be considered an antique." Elder Zhu exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Goodness, look at how dignified Director Ma is compared to Zhang Jiqiang. It's truly a world apart." Zhang Jiqiang, reading the room, noted that Director Ma's anger seemed to dissipate as he smiled. And he seized the opportunity to say, "Director Ma, I assure you, I will have this book removed immediately and will conduct a thorough review of our library's collection to ensure no such explicit material is allowed to infiltrate again." Director Ma's expression shifted, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized Zhang Jiqiang. "It appears your awareness has significantly increased." Zhang Jiqiang, bewildered, mistakenly believed Director Ma was complimenting him, and he humbly replied, "Under your guidance, Director Ma, I truly feel my awareness has improved." "Not at all," Director Ma shook his head. "I cannot claim to guide you. Your awareness clearly surpasses mine. After all, I have never regarded this as an explicit book." "It seems the student is correct. Perhaps you should examine your own perspective, as it may be tinted." Zhang Jiqiang felt as though he had been struck dumb, wishing he could slap himself. How could he, who prided himself on discerning the intentions of his superiors, repeatedly misunderstand Director Ma today? Elder Zhu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as did many others, some even casting furtive glances at Zhang Jiqiang's gold-rimmed glasses, questioning their hue. "Director Ma, I did not mean it that way," Zhang Jiqiang stammered, trembling as he attempted to clarify. Director Ma waved his hand, interrupting him. "Principal Zhang, I forgot to mention, I am the Vice President of our Provincial Gene Studies Association, with Executive Vice Governor Wang Chaoyang as our president. Since you hold such strong prejudices against Jinping Mei, would you prefer I explain it to you, or shall I have Governor Wang personally call you to elucidate the contents of this book?" Zhang Jiqiang's face drained of color. He had no inkling of the existence of the Gene Studies Association, which focused on the study of Jinping Mei, nor did he realize that Director Ma was its vice president, with Governor Wang as the president. If the governor were to intervene, it would spell disaster for him. However, Director Ma's words illuminated the minds of many nearby, who suddenly understood the rumors of his formidable connections. Being in the same circle as the executive vice governor was no small matter. Each one secretly resolved to investigate the Gene Studies Association and seek a way to join, knowing that any opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Governor Wang could lead to rapid advancement. Observing Zhang Jiqiang's dazed expression, Director Ma, feeling disdain, chose not to engage further. Instead, he turned to Qin Lang and smiled warmly, saying, "Young student, your earlier remarks were quite astute. Jinping Mei indeed offers a comprehensive portrayal of life in ancient China. While it may contain elements of sensuality, such inclinations are merely a facet of human nature. To entirely reject and condemn such desires would be inhumane, even subhuman, as even animals understand the instinct to compete for mating rights." Qin Lang chuckled, realizing that Director Ma was quite amusing. At least this remark resonated with him, that he nodded and said, "Great minds think alike." Director Ma burst into laughter, pointing at Qin Lang, and remarked, "You little smooth talker. I appreciate your subtle flattery. Now, let us see what you can do with this book." With that, he settled into the chair beside Qin Lang. Instantly, Qin Lang's expression turned peculiar, For the chair upon which Director Ma had chosen to sit was none other than the rickety one where Qian Dabin had hidden himself. Chapter 37. Fool? Genius, Qian Dabin, may fortune favor you. Qin Lang silently shook his head. He had no intention of exposing Qian Dabin's scheme, for he deemed it a petty act, while it could serve as a means of intimidation. There was no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. Dealing with a buffoon like Qian Dabin did not require such base methods. Moreover, the business card of this Director Ma was readily accessible. Akin to a sword of state, as long as Qian Dabin wished to maintain his position within the educational system, he would dare not act against him. Ah, this chair is quite the bounce, Director Ma mused. Oblivious to the predicament beneath the as he plopped down, the chair sank slightly but quickly rebounded, offering stable support. Its elasticity surpassed that of ordinary springs, providing a solid feel, as though one were seated upon a person. He leaned back and swayed, thoroughly content with the chair's comfort. While the director enjoyed his seat, poor Qian Dabin, hidden beneath, was suffering. Initially unaware of the chair's defect, Qian Dabin found himself trapped when Qin Lang alerted him. Had Director Ma chosen another chair, although it would have been somewhat uncomfortable, it wouldn't have posed a significant issue. However, with the director fortuitously seated upon the very chair that was defective, the outcome was predictable. Beneath the chair, Qian Dabin's face turned crimson. The position he was forced into, akin to kneeling, was unfamiliar and unsustainable for a grown man who had long left the era of Qing dynasty servitude. To make matters worse, a full-grown adult was perched atop the chair, and the broken leg compounded his misfortune that a chair with a broken leg was no place for anyone to sit. Should it collapse, Qian Dabin would be entirely exposed before the director. Lacking the courage to face him, he had no choice but to support the weight of the chair with his own body. For heaven's sake, could you stop rocking? I'm not a wooden horse, he silently screamed within. Unfortunately, Director Ma could not hear his inner cries and continued to sway with delight. Thus, Qian Dabin was left to endure the agony threatening to fracture his spine, clinging desperately to the hope that the director would hasten his inquiries and depart swiftly. Let us assess your vast knowledge and memory, Director Ma declared, flipping open Jinping Mei and casually selecting a page. He smiled. Recite this 6th chapter. Hezhou takes bribes under the radar. Wang persists in the rain. For me. Without hesitation, Qin Lang recited the entire 6th chapter of Jinping Mei. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. His voice resonant and clear, each word crisp, imbued with a certain rhythm that had Director Ma nodding in approval, his brow unfurling with satisfaction by the time Qin Lang reached the last word. Director Ma could not help but clap his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent! Not a word amiss. With such memory, you are indeed a rare genius." Director Ma, having not even glanced at the book, instantly recognized my flawless recitation. It seems we are both geniuses in our own right. Qin Lang unabashedly accepted the compliment while deftly returning the praise. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Director Ma burst into hearty laughter, gesturing animatedly at Qin Lang. "You rascal. You are quite entertaining indeed." Those around them began to unconsciously compare themselves to Qin Lang, acknowledging that this seemingly youthful student possessed a remarkable knack for navigating interactions with superiors, striking a balance of humility and assertiveness that deftly tickled the director's fancy. They all felt that it was a pity this young man was not entrenched in the political arena. Qin Lang glanced at the fabric covering the base of Director Ma's chair. Noting the increasing tremors beneath it, he squinted and smiled, thinking to himself, "Qian Dabin, haven't you always called me Qin the Fool? Let us see who the true fool is that I shan't expose you. Let us see how long you can endure this." With that thought, he decided to engage Director Ma in further conversation, initiating, "Reciting like this lacks interest." "Oh, how then might it be interesting?" Director Ma inquired, intrigued. "Why, it should be recited backward," Qin Lang suggested. Director Ma was taken aback, scrutinizing Qin Lang from head to toe. "Young scholar, do not boast. Few can recite backward. Ordinary people cannot, but geniuses like us have no trouble," Qin Lang replied with conviction. Director Ma chuckled and nodded. "Very well. Recite it backward. Do well, and there will be a reward." He gestured to a nearby aide from the Education Bureau. "Bring me my briefcase." The aide, Ma's secretary, promptly delivered the briefcase. From it, Director Ma extracted a fountain pen. This pen was gifted to me by Governor Wang. If you truly can recite it backward with ease, I shall present it to you. First a business card, now a pen, a gift from Governor Wang, no less. This established an implicit connection with the governor, who among the onlookers would not feel envious. They all pondered the extraordinary luck this young man must possess. Clearly, it was evident that Director Ma shared an exceptional rapport with Governor Wang. Otherwise, he would not so readily part with a gift from the governor. Even Zhang Jiqiang, who had been anxious and restless, felt a pang of jealousy and regret, realizing that had he known of Director Ma's favor toward this student, he would have donned a smiling face rather than risk offending the powerful governor. A thought struck him. He must remedy the situation. Immediately, he began rummaging through his pockets, but alas, aside from his wallet and phone, he found nothing. In desperation, he pulled out his wallet, extracted a stack of 100 yuan bills, and slapped them down on the table, declaring, "I too wish to partake in the director's sophisticated tastes. If you can recite it backward, this money shall be your reward." Director Ma frowned, viewing Zhang Jiqiang's actions as utterly vulgar. He offered a pen as a reward, a gesture of refinement, while Zhang Jiqiang's monetary incentive was a blatant display of crassness. "Principal Zhang, it seems your finances are quite ample," Director Ma remarked, nodding. "Indeed, scholars have always been impoverished, reliant on benefactors like yourself." Principal Zhang, catching the director's sardonic undertone, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He wished to retract the money, but lacked the courage to do so, leaving him flustered and uncertain. The surrounding individuals struggled to suppress their laughter, likely anticipating that henceforth, Principal Zhang would acquire the moniker of tycoon. "Recite, let me witness the extraordinary capabilities of a genius," Director Ma said, placing the pen on the table, distancing it from the money, and smiling at Qin Lang. Without hesitation, Qin Lang began to recite backward. Reciting backward is no simple feat. Although the phrase to recite backward with ease exists, the practical execution is far more challenging. When reciting forward, the text flows logically, is comprehensible, and follows a discernible pattern. However, reciting backward resembles confronting a chaotic jumble of words, devoid of any mnemonic structure. It is a rare skill, indeed, for someone like Qin Lang, who had only glanced at the text once, to achieve such mastery. Throughout history, few could claim such an ability. With each line Qin Lang recited, Director Ma's astonishment grew. He frequently compared it to the text, his admiration for Qin Lang intensifying. Upon the completion of Qin Lang's backward recitation, Director Ma did not hesitate to applaud, exclaiming, "Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent! Once again, not a word amiss. It seems calling you a genius is an understatement." As the director led the applause, those nearby could not help but join in, resulting in a wave of applause that drew the attention of the few readers in the library. However, this time, the applause from the surrounding leaders and educators was heartfelt, as Qin Lang's performance compelled them to re-evaluate their perceptions. As Director Ma aptly stated, he was undeniably a genius. Once the applause subsided, Director Ma curiously inquired, "Did you truly just finish reading this book?" Qin Lang nodded. "If you doubt it, feel free to select another at random to test me." Director Ma waved his hand, chuckling. "No need. I trust in your abilities that I never expected that during my visit to the first high school, I would encounter a student with such remarkable memory. After years in the educational system, this is the first time I have met someone like you." Qin Lang smiled lightly. "In my years as a student, it is also my first experience being recognized for my exceptional memory. Thus, it is a fortunate encounter between a remarkable horse and its discerning caretaker." Director Ma beamed with delight. Qin Lang's timely flattery deeply impressed him. Checking his watch, he said, "Our time is limited today. We shall conclude our examination here. However, my earlier promises stand. Both the business card and the pen are yours to keep, and you may also accept the Tycoon Principal Zhang's monetary reward." Qin Lang accepted without hesitation. Director Ma stood, placing the Jin Ping Mei on the table, patting Qin Lang on the shoulder. "Study diligently. I look forward to your future accomplishments. That I hope that when we meet again, you will once again surprise me." "Are you leaving so soon?" Qin Lang's peculiar smile indicated the chair, saying, "This chair is quite nice. You could actually sit a little longer." Beneath the chair, Qian Dabin, who was hiding, nearly spat blood upon hearing this that he was trembling all over. If Director Ma continued to sit, he could not predict when he would reach his limit and be exposed. What? Are you reluctant to part with this talent of mine? Don't worry, I will be conducting research here for a few more days at No. 1 High School, and we will have ample time for a good chat. Alternatively, you can give me a call. My personal mobile number is on the business card. Director Ma chuckled, glanced at the chair, and nodded. Indeed, this chair is quite comfortable, even more so than the one in my office. It feels as if one is reclining on a person's back, solid yet resilient, truly excellent. Qin Lang could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Thinking, isn't that precisely what you were doing? Zhang Jiqiang immediately interjected. If Director Ma likes this chair, I can have someone move it to your office right away. No need, Director Ma waved his hand. Then, seemingly recalling Zhang Jiqiang, pointed at him and said, By the way, Principal Zhang just mentioned this. Oh, I almost forgot, what is your name? Only then did Director Ma remember he had yet to inquire about Qin Lang's name. My name is Qin Lang, Qin Lang replied. Qin Lang. Bright and clear, yes, a splendid name. It exudes sunshine and positive energy, full of vitality. Excellent indeed. Director Ma nodded, then turned to Zhang Jiqiang. You just claimed this student, Qin Lang, is a social misfit, a morally corrupt scoundrel. And that No. 1 High School does not welcome such shameless students. Your awareness is quite commendable. It seems I shall have to discuss this with Governor Wang. How is it that we, members of the Qin Studies Research Association, and students like Qin Lang, who have a passion for the plum and the golden vase, have been labeled as misfits and scoundrels? Zhang Jiqiang was drenched in cold sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. Director, I was wrong. I will correct my mistake and study the plum and the golden vase earnestly to recognize my errors. Director Ma snorted. Then addressed Qin Lang. Qin Lang, if No. 1 High School does not welcome you, our Qin Studies Research Association wholeheartedly welcomes you. If you are interested, give me a call, and I shall personally recommend you for membership. Seeing Qin Lang nod, Director Ma bade farewell and walked out of the library, hands clasped behind his back. The crowd quickly resumed their previous eager demeanor, surrounding Director Ma once more. Only Zhang Jiqiang stood there in a daze until old Zhu approached him, asking if he wanted to destroy the plum in the golden vase. He only then snapped back to reality. Destroy what? Such a book of immense significance and value. How could it be destroyed? I think you, as the administrator, are seeking to resign. Zhang Jiqiang glared fiercely at old Zhu. Then, turning to Qin Lang with a friendly demeanor, he asked, Would it be possible for you to lend me this book for my research? Did you not just claim it as a pornographic book? What more is there to research? Qin Lang retorted irritably. Zhang Jiqiang's expression froze. Realizing that this student had gained Director Ma's favor and should not be easily offended, he suppressed his displeasure and continued to smile. I did not recognize my error earlier, and I apologize to you. Qin Lang, that I hope you can lend me this book, providing me with an opportunity to correct my mistake. Qin Lang nodded graciously, saying, To recognize one's error and correct it is of utmost importance. Take it. Zhang Jiqiang nearly spat blood, but was eager to accompany Director Ma. So he picked up the book, imitating Qin Lang by patting him on the shoulder and offering a few words of encouragement before hastily exiting the library. Over the next few days, a peculiar phenomenon emerged in the educational system, with everyone fervently searching for copies of the plum and the golden vase and inquiring about the Qin Studies Research Association. This phenomenon quickly spread through the provincial political landscape. It must be said, the political arena is a place rife with extraordinary occurrences. As soon as Zhang Jiqiang left, old Zhu spat on the ground, cursing, Damn it, a pretentious fellow, slapping his own face, losing all dignity, yet still trying to flaunt authority. After a few choice words, he felt relieved and gave Qin Lang a thumbs up, smiling. You, young man, are truly talented. I am thoroughly impressed. Qin Lang humbly waved his hand. Old Zhu, you flatter me. Old Zhu then glanced at the chair that Director Ma occupied. Suddenly intrigued, he walked over and sat down, puzzled. Strange, I never thought this chair was particularly good before. Why does Director Ma seem so fond of it? If I recall correctly, the legs of this chair were broken. Yet it appears quite stable now. Could it be that Qian Dabin has repaired it? No sooner had he spoken than the chair collapsed. Chapter 38 spared the life of the little brother. Old Zhu vaguely sensed that the chair felt different from before. Just as he was pondering this, he never anticipated the chair would suddenly give way. This startled him greatly. He let out a startled cry and tipped to one side, that I in a moment of panic. Old Zhu instinctively braced himself with his hands to avoid a hard fall, fearing that his old bones might suffer some injury. However, as his hands reached down, they landed on something warm and fuzzy. Just as he was about to see what was supporting him, he suddenly heard a voice emerge from beneath his trousers. I say, Old Zhu, stop grabbing. You're about to pull my hair out. Old Zhu was taken aback, nearly exclaiming, what kind of demon dares to sneak under my trousers? As he straightened his back, using the last bit of support from the chair, he jumped up, but the chair made a thud as if a piece of meat had slammed onto the floor. Following this, one of the chair's legs snapped off completely, revealing the demon hiding beneath. Qin, Teacher Qin? Finally recognizing the true identity of this demon, Old Zhu was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had just been supporting himself on Qin Dabin's head. Bewildered, he asked, what were you doing under the chair? Suddenly, he recalled Qin Dabin's notorious behavior at school, and his expression changed. Could it be that this fellow was not only interested in women but also lurking beneath the chair? Perhaps he intended to spy on. Old Zhu was immediately covered in goosebumps, and his gaze toward Qin Dabin turned strange at this moment. Qin Dabin was in such a state that embarrassment could hardly describe it. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, limbs sprawled, face pale, gasping for breath. Just as Old Zhu stood up, the last bit of support he had borrowed was, in fact, the final exertion of Qin Dabin's body. When that last bit of strength was also exhausted, Qin Dabin was directly pressed down onto the floor, the thud echoing from his abdomen and chest colliding violently with the ground. Seeing Qin Dabin in such a state, Qin Lang could not help but burst into laughter. Continuing Old Zhu's line, did I not just mention that he was feeling lonely, seeking nourishment from Mother Earth? Perhaps he thinks that by crawling under the chair, he could get closer to her. Old Zhu chuckled. Qin Dabin, struggling to lift his head, pointed a trembling finger at Qin Lang, seemingly attempting to retort, but he could only gasp for air, lacking the strength to speak. That it was no wonder he was so exhausted. Anyone would be worn out from maintaining a kneeling position for so long, especially with the added weight of an adult on their back. Unless they had undergone specialized training, who wouldn't be fatigued? Teacher Qin, you are quite talented. I am far behind. Old Zhu began to tease Qin Dabin, following Qin Lang's lead. However, in this cold weather, be cautious that Mother Earth does not provide you with nourishment, but instead gifts you with rheumatism or frozen limbs, which are hard to cure. As he spoke, he winked at Qin Lang, hands clasped behind his back, humming Shajabang, leisurely walking away. Qin Dabin, as a former athlete, bled quickly and healed just as swiftly. After lying on the ground for a few minutes, he finally regained his composure and pushed himself up. Just as he straightened his back, he let out a yelp and bent over again. Are you bowing an apology? Qin Lang joked. You think this is an apology? My lower back hurts, Qin Dabin retorted, glaring at Qin Lang as he rubbed his waist. Having knelt for too long and been pressed down, his lower back muscles were already excessively strained. While he had not felt the pain before, now that he attempted to stand, it felt as if his back had snapped. If your lower back hurts, you should consult Xie Yalong for treatment, Qin Lang teased, using a trendy phrase he had learned from television. Then pointed to the water dispenser near the library entrance, saying, after reciting for so long, I am feeling a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Qin Dabin's eyes bulged, nearly bursting with rage. Without thinking, he snapped back. You think I'll serve you after you've just embarrassed me? You want me to fetch you water? I'll splash it all over your face. It seems you are refusing to heed my words. Do you think that just because I did not expose you earlier, I can't deal with you now? Qin Lang shook his head, pointing to the business card on the table. Instantly, Qin Dabin wilted. Although he had not seen everything from beneath the chair, he certainly had heard it all. Director Ma presented Qin Lang with a business card and a pen, expressing his utmost admiration for him, a sentiment that did not go unnoticed by Qin Lang. For a time, he had been on edge, fearing that Qin Lang might expose him, but ultimately, Qin Lang refrained from doing so, granting him a sigh of relief. However, the gesture of Qin Lang holding the business card now felt like a veiled threat, if he did not fetch water. The owner of that card would certainly have a few words to exchange with him. His intention to hide stemmed from a desire to avoid an encounter with Director Ma, and thus he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Fine. I'll get it for you," Qin Lang gritted his teeth and said, enduring the pain in his back as he hunched over and made his way to the water dispenser. When he returned with the water, visibly agitated, Qin Lang spoke again, gesturing toward the broken table and chair on the floor. "These eyesores are quite bothersome. You should repair them. However, do not undertake the repairs here, as it would disturb my reading. If you fear encountering Director Ma outside, then fix them in the restroom." Qin Lang clenched his jaw, suppressing the urge to strike Qin Lang, glaring at him with an intensity that could pierce. Qin Lang chuckled softly, picked up the pen from the table, unscrewed the cap, and remarked, "This pen from Director Ma must be quite splendid, that I heard it was a gift from Governor Wang. I can only imagine how impressive it must be to write with such a pen. Wouldn't you agree? You are truly ruthless," Qin Lang lamented, realizing he was utterly outmatched by this fool, who seemed to toy with him at will. Yet he felt powerless, for this fool had established ties with Director Ma and even received a pen from Governor Wang. While he had grievously offended Director Ma, borrowing a modicum of courage, he dared not confront Qin Lang, instead choosing to endure the humiliation. Endure, he thought, I must endure until the storm passes, and then I shall settle accounts with this fool. As he mentally reassured himself, he grabbed his toolbox and dragged the broken chair and table toward the restroom. That it was evident he had taken Qin Lang's words to heart, avoiding repairs outside the library for fear of crossing paths with Director Ma, and opting instead for the restroom. Qin Lang could no longer contain his laughter. He realized that amidst his intense focus on reading, it was quite entertaining to manipulate Qin Lang so effortlessly. Shortly after Qin Lang departed, Qin Lang redirected his attention back to his book, carelessly stashing the pen and business card into his pocket. To him, whether it was the director's business card or the governor's pen, their greatest significance lay in curbing the antics of some petty individuals. They were hardly worthy of his concern. "Master, yet another unrefined individual has sent you harassing messages. Would you like your devoted servant to assist in dealing with them?" A woman's voice suddenly chimed in, her sultry tone thick with temptation. Qin Lang paused, quickly realizing the sound emanated from his phone. "This Qin Dabong. His ringtone is already rather sordid, but I never anticipated that the text tone could be even more so." Shaking his head, he retrieved his phone to read the message. That it was from an unknown number without a record, containing only a few terse words. "Little thief, you are quite audacious." Qin Lang was puzzled. The content did not seem like the typical spam or harassment message. Yet the meaning behind those words left him somewhat bewildered. Strange, who could this be? Little thief, that moniker rings a bell. He furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. That a peculiar smile crept onto his face as he recalled something. And he promptly typed a reply. "Are you a heroine?" Just moments after sending the message, his phone chimed again, and he chuckled. That was quite a swift response. Upon opening the message, he could not help but laugh aloud at its contents. "Little thief. Should you dare to disregard this heroine's advice and engage in inappropriate conduct with a seductress in broad daylight, right before the gates of the government office, this heroine has decided to bestow upon you the kite flower manual. Take heed of it." Hum hum hum. "Ha, this woman is rather well informed," Qin Lang mused, amusement dancing across his features. However, their actions with Mei Yuyan that day had indeed been conspicuous. It was not surprising that word had reached by Wuxia's ears. "The kite flower manual?" Qin Lang savored the phrase, feeling playful, and he stifled a laugh as he replied, "Heroine, spare me. Spare the life of your little brother." No sooner had he sent the message than his phone rang again, the lewd ringtone erupting suddenly, startling the few patrons in the library who turned to stare. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was the same unfamiliar number. Not wishing to disrupt the serene atmosphere of the library, he stepped outside to take the call. Just as he was about to answer, he collided with a clumsy girl hurrying toward him. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hastily apologizing. Qin Lang paid her little mind and proceeded to answer the call. As soon as the line connected, he was greeted by Wuxia's voice, laced with indignation. "Little thief, prepare to meet your doom." "Must you be so harsh, by heroine?" Qin Lang replied with a laugh. "Hum hum hum. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently," Wuxia retorted, fuming. Qin Lang chuckled, about to respond, when he noticed the girl still standing nearby, looking quite apologetic that he waved dismissively, signaling that it was fine, and refrained from further conversation. The girl, seeing his lack of reproach, stole a couple of glances at him before hastily entering the library. Meanwhile, Qian Dabing had finally managed to fix the table and chairs in the restroom. Dragging them back to the corner where Qin Lang had been sitting, he was shocked to find Qin Lang had vanished. Where did this fool run off to?" he muttered, setting the furniture back in place while scanning the library for any sign of Qin Lang. Just then, he noticed a girl rushing in through the door. The girl approached the borrowing desk where Grandpa Zhu was seated, inquiring about something. After a brief exchange, Grandpa Zhu gestured toward Qian Dabing, and the girl made her way over. "Oh, could you be looking for me?" Qian Dabing's eyebrows raised slightly, an air of self-satisfaction blooming within him, that he thought to himself. Even though my looks have taken a hit, my charm remains. A girl has chased all the way to this library to see me. I am indeed a firefly in the night, shining brightly, my radiance unmistakable even in a library. Chapter 39. The great switcheroo Qian Dabing could hardly tolerate the library's dreary atmosphere, especially after being humiliated by Qin Lang, feeling as though he were a mere subordinate. The sudden appearance of a girl who admired him provided a modicum of solace for his wounded heart. Well, while she may not be the most beautiful, she is certainly charming enough. Even if she cannot serve as a main course, she can at least be a delightful side dish to pass the time. With renewed interest, Qian Dabing scrutinized the approaching girl, his gaze glinting with mischief. Though she was indeed of ordinary appearance, any girl in the bloom of youth exuded a certain youthful charm, even if it was subtle. "This classmate, what brings you to seek me?" As the girl drew closer, Qian Dabing relaxed his features, presenting a smile he deemed handsome, despite his bruised visage that he eagerly awaited her to shyly express her affection. Ready to feign disapproval before whisking her away to a secluded corner for an earnest discussion on life and ideals. The girl, however, was startled by Qian Dabing's appearance, her eyes widening in panic as she stammered, "Why you? Are you? Still playing coy, are we?" Qian Dabing shamelessly grinned. Believing her hesitation was merely shyness, he shook his head and said, "You come looking for me, yet pretend not to know who I am. Ahem, dear classmate. I know you have feelings for me, but as a student, your focus should be on your studies. Do not let your admiration for your teacher distract you from your academic pursuits." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the envelope clutched in the girl's hand, igniting an even brighter smile on his face. Pointing at the envelope, he sighed dramatically. "Is that a love letter for your teacher?" You young girls are always writing love letters and preparing heartfelt breakfasts. You make it so difficult for me to maintain my composure. Very well, I shall accept this one, but let it be the last. Come, allow your teacher to provide some psychological guidance in a private corner." He extended his hand, anticipating the girl would bashfully present him with the letter, and he would graciously accept it like a delicate lotus in the cool breeze. Tenderly following her lead, the girl appeared utterly befuddled, completely at a loss for the meaning behind this pig-headed man's ramblings. It took her a moment to gather her thoughts before she cautiously asked, "Why you are Qian Dabing, right? Still playing games?" Qian Dabing replied brusquely, shaking his head disapprovingly. "Keep pretending, and you might find that your teacher will refuse to accept your love letter. Do you still wish to discuss psychological guidance with me? If so, then please refrain from being overly coy. I do not appreciate excessively bashful girls." Once she confirmed that he was indeed Qian Dabing, the girl became flustered and shook her head in confusion, saying, "Teacher Qian, I think you've misunderstood that I'm not here for you. I'm looking for Qin Lang." "What?" Qian Dabing exclaimed, thinking he must have misheard her, but he stared wide-eyed and demanded, "Who did you say you were looking for?" The girl, feeling intimidated by the bulging eyes of Qian Dabing, repeated timidly, "I'm looking for Qin Lang. Grandpa Zhu just said he is sitting over there reading." The fleeting sense of self-satisfaction Qian Dabing had managed to muster crumbled in an instant, nearly sending him into a furious rage. After much deliberation, it became evident that the young woman had come in search of Qin Lang, while he had foolishly indulged in his own romantic fantasies, even going so far as to compose love letters. This left him feeling both embarrassed and suffocated, as if darkness were closing in around him. Qin Lang. Yet again, it was Qin Lang. Why must this fool always overshadow him? Qin Dabin ground his teeth in frustration. Mei Yuyan had originally been his intended partner, yet she was snatched away by Qin Lang. Now a girl appeared, whom he initially presumed admired him, only to discover she was once again seeking Qin Lang. All the good fortune seemed to be claimed by this imbecile, while he found himself embroiled in trouble, beaten up and at odds with authority. His resentment towards Qin Lang was palpable, a jealousy that festered within him. The girl, taken aback by Qin Dabin's menacing expression, turned pale and instinctively stepped back, her eyes darting around in panic. Yet there were no onlookers to provide solace. She was oblivious to the whereabouts of the student named Qin Lang. What business do you have with him? Which class are you from? Do you have no sense of propriety, wandering into the library during class hours to seek out a boy? Are you not aware of the boundaries between male and female? Qin Dabin, having regained his composure, began tearing away the facade of politeness, scolding the girl harshly. Clearly belonging to the timid sort, the girl was overwhelmed by Qin Dabin's unfounded tirade, tears welling up in her eyes. I have no relationship with him, nor do I know him, that I'm merely delivering a message for someone else, she stammered, holding up the envelope in a gesture of innocence, upon hearing her claim of unfamiliarity with Qin Lang. Qin Dabin's expression softened slightly, that he pointed to a nearby table cluttered with books and a stack of 100 yuan notes. He was sitting right there, but who knows where he has wandered off to now? Just leave the letter here. If he isn't blind, he will see it upon his return. Okay. The girl, not daring to prolong the encounter with Qin Dabin, responded meekly and hastily placed the envelope on Qin Lang's desk before fleeing as if pursued. Once she had departed, Qin Dabin's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the envelope resting on the desk. The IT was pink and exquisitely crafted, adorned with a heart motif at its center, a clear indication that it was penned by a girl. The heart design suggested that its contents were likely of a romantic nature. Damn it! How could she lie to me, claiming not to know that foolish Qin Lang? This is obviously a love letter. How can she say there's no connection? Qin Dabin seethed, feeling deceived by the girl. Even if she hadn't written it herself, it was undeniably from another girl enamored with Qin Lang, who had tasked her with delivering it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the more he fixated on the heart motif, the more it stung his eyes, fueling his jealousy, that he could not comprehend what made that fool so appealing. Capable of drawing Mei Yuyan into a scandalous rendezvous in front of the police station during the day and spending the night together, engaging in clandestine activities. Now, even the young girls at school were delivering love letters to this imbecile. Was the world truly becoming a place where fools were celebrated? A fierce jealousy ignited within Qin Dabin, driving him to fury. He glanced towards the front desk, where Elder Zhu was engrossed in reading the newspaper. Completely oblivious to his presence, seizing the moment, Qin Dabin snatched the letter and, without a second thought, tore it in two. As he continued to shred the letter in his rage, 2 pieces of paper fell from the torn envelope. Initially, he intended to disregard the love letter meant for the fool, finding it repulsive. However, his eyes inadvertently landed on the name Mei Yuyan scrawled across one of the sheets, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly picked up the torn papers. Though ostensibly 2 sheets, it was actually one, divided during the tearing of the envelope. The paper was also pink, decorated with heart motifs, and amidst those glaring designs, elegant penmanship leaped into view. Dear Qin Lang, I hope this message finds you well. I am deeply remorseful for the distress you experienced during the recent incident. That it weighs heavily on my conscience. I feel compelled to offer you some form of compensation. Tonight at 9 o'clock, room 520 of the Hongxing Hotel on Xingli Road awaits you. That I shall be there with a special gift for you. So do come. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mei Yuyan. As he read each word, culminating in the signature, Mei Yuyan, Qin Dabin's face turned ashen, his heart bleeding with jealousy. The implications of Hongxing, 520, and gift sent his envy soaring to new heights. Though he was unfamiliar with Mei Yuyan's handwriting, he was acutely aware of the intimacy she had once shared with Qin Lang. Thus, he had no doubt this was an invitation for a clandestine meeting. A request for a rendezvous more romantic than a mere text message. Damn! Qin Dabin cursed, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a feral intensity, his body radiating hostility. Why? Why would that shameless woman choose to meet this fool for a tryst? yet refused to even allow him a fleeting touch. Why would this wretched creature prefer the company of that imbecile, even spending the night together, yet deny him a simple meal? A raging inferno of anger consumed Qin Lang. And were someone to measure his temperature at that moment, it would likely approach that of a fever. You shameless harlot, pretending to be pure in front of me, yet turning into a wanton creature the moment my back is turned. I truly misjudged you, that I should have taken you by force from the start, so you could comprehend the prowess of my desires, turning you into my willing slave. He cursed through clenched teeth, crumpling the letter in his grasp. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness in his mind. That fool is completely unaware of this letter's existence. That if that is the case, why not take advantage of the situation? I could impersonate him tonight and deceive that shameless woman into opening her door for me. Once inside, I would have my way with her, and she would be at my mercy henceforth. With this revelation, Qin Lang felt as though he had discovered a release for his pent-up fury. The temperature of his body began to drop, and the flames of his rage finally subsided. That he glanced around, ensuring no one was paying him heed, and that the fool had yet to appear, before swiftly crumpling the envelope and letter into a ball and shoving them into his pocket. Having executed his plan, he felt a sense of relief washing over him. Gazing at Qin Lang's vacant seat, he maliciously mused, "Humph, it is precisely this pretentious woman who would resort to such an antiquated method of seduction as writing letters. Once I have her at my mercy, I will shamelessly flaunt my conquest before that fool, allowing him to experience the bitter taste of betrayal."